Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Skyesports Champions Series. My name is Ranjit Mauma, Senior Patel. I'm your host, and this is presented by AMD and powered by Router. Once again, I'd like to welcome all of you folks out there, but I need some energy. We've had wonderful influencer matches, but can you guys make some noise on my cue? 3, 2, 1, make some noise! Wonderful. I like the energy, lovely energy, but now today, we're going to have 2 matches, 4 teams fighting for survival. Anyone that loses is going to get knocked down. It is a lower bracket quarterfinal. All these teams are going to give it their all, but right now for the first matchup, we have 2 incredible teams going up against each other. One team has had a rough run, the other fighting for survival, trying to prove a point. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the first team, Velocity Gaming! That's wonderful, wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, make some noise for Team VLT. Hello, hello. A lot of pressure on the boys, and that's the reason why you're the one who's talking to us, guys, and not the players, because they dial in once again. But the rough patch continues from the last LAN to this one. You had a victory to celebrate, but now, coming down in the lower bracket, a lot of pressure on the players for everyone involved. How are you guys coping with it?
I mean, I might sound like a repeated record to the guys who know me, but I always say it's not the mistakes that define you, it's how you respond to the mistakes. And yeah, we might have had a rough patch here and there, but we have the lower bracket buff, and hopefully we'll show it today.
True, but at the same time, this is the only chance the team is going to have, and the team definitely needs a pep talk. Was it anything you told the boys?
I don't have to. I mean, honestly, they're all ready. They're pumped. They've been in this situation before. We've been in this situation before, and every single time they find that in themselves because they're pro players, they've been like that for a while, so they know the protocol, almost to get it done, so that's what they're
doing. Oh, absolutely. If you were to actually add up all the experience amongst the players, it would probably amount to like 40 years or so. They've been around for a while. Don't worry, I'm not calling you all boomers, but you've been around for a while. But hopefully you guys have a good run. Good luck. Hopefully in the match, you guys come out on top. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, VLT, you guys can get settled in. But now, for the second team in question, we all know who they're going to be. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, make sure when we introduce them, they feel it back home. They feel the energy of the arena back home. Give it up for Full Power Gaming! So that's Full Power for all of you, but we have a lovely panel ready for all of you folks. We're going to build the game up, hype it up, dissect it at the end as well. Lovely people. Well, what do you folks? Take it away and have fun with this.
Names in the lower bracket, Global Esports and VLT. Is the lower bracket above? Is the lower bracket a curse? All that and more in the Skyesports Championship Series presented by AMD and Powered by Router. My name is Rick. With me is Crits, and Crits, today is going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, it's going to be the wild ride going at 200 miles an hour. Breakneck speeds for some of these teams, and some of these teams will be crawled down to zero, to a halt, because their journey will come to an end today. The stakes are incredibly high. The lower brackets mean elimination, and if you don't perform well today, that's going to be the end of your journey in the Skyesports Champions Series. So these teams must play to win, or they're going to go home prematurely. But a wise man once said that the upper bracket is for cowards. This lower bracket run, any team that comes out of it is going to have a Cinderella story in this tournament if they make it all the way to the finals. And guess what? The stakes are even higher because not only elimination is at stake, but even personal vendetta comes into the picture. This is a revenge battle.
This is absolutely a revenge battle. They've played each other in the past. FEG, I just want to remind you, Full Power Gaming, they are a team from Pakistan. They are a very interesting team. The player that I want to watch out for is Pokemon Crips. But what do you think about both these teams? And could you tell us a little bit more about their previous matchups?
So definitely, like you said, Pokemon is going to be the man to watch out for on the side of Full Power Gaming. Meanwhile, Velocity, they've got a god in their team, a god of death, Deathmaker. Both these players are going to be the ones who will be the stars of their team. And these stars previously have shined upon us, and they've given us some amazing matches in the past. Let's take a look at what their previous matchup was like. During the Phase 2 of Full Power Gaming versus Velocity, FPX was able to win 2-1. Both the teams were able to win on each other's map pick in the past, where Velocity picked Fracture but lost it. Velocity, they won Bind even though it was Full Power's pick. And the last map was Haven. And this is incredible because today, I'm guessing that some of these maps will no longer be played. Definitely someone or the other will veto out Fracture, veto out Bind, maybe even Haven. Will we get to see the same old maps today with the teams reinventing their strats? Or are we going to see completely different maps altogether? We'll find out in just a bit when we head to the map video.
We will. The map video is definitely going to be interesting. I don't think we're going to see a bind. It feels just very unlikely. We are talking about statistics scripts, and there are some interesting numbers I want to throw at you. Pokey, in the previous time, Velocity and FAX, faced off versus each other. Pokey managed to have a consistent 1+ KD. He was 1.4 on the first map, which was Fracture. On the second map, he had an equally impressive KD. He was about 1.18. And on the third map, he had a KD of about 1.25. So this guy is just killing it, no matter what he plays.
Absolutely.
On the last map, he did struggle a wee bit because he was playing Sky. Not that much that he could do. Hellranger also struggled on the Sky, but Pokey had a better performance. And Abdur, who's primarily been the controller, the man that throws out the smokes, the role that nobody wants to pick in role queue or ranked matchmaking, he's playing the Omen. He's playing the Omen on Haven for the side of full power, and he's pulling it off with a KD of 2.0, 296 ACS, and about 26 frags or so. It's just that everybody really likes. I mean, not everybody, but I think both these teams really like Fade. It's just that on Haven, people feel that there's not much of a place for Fade because you can't really play off a utility. Even with those very convoluted lineups, it's really hard to play off it. You need smaller maps or a lot of open space, clear open space for Fade to be effective, which I don't feel Haven offers. It's neither of those.
Haven is kind of a difficult place for Fade, agreed, but I think in choice of initiators, there's going to be a lot to talk about, especially when the KO lineup and the SOA meta, the double initiator meta, has been coming into play. Let's take a look at the maps that these guys have chosen. Full Power instantly banned Breeze, understandably so, and Velocity banned Split. No surprises over there. But what does surprise me is the fact that Velocity have picked up Ascent instead, even though Fracture was available, and they banned Fracture instead. I think this could be because of the last time these guys faced each other. Velocity picked Fracture and they lost. So this time they just don't want to play it at all. They would much rather take their risk on Ascent, which is not exactly a map which you can specialize in.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising actually. The last time Velocity faced off versus FPX, Velocity ended up losing 13-9. It wasn't a whitewash. Velocity did put up quite a significant fight, but unfortunately, they don't feel comfortable on Fracture. And to be honest with you, they don't look that bad on Fracture. They're pretty good.
Yeah,
they know what they're doing. I felt that MW1 looks real. It's the only map, and it's the only player that makes Neon look really good. Neon on Fracture in MW1's hands. That's something I want to see. But Velocity, they're going to ban it out. Our decider is going to be Haven. That's a map with twist turns and one too many bomb sites, in the opinion of some. I'm very curious to see how that goes. Icebox, I feel like of all the Velocity maps, Icebox is where they found the least success. I could be wrong, Crips, but I feel like they're good on this map, but not good enough to beat the best. Can FPX pull off a surprise here because they're the ones that have picked it up?
I think they definitely can. Icebox is one of those maps where mid control, while it's essential, you don't necessarily have to split across mid and A or mid and B at the same time to take the site. You just need to keep tabs on that area, maybe send in a lurk. But unlike Ascent, where crunching mid-market and B main is essential, that category of assaults on Icebox is not really necessary. You just need to keep information available. You don't necessarily have to execute via mid, which means on Icebox, if you're executing via A main, B main, FPX have a great chance. FPX definitely are one of those teams who are potentially the best execute-heavy teams. If they've got their lineups in store, if they're going to set piece this one, then there's almost nothing that can stop them. Even if you stack a site with 4 defenders, even if you're able to read them from a mile away, it's difficult to stop them because the momentum that these guys carry with them when they start those executions is almost unstoppable. So I feel like in a map like Icebox, an execute-heavy team like FPX can shine.
Absolutely. And we spoke about Icebox. I want to talk a little bit about Ascent. Ascent is one of those map scripts where Fade has a really big role to play.
Definitely.
I'm very sure that FPX, they're going to be looking, they're going to be eyeing, they're waiting. Their hands are just itching to get get themselves the Fade in the lineup. Trips, I want to ask you a very fun little bit of trivia. Breach's flash, when it was at its best, not when we had 3 flashes, but they buffed the duration of how long you were blinded. What was that duration?
Oh, in the context of a professional game?
Like
eternity.
How long could Breach flash you for with 1 flash?
2 seconds? That's a lot. That's
1.75, I think it was.
The milliseconds don't matter. I mean, in case of these games, it's going to be eternity, right?
So, can you guess how long Fade's Prowler flashes you for?
Oh, much more than that. A lot more than that.
But technically, it's not a flash, it's a near sight, but it does that to you for 3 seconds.
3 whole seconds?
And you can throw 2 of those.
Oh my goodness.
On small maps like Ascend, the Prowler can actually find corners and be really effective. That's one thing. Also, Pokemon, he loves to use the Seas effectively. They have a lot of synergy with the Seas. They love picking up Rays. Often, Storax is the guy who's going to be playing Chamber. King is going to be playing Rays. So Rays as well as Pokey, they really use the Seas very effectively. They throw down the Seas, someone's tethered, 75 DK, deafened, and all of that cribs for only 200 credits. This is like a sale that's a bit too good to be true. This piece of utility is what makes this agent really, really effective, along with those sightlines that just show you where you need to go. If you're a dumb duelist and you only know how to left click, hello, now there are lines. You know where to go and left click. You know exactly, and this is where it really helps out Razors, right? You use the showstopper. You commit the showstopper blind without info, but now you know exactly in which corner that player is hiding, in which corner he's trying to run away from you, and with the Nightfall, you can go to that player, take an easy kill, heck, maybe even a double.
Maybe even a dub. And I think both the teams want that desperately over here. The only positive reinformation that Velocity have for themselves is that the surprise play they do via tube sometimes on the defensive side can catch FPX off guard. You'll often see them put up the wall right diagonally across tube. Sometimes you'll see them do that in a way where a little part of it, the Sage barrier up, protrudes out of the tube and creates an opening for anyone who's standing on top of kitchen to stand on it and get a vertical angle which nobody will expect. And these variations that Velocity do with their Sage on Icebox are what give them the edge. These creative walls, sometimes you'll see a rush by them. While they're on the defensive side, they push all the way into A main, create a barrier up, climb up on top of Belt, boost 3 people with that wall on top of Belt, and they continue fighting over there. And that's Velocity's biggest trick, or tricks rather, plural over here, because the variation that they do with the barrier up is going to be immense. Now, I do assume that they will pick up a Sage in Icebox regardless, because it becomes really difficult to plant without it on the attacking side. But this Sage, not only does it provide you security while planting on attack, it also provides surprises on defense. And that is the biggest contributing factor.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at agent compositions, I'm a little bit unsure about Velocity Crips, because off late, right to Ace, he's been playing the controller, right? So he's going to be playing the Viper. That means that we have a Chamber, which is going to be Deathmaker. Then we have 2 agents which are almost a must on this map, Sage and Sova. Yeah, so who play, because Helef plays Sova, does that mean Anuj is going to be playing Sage?
Yes, Amaterasu usually does play Sage in a map like this, which then puts the Jet in the hands of MW1.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking to Deathmaker before the game, and I was just asking him, you know, I was watching your games, I couldn't really pinpoint what was going wrong, and he said, Vivek, वैसे तो देखा जाए तो there was nothing that was one particular thing that was going terribly wrong for them. But they just said that we're going to go for our comfort picks now. We want to play what we're comfortable with within the well-accepted meta, or what makes a team composition in terms of initiators, in terms of duelists. We'll keep the fundamental comps in mind, but pick the agents that we're really comfortable with. If somebody wants Astra, we'll give them Astra.
So, I mean, if they're going for the comfort picks, does that mean that Velocity go back to their old compositions?
Which is
they
DM Jet?
Yeah, which is DM Jet, Ace Sova, and Hellfighter on either a Chamber or a Sage?
This is exactly what I asked him, and the sneaky lad from Silchal just smiled and walked away.
You didn't answer?
He didn't.
Ah, the mystery.
Yes. That make her the enigma.
Well, this is indeed a mystery, and Full Power is their enemy. Let's see if they can create a symphony of death.
Is Helef watching the stream?
Maybe. I think he's watching something completely else. Is he watching Dota? Is that Dota? He's just scrolling through Twitch and YouTube.
The blasphemy, Helef.
You would be a little excited about that, wouldn't you?
I would. I would definitely be excited. I just want to say these players are giving it their all, Crips. Velocity, some of them were here hours ago. And even before the designated warm-up time, 3 of their players were already warming up. They are so warmed up, the Chennai heat doesn't affect them anymore. They are immune to the heat. They are burning with passion and ready to go. One can really feel the velocity. And I assure you, this first map, there's going to be a little bit of nerves coming into play because both teams know it's a lower bracket. You know, in some cases, it's easier for the management or maybe even the coach to say, hey, it's a lower bracket. We can keep our cool and we have what it takes to make a run. But the guys in the server, they're the ones that really have to do all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that have to make a lower bracket run seem possible. And a lot of times, it's not as easy as it looks, Crips. It is not as easy as it looks.
Definitely not. For those of you who are wondering where is Full Power Gaming, by the way, some of their management folks are there in the audience and they're going to be watching this game. But at the same time, Full Power Gaming, they're not playing from the comfort of their houses. No.
Yep.
Skyesports have made the arrangement for them to come together in one place in Karachi where all 5 players are going to be in the same room playing with each other in a boot camp of sorts. Not exactly a boot camp, but there is a place where they're all going to be sitting together. Before this, whenever we've seen Full Power Gaming, they've always been playing from their houses, not sitting right next to each other. So hopefully them being within earshot of each other makes their synergy a little better.
Yeah, I mean, we're not getting a glimpse into the comps, but we are getting a small little glimpse into Macha. Love me.
Macha, love me, na? Of course
Macha
we love you,
love me,
Raka.
na.
What? That's not even a question, bro. Of course we love you, Macha.
But who is that Macha?
Oh. Oh, you mean he's not talking to us?
I don't know. Macha, I mean, it could be anybody.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a mystery of its own. Who is Raka's secret lover?
Yes.
I think that's a mystery I want to find the answer to later on. Not on the panel. I'll try to figure out the answer to that with him over a couple of drinks
Go
later
tag
on.
Raka, tweet at him, use the hashtag Skyesports Championship Series, and ask him, sir, who is your Macha?
Speaking of other matchas, we have a bunch of really talented people on the side of Full Power Gaming who, by the way, have a little shaky history on Haven. Now, even though Icebox is going to be the first map and Haven's going to be the decider, I kind of want to talk about Haven a little bit over here. Velocity in the past have had a weakness on Haven. They've been not that successful in defending Garage and Seaside, but this is only when they are forced to face against a team which attacks them with speed and velocity and basically a full blown up execute. They can deal with this if they face a team which likes to take it slow, likes to play in a defaultish fashion. So that means a team like Full Power is, on paper, their kryptonite. This could be the one team that stops them. But Full Power Gaming also have a few shaky starts in Haven. They've lost Haven against Global Esports just yesterday. Musab seems to be the weak link of their team because his breach utility and his timing, it's not always on point.
I agree with you on this. I can't comment that much in depth about his ability usage. It's not terribly off, but he's not getting a lot of assist scripts.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
He's not getting a lot of kills. He's sitting at 5 kills. So Musab on breach is really struggling.
Indeed. I mean, maybe if they switch around their roles like Velocity did, then hopefully they can find success. But for the moment, the breach doesn't seem to be a character that's going to be picked up in a map like Icebox. So hopefully Musab can create some value by playing maybe the SOA or any other agent of his choice. But that being said, Icebox is a lot more trickier when it comes down to timing. And if his breach utility is getting missed, if his timing is not that perfect, then SOA is going to be even harder to nail.
Yeah, SOA could definitely be a viable option for the side of Full Power Gaming. We haven't seen it from them just yet in the earlier series versus VLT. Abdur, he's been phenomenal on his Omens, on his Brimstones. Pokemon, the primary initiator, Crips, the primary initiator for this team, is doing a lot of work, and I am looking at these two, and I have no idea what the heck they're doing.
The guy behind T-Bone almost choked him with his own ID card. Yeah, that's a violation right there. I mean, what if he got hurt? I mean, I know T-Bone's a big, strong guy. He's not gonna get hurt that easily, but still, you know, the neck is a delicate component, which even these teams will be aiming for today. Keep in mind that one of the best ways to shut down full power is to squeeze the neck. What do I mean by that? Let their duelists go ahead, cut off the backup that the Sentinels and the Initiators can provide to them from far away. A good way to do this...
Are you saying VLT should push FPX early on?
No. I'm saying that VLT can use their Viper Toxin screens very creatively and create a division of sorts. Just bisect the map in half.
Okay.
Or a particular site in half if they know where full power is going to come through. And if they do that, well, then they can stop the Initiators from providing backup to their teammates, and that vision denial is going to be equally important. Counter Viper utility is something that Velocity can really exploit against a team like Full Power, especially a team like Full Power.
Yeah.
In the past, we've seen Team Velocity be really creative with their Sage and their Chamber placements, but their Viper lineups have more or less been the standard ones. They don't go for too many experiments in that. And I know Ace is the kind of guy that prefers to play by the textbook and not take too many risks. The guy who takes risks in Velocity is most likely going to be MW1 and Deathmaker. So when those two guys are out there putting themselves in danger, there has to be someone to play like the anchor. So that's going to be Ace.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of how Velocity are really creative with their Sage, with their Chamber, there's another notable Chamber player on the server. Deathmaker, he's been effing reliable when he gets his hands on the Chamber. Constant 1+ KDA, he's been delivering. This man is a machine. I thought he's one of the best Jets, but I can very confidently say he's one of the best Chambers. Dare I say even the best Chamber we have, because this man is just so consistent. But on the other side, for Full Power, we've got Storax on the Chamber. And he reminds me a lot of Raw Fuel. Deathmaker, a little bit different in how he approaches the role, but Storax and Raw Fuel both like to push for information. Storax a little bit more reserved, doesn't always just go out there YOLO like Raw Fuel. I mean, Raw Fuel was doing it especially on Fracture, but Storax is a very solid Chamber. Now, one thing we've got to remember though is on a map like Icebox, you said teams like Velocity will... Sorry, I'm reading that phone.
Go ahead. I know
It's
they're
more
trying to distract
interesting than
you.
my own voice.
I know they're trying to distract you right now. Pinks has got denied the heart the first time by Ankita, and yeah, that was kind of bad. But Lunatic wishes Raka best of luck for his YouTube adventures.
Yep.
Meanwhile, yeah. I know these guys are going to distract you quite a lot, which is exactly what Velocity should do to be a FPX right here.
Yeah.
Just keep them distracted. And Velocity are a lot more dynamic than FPX, right? At least when it comes to their defensive side. They start pushing up, they start giving FPX a little trouble in the back lines, and there you have it.
Yeah.
You've got real estate in their minds.
LF likes to push. If MW1 is feeling himself, he's going to be pushing. So if Full Power Gaming are not ready for those pushes can really catch you off guard and can completely ruin and execute on a map like Icebox. If you're not ready, if you're not aware, if you're not attentive and patient and vigilant, you could be caught in positions that you just do not want to be in. I think we've got the veto. I think what we're waiting for now is the agent selection screen.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see too many surprises in terms of Icebox.
Nah, I agreed. I mean, any map which involves a Viper, let's say like maybe an Icebox or a Breeze, you don't often see too many surprises.
Yeah.
I think the biggest surprise that can come through for us is probably going to be a Reyna, and even that isn't that big of a surprise. Oh, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And I speak of Reyna, and there is one on the server. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a region selection on screen. Ace playing Viper, Deathmaker on Chamber. We have Amaterasu on KO, Hellfighter on the Sova, and MW1 on Reyna. No Jet this time.
No Jet this time, which is kind of weird, right? You'd like to think that Icebox is a map where a Jet can flex, but
Yeah.
they're not going for a Jet. They're choosing the Reyna instead. Now,
But they said they'll be going for comfort picks, so yeah.
They indeed say that did say that they're going for comfort picks. Now, I just want to point out one thing. FPX, they picked up Icebox. VLT starting out on defense. My issue with Reyna is on bigger sites, like the B side, she can't really do that much in terms of defense. Her flash is really effective, and a lot of players have made a case in the professional scene, in North America, in Europe. It's widely considered that Reyna is only viable on Icebox. It's where her flash is viable, it's where the dismiss, the suck, all of that is particularly viable. Can MW1 show us that, yes, it is time indeed to first pick Reyna in all your pubs?
I don't know about the pubs, but they can definitely change the meta of Icebox into a Reyna supremacy stronghold. Meanwhile, from the side of Full Power Gaming, again, not too many surprises, right? So the agent selection doesn't have anything unique to offer to us, nothing to write home about, but one of the teams will be going home.
Oh yeah, one of these teams will be going home, but not in the first game, of course. It's going to be a best-of-3 affair. It's going to be Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. It's FPG and Velocity. And of the 4 teams playing today, in day number 1 of this lower bracket, 2 teams will be going home in the Skyesports Series, Skyesports Championship Series, presented by AMD and powered by Router. It's going to be a wild, wild ride, Crips. And for the first time, I haven't seen any of the Velocity fans on camera.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that once the game starts, all these people are going to start
I've just been
screaming
seeing
Velocity's
all these
names.
content creators, Rakazone and as much as.
I mean, I see Euphoria right there. That guy is the manager of Team Velocity right now,
Okay.
so I'm pretty sure he's going to be screaming at the top of his lungs, but probably not as loud as Suki yesterday for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports and the screaming game, there are a few key carries in that entire department. It's JD Stark. Okay, we got the agent selection once again. In case you just tuned in, yes, there is a Reyna on the server.
Hold on. I do want to point out one thing. There is a slight surprise.
The Omen.
There's an Omen and the Viper. So they have a double controller setup, double initiator setup, and a chamber. So no duelists from them at all. The double initiator doesn't really surprise me, but the Omen pick does. Now, while the Omen can't really do all that much in terms of just fragging, you gotta keep in mind that I said FPX can be squeezed if you pressure their mid lines, if you cut off the duelists from the initiators who are holding back. And a character like Omen, especially in a map like Icebox, which has so many nooks and crannies, he can teleport around really well. I think Icebox is one of the other maps where Omen can do the best that he can, except for maybe like Ascent. Of course, he's a off-meta pick, but let's see if it works. The paranoia, the dark covers, the extra smokes can definitely help them.
Yep. 2 things. You mentioned how the Omen could be useful on defense. The Omen, he's great on defense in the sense he can push B main aggressively, take a forward stance on those boxes, just catch them off guard and get away. The other good thing is because you have 2 controllers and it's a rather big map, you can throw a lot of smokes to just sell fakes.
Exactly.
That's what the Omen brings to the party. And you also got the KO and the Sova probing, looking, searching for information. So they've got information, they've got a lot of smokes to sell fakes. Will VLT bite Crips?
So another thing that they could do with this one is that they could use Omen to smoke off mid and then start crunching from mid to A, mid to B, and then have the Viper just place utility towards the actual site, you know. It's very difficult to do so without any second controller, and that's exactly why teams only try to keep tabs on mid instead of actually sending people through there. But with the addition of Omen, they could exploit mid to their heart's content.
Absolutely. Will FPX manage to exploit mid? Will VLT hold on to their lives in the tournament? Is the lower bracket a buff or a curse? All this and more with Crips and Crema.
Thank you so much for the warm throw, Vivek. And I would like to welcome my dear friend Crema. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well, mate. I'm looking forward to some incredible Valorant action. And as you know, we're in the lower bracket. There is no second chances now. It is make or break. It is do or die. And what a game to start our day. Velocity versus Full Power. Velocity, it appears their kryptonite is Full Power. So they come into this series now, not only as a fight for survival, but also maybe hungry for some vengeance.
Oh, definitely. Vengeance is going to be the key word today. These teams have already faced each other before. In a map where Velocity was supposed to win, Full Power Gaming stole that away from them, from right under their noses. And of course, Velocity is going to be pretty salty about it. Do they get their vengeance once again? Or can Full Power complete the home run and send home one of the favorite teams of the tournament?
I'll put you on the spot a bit here, Crips. I know I tried to do it with Legno yesterday, but he was a very good sport about it. What team do you see winning this series? And if so, do you think it's going to be a 3-mapper or a 2-mapper?
I definitely think it's going to be a 3-mapper. There's Ascent in the mix, man. I don't know how can anyone predict Ascent. That is the biggest surprise over here for me, because that's such a volatile map. I think to some extent, FPX can maybe take Icebox. That's a big maybe, assuming that they can make the Omen pick work. But if Velocity can punish that Omen pick, then Ascent is up for grabs. And like I said, I think the best map that I want to see is going to be Haven. We've already seen them play on Haven, you know? So once we see them get into action again on Haven, it's going to be maybe a map where we can draw parallels to their previous match. We can see what differences they've made, what strategies they have changed. We've never seen them play Icebox and Ascent against each other before, so definitely those two maps are going to be surprising. And that's exactly why I'm looking forward to this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go live with the first game of the lower brackets. It's Velocity versus Full Power, with VLT starting on defense, FPX on attack. Let's see what these guys have got in store for us.
This is going to be a really interesting map, particularly for these two teams. As you mentioned, it was a map which, considering these teams have played against each other kind of in 2 series relatively recently, the fact that we haven't really seen an Icebox is really interesting. Something else interesting, as our analysts were able to pick up, is the fact that we're seeing a Reyna from Velocity here. We've seen Reyna really fall out of fashion recently, so I'm going to be really interested to see how Velocity are going to recover with that. And more importantly, how they're going to utilize this Reyna to try and get not only some entries, maybe even some sort of flashy hero plays where you just send Reyna in to kill everyone.
Oh, well, let's see if they can actually send them in to kill anyone. For now, Velocity don't seem to be facing any action. They've stacked up on the preset, which is the wrong bet that they've made, but they've only got right to Ace present over here, and he's taken some damage, so he's going to fall back. They're going to give up this Ace site and let Full Power go for the Spike Plant. A 5v5 retake. Oh man, I would hate to see a map with such high stakes start off in such a chaotic fashion.
I've seen a lot of teams have actually shied away from the Omen on Icebox, and for Full Power, I actually quite like it. Full Power do a real good job of utilizing these paranoias. So I like the idea that even though Abdul isn't on a map which maybe favors Omen, we're still seeing it anyway. Retake comes in, Abdul hoping for the first bit of contact here. Flash doesn't quite hit him, but it doesn't matter because Aegis Watts is able to reign supreme here, and Full Power Pokemon, he's able to bring out that aforementioned A right to Ace in a 1 versus 2. That Spike does not have much time. Right to Ace good for the first boost up though. He's done perfect with the timing. Right to Ace, yes, he cleans the rest of them up. He'll get the ult points, but that doesn't matter, Crips. He'll fall, and Full Power will take the pistol round.
And that's exactly what I was worried about. All the Viper utility from the side of Full Power delayed that push from Velocity for so long. The fact that they decided to go in through mid instead of going in through CT kind of indicates that Velocity were really, really paranoid about someone trying to cut off their rotations. And that's exactly why they've been taking their sweet time to get towards screens. And after that, even more time was burnt out by the suppressive utility of the KO and even, to some extent, the Viper. That's why FPX are able to get their first round. They just burn down the timer, play the clock. But can they once again make it work?
Deathmaker flashed off early and mid. Doesn't want anything to do with Full Power for the time being, but a bit of a ambitious foray through the smoke. Trying to get a bit of a land grab here. Luckily for him, Full Power haven't quite set their gaze to mid just yet. Instead, the KO at point blank. Amaterasu needs to be very careful. Reveals himself, overwhelmed, caught out. There's the opening for FPX, but it's instantly traded by Velocity. That real clean shot from Deathmaker. This allows the ult to be picked up from Right to Ace, who's already getting relatively close to that ultimate after successful pistol rounds. Unfortunately, ult orbs, entries, they don't matter. Full Power, they're getting ready for their execution, and they're doing so with such a significant buff in firepower that a 4v4, I would argue, actually favors them here.
Actually, it does. Full Power, even though the numbers advantage is neutralized, look at the numbers of Velocity Gaming. They're so spread thin. None of the players are in positions where they can help each other out. Hellfighter, if he tries to get a kill over here, maybe by reconning through the smoke, he should be able to get max to max one. But these two players over here, MW1 and Ace, they're the only people who can help each other out. Cavalry has not arrived yet. Will they be able to hear Full Power fall back? This is a risky maneuver, keep in mind. There's only 18 seconds left, and them trying to plant the spike with such little time on the clock could be disastrous. What if Hellfighter decides to throw in a couple of shock darts? Or maybe a couple of snake bites? This could deny the plant. Oh, they go through. But Pokemon and Abdur have turned it around. They've got the kills as well. And the danger has been denied. Abdur is the danger himself as Zeke takes down MW1. It's just down to Hellfighter, and he'll be dispatched off without much ease. FPX, keep it clean. Lose only one in the process, which came to the courtesy of Deathmaker's wonderful headhunter.
I want to highlight for FPX it is the fact that we've known Full Power. We've known them for quite a while. They've been categorically embedded in the SA scene, but they've not been at the top yet. We've seen that kind of stereotypically. Even when they were playing Team Snakes, they were doing big inroads, consistently beating Velocity. They've even got some best of 5 victories against Enigma, the likes of Enigma. And it feels like the only team that can beat them is Global, but they're also the only team that can beat Enigma. So it's like it's like the entire SA scene at the moment is a game of rock, paper, scissors, and only some teams can beat other teams. Unfortunately for Velocity, Full Power, I haven't been able to identify what it is they do, whether it be some sort of cosmic sense of being, or maybe even some unrelenting confidence. They just topple Velocity. And it's not like Velocity play badly. Yeah, maybe.
I think it's the latter. And this weird game of rock, paper, scissors, let's see who pulls out the shotgun.
Right. I mean, usually it's Deathmaker, but as we mentioned earlier, Full Power, what we see from Pokemon particularly is he's really good at trading. He's really good at being that second player in, and his role as a support player actually sort of mitigates the openings that we usually see Deathmaker achieve here. About 35 seconds left of the round, and Full Power, they're starting their execution, but MW1's done a great job of delaying, actually not even showing their position. Flicks upwards, can't get the opening, but Right to Waste can. Sees the remaining players in the mid. Right to Waste good for the second, not quite able to make it 3, but Helef is there to pick up the trailing slacks here as Pokemon goes to the flank through from A. However, it's already been red at this point. Abdur needs to be the one to have some heavy impact because, unfortunately, it's a beautiful flash, actually. Pokemon, the game sense is perfect. And now Helef in danger of being caught off. He's not cleared on the first angle, gets the second player. 3k for the Sober, and Velocity, they put themselves on the board off the back of their first full buy. But Crips, and this is going to be a big worry for Velocity. On your full buy, you did still lose 3 players. And the fact that Full Power, even though they weren't able to shut down Velocity completely, they still got really close to these sites. They still got a lot of land and a lot of territory, and that shouldn't be the default.
Yeah, but that territory doesn't mean anything if your spike is going to get dropped all the way at the start of mid. FPX tried something really unique. They dump all the utility on A, try to go mid, and on paper it should have worked if only the spike wasn't dropped. And this time a Viper Spit should definitely deter them from coming towards the A site. In the last 3 rounds that we have seen, these guys have only faked towards the A side, never really committed. But this commitment from Velocity towards mid, they want violence. They wake up and choose it all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday. Amaterasu still keen on fighting, gets away with another kill. Now that is just simply not cool.
It's the standard Velocity morning, isn't it? Wake up, coffee, go to the toilet. Violence. Almost forgot the violence. You grab your violence. keys, wallet, out the house you go, and you spend your day killing full power, apparently. As Pokemon tries to go above this Viper's Pit, it navigates his way through, but right to Ace on the off angle is able to shut him down. This Viper's Pit looking like it's going to reign supreme, and no one dare set foot in it. As full power with only 40 seconds left on the clock. Yes, they're in a 5 versus 2. However, with the low HP on the Reina and with the Viper sort of guaranteed to be over in their pit, this is still a very winnable round here for full power. They just need an opening and they need it fast.
Oh, he tries to put that dark cover to cover the trap over there, but obviously it's going to be visible by some of the members of Velocity. Deathmaker takes his toll. And that should be the clear indication that they're heading towards B. Amaterasu knows exactly what's up with the timing. Oh, that could have been amazing. Pulls out the flash at the worst possible time, but MW1 covers it. Hellfighter is here as well. And this round also goes in the favor of Velocity. I think Amaterasu figured out what was going to happen. The moment that Dark Cover went up, he knows there's only one use for it to cover the trademark. And because he was simply present, because the bodies were there, Velocity Gaming can exactly figure out what's going to happen. I mean, it's not like Full Power could have done anything else. They were running out of options. No entry on A, early losses on mid. Velocity kind of forced their hand to go towards Tube, where the traps were ready.
What I really want to see is full power make sure that this mid control's on lock, because the second Velocity start bringing out operators, pushing through mid and getting a player advantage is going to become their favorite pastime. And for full power, if they don't show mids off limits soon, then it's going to come back to haunt them. Abduk, lead opening us right to Ace, finds his head off of his shoulders. The Owl Drone ready to lead the charge, however it's Pokemon to follow it up. Abduk for another kill there, MW1 goes down, and all of a sudden Velocity, they sweat a little bit. LF, hoping for the head glitch here, trying to at least delay or maybe even cancel the plant, but there's still utility to wield here. And from the flank, Deathmaker shuts down Storax, but Pokemon's now the one to go rampant here, as Velocity slowly but surely find themselves isolated and, in this case, subjugated out of the map.
Both the members of Velocity have no trading potential. Deathmaker must win the duel all by himself, and he's capable of doing so. But in doing so, King has been summoned towards the right-hand side. He's playing in a one-and-done position. As Deathmaker continues to clear the angles, the miscommunication resulted in the death of Pokemon. King makes good for it, but at the cost of his teammate's life. He's figured out where Hellfighter is, and since the time is running out, you might as well just commit the Hunter's Fury to seal the deal. Get that round on the board. Hellfighter, can you really do this one? Sure, a consolation kill is something that you can get away with, but the round belongs to Full Power.
It's, once again, it's like the pistol round, isn't it? Where we see Velocity able to kill, well, I say able to kill, Full Power did dive their own spike, but Velocity able to kill every single member, but not actually winning the round. And we're going to see the impact of that in just a moment when we look at the Full Power economy, which is going to take a beating. Yes, last round, honestly, last round was just a bit of an eco, really. I don't think they're expecting to win it with Marshals and Sheriffs, but even so, losing every play, you still got to reinvest armor, you still got to reinvest utility, and you look at the buy of Full Power for a team that have been able to get this so far 3 of 3 spike plants. You can see that it's been fairly rough for them in the bank, at least.
Yeah, but this bank could break soon. Speaking of bank, these guys have got a couple of ultimates in their bank and their pockets as well. Deathmaker still keen on staying over here despite the Owl Drone waving hi to him. He spotted out Abdur and knows that's going to be a bait. Someone could swing around the right-hand side, and he stays undeterred, unmoved. The smoke only to help them get back towards safety. Or rather not, as most of the members of Full Power are starting to gear up outside this site. They're going to use this dark cover to creep up closer and closer, so Deathmaker's long-range weapon can no longer be of use. Paranoid out. This would be a great time to get away and teleport back to safety, but he's been suppressed, so he's going to have to stay here and fight. Abdur and Pokemon wins those, and this should be a clear indication for them to go ahead with the plant. The suppressing utility from Velocity does absolutely nothing to deter Full Power, and they will continue doing what they do best. Take this map for themselves and control it with the Viper's Spit.
Amaterasu having to avoid those snake bites, and full power, they played this perfectly. That null command went off at the perfect moments, and now as the retake comes in, they're doing so from an advantageous position. That spike tapped once from the hailfire of bullets. You can see no one dare touch that. Musab even able to get back into his own pit there. MW1 does finish the job, and suddenly things come back into contention. Pokemon does trade, he'll have to get the next day of the matter, but Storak's that opening was perfect now. Down to the 1v1, swings out, wins the 1v2. Full power, they go 4-2 into the lead here, and I really want to highlight that null command from the KO. They realize Deathmaker's on the close angle. They see it all on the Aldrone. Deathmaker, in what was a very bold, very confident play, actually comes back to haunt him. We see from being able to take that engagement, from holding for the Omen, he gets the info. He knows that the attack's coming to this B site, but he can't stop it. Null command goes off, stops him from running, and then FPX, they just cascade onto him. And from that advantage, they just keep rolling. Now Tour de Force of their own comes out, so Velocity have to stop it. But the question is, Crips, how?
But this could be a good place to place the Tour de Force. Velocity have often shown that they love pushing out of tube or from under tube. They like taking those fights on mid, and if full power can pick off those, if they can punish that early aggression, it would be great. They will expect early aggression from Velocity because they've got nothing to lose, just a bunch of pistols, and the pistols are starting to sing. Right to Ace draws first blood. And this could be a great thing for them if they continue doing so. Now Velocity can continue to just fall back, hold their angles, build crossfires if required, because full power are the ones who've got the ball in their court. A minute has passed and they have nothing to show for it. No info, no picks.
It looks like they stagnated a little bit. I think part of the stratagem at the moment is to try and bait aggression from Velocity, and it almost works out. MW1 is almost toppled. The damage he was able to give to the Viper was negligible at best. But there's still a player down. With 30 seconds left, look at Velocity's positioning. They know it's a hit away. It's just a matter of how do you stop it. And for MW1 on only 10 HP, that is going to be a really tall order. But the rotation comes back to me. This is going to get caught off. It's going to topple and it's Crib here. Hunter's Fury committed as well. Deathmaker good for the first. There's Helef chiming in for the kill onto Musab. And that's not only the spike down, that's the team down. There's only 14 seconds left, and they're nowhere near this spike. This needs to be team deathmatch for Pokemon. It's team deathmatch or bust. Gets the first turns 180 right to Ace to trade. All onto the Tour de Force, the chamber, the very same agents that was toppled. That was the focus of fire from full power. Now is left neutered in their own spawn as Velocity strike back.
And they strike back hard. They hit where it hurts the most. They hit the back straight up. It's going to cripple their economy for at least a little bit, maybe even 2 rounds if they are lucky enough. What's even better is that they use the same patterns to find their success. Remember that one round where Velocity, they couldn't hold back the mid push, but they got the spike carrier, so FPX, their plans were foiled? Well, the same thing happened here once more. FPX could have had all the map control in the world, but it wouldn't account for anything if they can't go for the plant, and since the spike gets dropped, we see deja vu.
Yeah, absolutely right. I do like how when we pan to the audience, it's like knee-jerk reaction to harass the guy in front of you. Like, I've been to events all around the world, and it's universal. It's incredible. But on the topic of harassment, let's talk about Velocity, who, even though they were able to eco full power, the reality is, in the buy rounds leading up to this, we haven't really seen anyone particularly pop off. Granted, it's still very early days, but we're sort of seeing an emerging duel between Pokemon and Right to Ace, the Viper and the KO. That's not what you want when you have Deathmaker on the Chamber and MW1 on the Reina. MW1 going to the Reina, it's not an agent you very frequently see, meaning the entire premise is that he's going to pop off. If he doesn't do that, then you end up with both a player and an agent who aren't contributing to a composition particularly well.
Exactly. I mean, at least with the Jet, there's a possibility that even if you're not able to get the map control, even if you're not able to get the kills, you can get the map control. You can at least dash in, fulfill some objective, get some land, maybe even create a distraction, because since the other guys are focusing on you now, maybe your teammates from behind can come in and cover you up. That is something you cannot do with Arena unless you have that first pick. And as obvious as it sounds, MW1 needs to be set up by his teammates for success. The double initiator setup needs to start giving them a bunch of dividends right now. So far, the KO has contributed to them enough information, but any of these flashy plays have not been made just yet. Yet being the keyword. I'm expecting it all from Velocity later on.
I'm really interested to see a full power when it comes down to actual kind of after plants. We've seen that for full power, their main focus has been to get into a site, get a spike down, and just sod off. So just get a country mile away from this, from the site, and then they just play the after plants. You know, they use the Sova, they use the Viper. It's just as a way to by time. The issue that we're facing because of that is once Velocity actually get to a site, the null command can come out, the daggers can go out, and it just suppresses all of that counter utility. What I really want to see from full power is when they have a successful round, I want to see them follow it through. I want to see, after that spike goes down, when they have a man advantage, I want to see them do stuff like peeking into CT, into Divider, maybe up into Kitchen. I don't want to see them just leave the site, because in the one round on B, where it happens, and they were dancing around the Viper's pits, it came down to a 1 versus 2. Yes, don't get me wrong, Storax did win it because he's nuts, but you shouldn't have to rely. The more you rely on humans, the more likely it is to fail. So long as your mechanics, so long as your strategy is sound, then even if you don't aim as well, it still works. It can still work out beautifully. And it's actually the sort of counter to Global at the moment.
Yeah, if you can counter Global, then you can definitely counter Velocity. Both these teams are equally talented and, to some extent, equally capable of dealing with FPX. Keep in mind that while FPX is the kind of team that thrives in their executions, they're trying to go for these fakes with the double controller setup, which they haven't done before. Maybe it could be their redemption because nobody else has seen it. It could be very likely that they are able to pull off some surprises and maybe throw in a curveball or two, but they themselves haven't played it as well. They might have been able to use this composition in scrims and get some success over there, but that is vastly different from playing in a LAN tournament.
So the highlight is we also we spoke to the wonderful members at Sky who did a little poll in the chat as to who they think is going to be winning this first map, and 74% voted for Velocity. Now, for me, I thought it would be much closer. On paper, these teams are about 50-50 who wins. So the confidence Velocity everyone has of Velocity is actually quite surprising. But for full power, it appears they just play better when they're underdogs. So maybe the added pressure is actually going to make them stronger.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely there, but to some extent that poll can be biased, right? You got to consider that this is India versus Pakistan, the classic age-old rivalry, whether it's cricket, whether it's hockey, or it's Valorant. The poll is always going to be biased by the number of people that participate in it. And of course, even in the arena right now, the number of people who might be screaming for Velocity will certainly be a lot more than the number of people screaming for FPX. Sure, I personally know the owners of FPX, and they're going to be cheering for their team at the top of their lungs, but they will be heavily outnumbered by the Velocity fans. I mean, just a few seconds ago on the camera, we saw Amaterasu's wife sitting in the audience. Now, tell me something. Who do you think those guys are going to cheer for, and what are her friends?
I wonder.
They're going to cheer for Velocity, right? So, yeah.
Not Global? Oh, Velocity. All right, okay. I guess I'll cheer for them as well. Yeah. But you're right. And for full power, I genuinely think for full power, being able to play from the back foot really helps them. As you can tell, we're filling a little bit. We do have a brief technical pause. Hopefully we can fix that as quick as humanly possible. We actually did have some lag earlier, which was remedied. Hopefully this one can be remedied as well. Unfortunately, for some of the members of Full Power, I don't believe all of them are on LAN, if any of them. So we are having a few issues when it comes to...
They're sitting together in the same room. They're in like a boot camp of sorts in the same room in Karachi. Yeah, but they're not over here, not in the stadium, not in Chennai.
That is a shame. That is a shame. You look at Deathmaker there. He was giving quite an invigorated few messages to the rest of his team. Hopefully, we will see Velocity make use of this technical pause. But while we are on technical pause, you doing well today, Crips? You having a good day?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing really well. I mean,
you're doing
it's a little hot in here, but it's fun to have
How
all
hot
these
is it
people around.
in Chennai? On the surface of the
Temperature-wise,
sun, also known as Chennai. Yeah.
the surface of the sun. It's certainly not as hot as my hometown, but it is pretty humid. And there you have some
That's-
lovely people from Skyesports. I do believe that the person on the left is Midfail. Yeah, he's a Tamilian caster. For those of you who are watching this language, those of you who are watching us on the English desk, keep in mind that we have 8 languages being broadcasted. So you can go ahead and pick any one you want, but of course we'd prefer it if you stay here because, you know, we're the cool kids.
Yeah, don't all leave. Please don't all leave.
And the man who was on your screen just a second ago happens to be the co-founder of Full Power Gaming. And it's a beautiful relationship
right.
that these guys have. And even though, you know, India-Pakistan has always been like one of the best sport rivalries in the world, the team that manages Full Power Gaming is a bunch of Indians. One of them happens to be my friend from college. And back
Really?
in my day,
Small world.
it's a really small world, right? Back in my day, we only used to play a couple of games together, and I got into esports much before he did. But I was pleasantly surprised to see him here, and that is amazing. And it's beautiful as well, right? Because an Indian team playing along with the Pakistani team, of course, they've never met each other because the visa issues don't let the Pakistani players enter the country, but they still work with each other so closely. And that's the beauty of video games. It bridges the gaps between nations. It bridges the gaps between cultures, and it brings people closer together. And nothing else can recreate this magic.
It is quite sweet. I also want to highlight, I tutored to the owner of Global, Rush. He did a small stream earlier today. And, you know, he was offering Global's resources, contacts to support any team that goes to APAC, even if it's not Global. Like, I have never seen that happen in the esports, you know, kind of where I'm from, as you can tell from the accents, not from around here. But, but you know, the fact that you see that camaraderie, that sort of bond between even rivals, is just unfathomable in Europe. And it's one of the reasons SA particularly is one of the fastest growing scenes on the planet, and why APAC is the fastest growing scene on the planet. It's because they realize that you support each other. Rivalry is great, but it doesn't matter if you hold each other back. And the fact that they've learned this lesson so quickly is perfect. It's incredible.
APAC in general has just become so much better in terms of esports. I remember the olden days. Back in the day, Europe and North American teams were basically the title contenders. Even South America, for that matter, was a little prejudiced against because teams wouldn't really estimate them. I mean, those teams would be underestimated. You know, you wouldn't consider them to be a threat. Asia was basically non-existent in the FPS scene. People wouldn't even consider Asian teams to be top tier. But now, Paper Rex, these guys have turned up to be one of the best teams in the whole damn world. Number 3 in the world right now. And Paper Rex is showing why Asia can be up there with Europe and North America. And it's not just that, you know. Even South Asian scene in general has seen so much love from all over APAC. Consider Team FPX right now. They've got Flipsy, a coach from Canada, helping them out. Velocity Gaming, they have Sleepy, again, a non-Indian coach, helping them out become better. Global Esports have hired Eraser, a Korean coach. All these teams are expanding beyond the boundaries of their nation. They're reaching out to all the regions in the world and learning everything that they can from them. They're gathering resources, gathering knowledge, becoming better, arming themselves with all that can be acquired materially. And they use that to enrich their resources in terms of, their mental resources, their skill. They polish themselves, hone their skills to a razor's edge, and become better and better every single day. And that is the beauty of the South Asian scene. Not just the South Asian, the whole APAC scene as a whole.
That's very true. Let's look at our head-to-head here between Rise Oasis and Pokemon. And I think the main thing I want to highlight is the fact that even though kind of the KDA is slightly better for Rise Oasis, played a little bit more, what I love is the fact that the First Bloods are about the same. Like, these are two very, very closely matched players. And I'm really interested, to be honest, as to how they're going to match up. Not so much on Icebox, because it does favour your duelists quite a bit, but maps like Haven.
Haven's going to be a tough one. I mean, at least in terms of Icebox, in a sense, these teams have never faced each other before on these maps, so these guys are still getting used to each other, right? But when we get to Haven, and I think we will, all of them are going to be used to each other's playstyles already. They're going to be drawing parallels to what happened in the previous game. They're going to try to identify triggers from the previous game. Let's say, for example, if FPX have a habit of initiating their A site execute in a particular way, the moment Full Power do that, Velocity are going to figure out what's going to happen. And if Full Power hasn't changed their approach to taking those sites, to using those executes to go ahead, then I really think then Velocity can get the read on them. Although if FPX have changed a few things here and there, they don't need to make massive differences. They don't need to change up the whole approach. Just tiny, minute adjustments. That should be enough to throw Velocity off. And that's when we really start to see the brain games come into play. That's exactly why I want this series to be a 3-mapper.
On the topic of brain games, I've just had an incredible idea. All right. Well, I asked it in the chat about 3 minutes ago, so it's starting to catch up now. We do have a break. We don't know how long it's going to be. It's not one player from FBX who's disconnected. Usually we can sort of resolve it if it's one player. It's the entire team. Like, oh, no. Which we're trying to get it back online as quick as possible. But when it's the entire team, it's usually not their fault. It's something outside of their control. So we'll try and remedy it as quick as possible. Of course, with them not actually being at the event, it can there's only so much we can do here. It can be a little difficult. Yeah. I've got a plan. Everyone says, who is casters? But no one says, how is casters? And I'm going to ask, how is audience? If you have a phone, you want to put a little message up on there. I know people were doing it yesterday. That would be awesome. We asked some people in the chat how they're doing. The owner of Sentinel, the owner of Velocity, called Sentinel, was actually able to reply. He's doing very good. And is expecting some great Valorant. So, luckily, Sentinel, you've got a pretty good team. So, we will get some good Valorant. Well, other people saying they're feeling fantastic. That's pretty good. Everyone's all doing well. It's quite nice. You got to consider another thing, we'd have to give the leak as well. We're still paused. There's the leak. Yeah. I mean, another thing to take care of and consider over here is that Sentinel is right here in Chennai. The audience is currently listening to... That is incredible. Exactly. He's listening to the omnipresence in the stadium, and he's listening to us English casters on the stream. So he's just omnipresent, man. Is that what amazing. Is that what you call a god? That is what you call a god. An omnipresent god. You know who else has the potential to be everywhere at the same time? It's going to be this guy, Storax. So, that's true. Interesting fact about Storax and Deathmaker both. They both used to be duelists, and they've recently switched over to the chamber role. While other star fraggers like SK Rossi and Rawfuel made the transition from Jet to chamber quite early on, Deathmaker was the last standing Indian player to continue being loyal to the Jet. And he did that in the Skyesports Souvenir tournament as well a couple of weeks ago. Storax, on the other hand, even though he usually plays the duelist, he's not the kind of person who will go ahead and outright bum rush you. He'll usually be the second guy. He's going to be the trader of the team. Back when FPX still had Shooter in their lineup, Shooter used to be the guy who bum rushes you, who pushes you in the face and tries to out-aim you, flex his big, strong muscles in your face. And Storax was the one who was helping him out. King also has taken up that role. King is now the primary duelist for the team, same as MW1. Another fun fact about Velocity and MW1 was that back in, I think, 2021, early 2021, I'm talking about like February, March, or something like that, Velocity used to be a 7-man lineup. Vibhor from Orangutan and MW1 were both in the team while Deathmaker, Ace, Amaterasu, and everyone else was playing. MW1 took a little break. He went on a brief hiatus to complete his education, and now that he's done with it, he's back in action. So he's taken that massive break. To put it down and come back. Yeah, to put it down and pick it up as if you never left it. He still got it. He still got that aim. And the break hasn't really affected him. Of course, it's been a few months since he has returned to active duty, so there's no reason for him to be rusty. But to be able
to give up that role, to step down from the team, focus on your education, knowing full well that you're at the peak of your career, it takes massive amounts of guts. I wouldn't be able to do it if I was at the peak of my career. I would probably be like, screw education. I'm enjoying esports right now. I'm doing really well. What if I drop it and what if I'm never able to come back? What if I become irrelevant or something like that? A lot of esports players face it, especially in countries like Singapore, where there's a bunch of talented players, but because the mandatory military service gets in the way, a lot of these players are afraid to drop esports at a particular time because they think that coming back is going to be really difficult, but not MW1. He knew for a fact that Velocity is still going to be welcoming him with open arms when he returns. So he goes ahead, completes his education without fearing anything, and gets back. And my God, I'm glad he's back, because if he wasn't here, this tournament wouldn't have been as interesting.
You said it beautifully. You know, it's despite all of the sort of twos and fro's, the back and forths we have to see from IRL commitments to trying to be the best in the world. The fact that anyone's able to just put it down and come back as a premise is insane. The fact you would go to military service and then come back and to be able to do it is even more incredible for me. I've just had word FPX has been able to reconnect, so we're in luck, fellas. We're in luck. Right. And what I like to say even more than FPX reconnecting is the words from Sentinel, which is no forfeits. And I imagine that'll be because, and we saw this in the group stage as well. I can't remember who it was who did this, but they ended up just giving up their technical pause time to allow another team to reconnect. Yeah. That's sportsmanship spirit at its finest. That is peak sportsman behavior, and that's how you should aspire to be. That's fair gameplay. And speaking of gameplay, let's get back into this game. Ladies and gentlemen, Velocity versus Full Power has resumed. All tech pauses have been resolved, hopefully for good, and we should be able to see them perform as well as they were doing before it. Let's see if anyone's cooled down here. MW1, the only thing heating up is going to be his barrel. Long barrel. What may be a very short stop for one of the Full Power members if they overextend here. There's that early peek. Bit of info gathered, but they only know the presence of one player here. They don't know where the rest of Full Power lurk.
Yeah, and that's going to be essential.
Escalate. Yeah.
Velocity, though, they've called in the big guns. MW1 riding around the corner, where Ace also playing towards speed. The paranoia misses, but MW1 is able to dismiss back to safety. Luckily, in time before he was suppressed, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get away. Hellfighter still has his abilities about him, so this Hunter's Fury can really throw a spanner in the works, but King has already acquired high ground, and you know what Obi-Wan Kenobi likes to say about it. Once you've got it, there's no giving up. Ace trying to navigate around this toxic poo, trying to find an angle, but he's only going to find a bullet in the head of his King. Knows that's going to be one player on top of the Raptors, but he's just waiting for them to drop down. Velocity Gaming can still make this one work, but they don't have the weapons. They're going to have to play for contact and navigate this massive toxic maze where death lurks around every corner. And speaking of death, the maker of it has arrived. King holding on to his crown with an iron grip as Amaterasu burns his teammates alive. Should be able to finish this round. Deathmaker running out of time, running out of patience as well. It's about time that he just goes for one of these fights and tries to do some economic damage, but he's not going to be able to do anything. Either way, I'm still impressed with Velocity's push. 3 kills on an eco round like that, forcing Full Power to commit their Viper's Spit. I think that's impressive for an eco.
We did have to go for a round restart. So 5-2 now. Velocity, they are on a slight decline here. They are going to have a relatively decent buy, sure, but the momentum for Full Power here, which this pause has shown, it's not been broken. Instead, it's just been escalated, you could say. Deathmaker, operator in hand. I believe the first operator we're seeing thus far, and a fairly aggressive stance from him is avoided, and that dagger is going to be very well placed to keep him back. But that's not going to stop the aggression of NW1 here.
Oh, it's definitely not going to do that. He gets a kill. He gets away with it too. That's murder in cold blood. no judge or jury can punish him for it because he is the executioner and he's going to take it upon himself to continue choosing violence. And what he fails to do, Amaterasu will make up for. Pokemon finally gets the numbers to be neutralized, but is that going to be enough? They're still reconsidering their approach towards the B side, still debating whether or not they should go for the plant. They were probably waiting for Storax's fuel bar to go up so that they can be safe while planting. Of course, the lack of a barrier up can cause problems while planting, but that goes both ways. Osab now
Scanning ahead.
trying to go for the plant. If this recon dot doesn't get broken, he's going to get shot. They protect him, and more cover fire to let him get back as well.
Lot of flashes now raining over, full power, with the spike down and on a 3-on-3, and we're seeing the sort of full power, the classic full power disengage, where they stop pushing, they get the spike down, and they just hide. They just duck in cover. They realize that the cruelest thing in Valorant is actually the timer. So, Spike gets tapped once by right away, so he gets the hell out of dodge. Caught out as well by Pokemon. But Pokemon now left alone, standing against two. Helef from the flank is able to finish the job. Time is cutting it close, but I think it is going to be won by Velocity regardless. And with that, they'll be able to make it their third round. Investment's going to come back in now, and I'm really interested to see if there's going to be any solution from Velocity, because for Deathmaker there, you saw, particularly from MW1 as well, you saw Velocity wanted to be aggressive, they wanted to force out some fights, but they just couldn't. Full Power had some admirable usage of utility there.
Oh, and not just the utility, the way they were able to peek on the back of each other. One player swings left and right, and that kind of throws off MW1's aim. Sure, Amaterasu can get it back to some extent, but the fact that they disengage and wait for Storax's fuel bar to go up kind of tells you how scared they are of Velocity's counter pushes. They know for a fact that planting takes time, and the moment they try to go for it, Hellfight is going to throw a bunch of shock darts at them, so they might just not want to take the risk and rather go back, wait a bit, and then come back when they have more security, more vision denial. These safe decisions from Full Power are going to pay out in the long run, but not this time. Not when there's Hellfighter against you.
That's very true. I also, from Velocity, what I quite like is the fact that Helef has used that Hunter's Fury once and was able, he didn't kill anyone with it, but he tagged 3 or 4 players off the back of it. Like, that momentum alone, that damage output alone, that kind of makes up for the fact you weren't able to kill anyone. On top of the fact the info gather you get from pinging 4 players is just perfect. You look now, top fraggers starting to sort of rear their heads, sort of poke their head above the parapet. And for Helef and Pokemon, they appear to be leading from the front here, as Deathmaker operates back in his loving, tender French hands. He's going to try and find an opening, assisted by MW1.
Man, I don't think his hands are tender. These hands are built of labor and hard work, and certainly they're going to be rugged and rough. Just like MW1's aim, he gets punished for the same angle once again, but what they don't know is that Amaterasu is in the same place, and nobody's detected him. All this vision denial is going to keep Amaterasu hidden. Deathmaker tries to make up for it, but Amaterasu now strikes from the shadows, takes Musab and Aptor down, and this is the reversal that Velocity were looking for. Storax really wondering what on earth happened, how on earth did he get past all his teammates. Meanwhile, Hellfighter still trying to figure out if there is a lurker around the corner, but there is a dismember around it. Storax brings it back. All of a sudden, this round has gone from back and forth down into the drain, and Velocity looks to fish it out. Can they do it? Right to Ace really regretting letting mid be empty. That resulted in his teammate getting knifed. But can he pull that dagger and throw it back in their face? Or is he going to lose this race to 4? No trading potential between either of them, but he's going to have to go around the other side. Throws down that smoke, but Pokemon doesn't see it coming. He can isolate him, and he can maybe even find the angle onto Storax. Will he be able to get the timing right? He definitely will! He makes up for all that was lacking.
That was perfect. What a round. What a recovery from Velocity. And I want to highlight Amaterasu. What a bit of positioning. So bear in mind, after he gets his first 2 kills as well, he heads back into L block. He realizes that there are other hunters out there, and being able to identify that there will be flankers is just a testament as to how smart this player is. I now cannot wait to see what the follow-up is, because Deathmaker, he still hasn't woken up. We still haven't seen Deathmaker, and if the rest of Velocity is really delivering, even MW1, you know, he aggresses, he dies, it doesn't matter. The distraction alone allowed Amaterasu to get that position, to get back into position, and for me, that death from MW1 became a sacrifice. That was well worth it. 5-4 here.
Definitely.
Ults do favour Velocity here, as Full Power decide that beast site. Nah, I don't like it anymore. Gone off it. Let's head over to A. Maybe we'll have some more success there.
Enemy tag. Deploying drone.
Welcome to my world. Toxin screen down.
Last player standing. Cutting their vision.
They didn't actually think that would work.
So either both of us have timed out, or we've lost Crips. It'll be one or the other. And I really hope we're not talking over each other right now. I think we've lost Crips. Yeah, we've lost Crips. There we go. It turns out, ladies and gentlemen, we are alone in the universe. However, this time I'm armed with a microphone. As we go into this 11th round, members over on Velocity, they've got 5 ults readily available. We'll see the feather over the course of the next 2 rounds. But MW1, he doesn't need ults, he doesn't need abilities, he just needs the cold, hard lead to leave that Vandal and into the skull of his opponent. Being able to dodge the Hunter Fury as well is going to be the icing on the cake for him, as Deathmaker continues to try and go aggressive, to continues to try and get some mileage out of this defense here. As MW1 slowly encroaches through halls again. I mean, hey, it went the first time. Let's try it a second. Does a bit of early damage. Not quite able to follow it up, though. Instead, we're going to be seeing Velocity fanned out, not really committing to any rotations either. Full Power, they've danced around a lot, but they've not been able to actually break Velocity here, which is really where we're going to start seeing the confidence build. Deathmaker. Here's the teleport, peeks out, pings, and then just blinks straight out of there. Really, really nice spot of decision making. Pokemon also avoiding the utility in, well, attempting to avoid the utility in mid. Deathmaker, bit of a whiff, uncharacteristic for him, but MW1's able to pick up the entrails as Pokemon falls. Counter Hunter Fury comes out. That'll delay the plant even further. Better still, it'll kill the planter. Hello! 2 quick Hunter Fury kills, and just like that, we see Velocity clap back. We're seeing some momentum from Velocity. It may not be the way they started the map, but what matters is the way they finish. And I tell you what, Crips, they're looking to end on a high.
Oh, they're looking to end on a high, and they don't want to come off of it. All is well that ends well. That's what they say. But for Velocity, this is just the beginning. They're starting to understand what FPX bring to the table. Let's see if they can enact all of that knowledge that they've accumulated in this round and maybe make it count. Hellfighter has been having one hell of a game, and let's see if we can unleash the powers of hell upon this domain. Well, the recon dots and utility exchanges yield absolutely nothing. So once again, Full Power will go for a contact play as they try to sneak around 410. Pokemon's going to be leading the charge for his team, slowly creeping up, ready to fight Velocity the moment they make contact. Right to AC, 3 people at once, and he backs off immediately, realizes he's not much longer for this world. King finishes off what his teammates have started, but Unlevel 1 still going rampant, still going strong. The Empress turning him into the king of the server as he takes down the other Monarch. Can he continue defending this throne? Will he be able to wear the crown once again? Pokemon can't do much. He's been null commanded out of this round. Utilities dumped as they bait him out into the open, force him away from 410, and that leaves Storax all by himself. He was counting on his Tour Their Force, but now that he's been suppressed, he's not going to be able to have it. The moment he pulls it out, MW1 is down. Once again, they'll try to silence him, but Amato is not looking the right way. He jumps across. Can he kill this kill? Storax has killed Deathmaker instead, and this is turning into a disaster. Velocity had this in the bag, and Amaterasu was able to shut down Storax for a good amount of time, but the one little piece of action, the one chink in the armor that Storax finds, he exploits. Amaterasu seals those gaps, plugs the holes, and Velocity continue to sail ahead.
Full Power, you have been accused of regicide against the Monarch MW1. How do you plead? And for Storax, he meets their eyes. He just whispers guilty. What's a recovery attempted from Storax there? The fact it even comes down to the 1v1 is just breathtaking. And Alpha Velocity in the lead as they hit their attacking side of Icebox. 7-5, it's still anyone's game here, which puts even more pressure on this pistol round.
It was already quite a lot of pressure. This is the lower bracket. Let me remind you what's at stake over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's either your journey coming to an end, or you going ahead and facing an even stronger opponent. None of those options seem lucrative enough when you're in the lower bracket, but that's what makes this game interesting. I like this toxic screen that's been deployed by Full Power. This is the kind of stuff that I was expecting from Velocity when I mentioned that they should be able to squeeze the neck of Full Power and cut off their rotations, cut off their attack into the site. Wasap picks off that Baker, but Amaterasu instantly goes in for the trade. And as FPX keep defending this site, the rotations are on the way, but Wasap doesn't need any. He's taken down 3. King is still tucked away on the raft, and he's firing on all cylinders. Hellfighter trapped in a corner, knows he can't beat Storax. There's going to be people circling around him on the other side as well, but they don't need to show up. Storax is alone enough. And Musab and Storax, they were the ones who just carried this round on their back.
Just like that, Full Power, they find themselves here. That pistol round was all they needed. The comeback's now 1, and it's not really much of a comeback, you're only 2 rounds down. But for Velocity, the stress is going to start being felt. You realize, okay, we're neck and neck. You could have closed it out the easy way by winning the pistol round. Not happening. You're down to going blow for blow with Full Power. I want to highlight as well the sort of 5-round spree that Velocity got at the end of the first half. I mean, the latter stages of that first half was so damn effective for them. The issue is, and the main pressing matter I want to highlight is, do they have that time to sort of set up to recovery? Now they're in the second half where if they slip too far, they just lose the map.
Oh, I mean, it's better that they have these sort of meltdowns right now rather than, you know, have them at a later stage in the game at, like, let's say 10, 11 or something like that. They can still recover if they slip right now, but it is a slippery slope, and FPX is a very momentum-dependent team. One step in the wrong direction means you could fall a great height, and you better bring your hiking gear if you want to get back on time.
That's it, right? Oh, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute?
Yeah. The guy on the left-hand side, the one who's putting up that heart sign, that's Euphoria, manager of Team Velocity Gaming. The lady above
I wonder who he's cheering for.
The lady above him
he's a Full Power fan?
Hellfighter's girlfriend. I mean,
Do you reckon he's a Full Power fan?
What do you think?
Probably not.
Probably not, yeah.
You never know. You never know. Velocity,
You're
they lose to their
accusing
eco.
him. You're accusing him of treason.
It's not. It's only treason if your ruling party doesn't like it. So if if LF is okay with it, then it's not treason, it's just an opinion.
Well, you're allowed to have opinions, aren't you? It's 2022. All kind of opinions are regarded over here. All right.
Oh, we've been given the sign just as scrolls to black. Oh, no. What does that HK mean?
All right. I really wanted to bring it up, and I'm glad that you asked this question. I'm really glad you asked this question. NHK is an Indian slang which means nahi ho raha kya, which directly translates to, are you not able to frag today?
That is incredible. Why do we have that in English? That's an awesome term.
That is an awesome term.
Right. We're using that. It's a bit mean, but we're using that. Thank you to whoever it was who held their phone up to show us that. my Hindi vocabulary expands. Storax it's ready. Trying to catch out a few players where he can. It is going to be pinged. However, holds his ground, doesn't back off. King rotating back through mid here, through kitchen. Does he spot out Deathmaker? Yes, he does, but he's too late to do anything about it. Now that Velocity, they've been able to flank B. Full power know it, but knowing it's happening doesn't necessarily mean you can stop it. Fragment gets the opening kill for Pokemon there. There's no follow-up from Velocity. Deathmaker's still trying to get behind them. The Pokemon's just going further forward. MW1 going for another, but Pokemon's on a rampage. There is no stopping this man. There is no Pokeball that will contain him. Fortunately, Deathmaker getting here to capture. He's here to kill. MW1, 1 versus 3. What could he bring?
He can bring down death and destruction. They lovingly just took control of that B main region over there. If they were trapped, Deathmaker would have been able to sandwich them, and that's not a really tasty sandwich. So they pushed out, Pokemon gets that triple kill and alleviates the pressure from at least one direction, which leaves MW1 in the same place as Deathmaker was before, in the wrong side of Abdur's gun. That is just disgusting. But I love the adjustment from Full Power. They really couldn't do much when Deathmaker was first spotted, but at least they relayed the information, and Pokemon knew that if he continues to stay towards deep greens near that box, he's gonna be facing an ugly death from both the directions. So might as well just try to push in. Maybe he can alleviate some pressure from one side, and he was able to more than just alleviate. He was able to decimate so many members of Velocity. That was the round secured right there, and Deathmaker, he arrived a tad bit late to the party.
Yep, the issue with the issue with Deathmaker is his flank was in a perfect position. It's just Full Power knew he was there, so he couldn't actually push them. Full Power now gets to play the bonus against the full buy of Velocity. Velocity, they're opening with a very fast push from MW1 here. Musab, does he expect it? Well, he doesn't have to because he's not holding the angle. Instead, on the wide swing, that's such a nice angle, but it's Deathmaker to draw first blood.
Oh, but nobody else is going to peek. Block will happen without any problems. Hellfighter now tries to alleviate some pressure, but he's been taken down promptly. Continues to go around the block, chopping off heads, taking names and kicking an ass. He's taking control of the server box, but unfortunately, Amalfi gets baited in his wake. Can he now isolate Pokemon alone in the corner? He pulled out the bow at the wrong time, but can Right to Ace make things right? Yes, he does.
What a round. And I want to highlight is how quick Velocity were to get onto that site. There was no messing about there. MW1 just pushed, and everyone else just gave the utility to support it. It's like, I'll tell you what's happened. Is MW1, his pupils have dilated, you know, he's stopped shaking, the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and he goes, this is how I play Valorant. And then he just pushes and wins. And the rest of Velocity think, oh god, MW1's doing it again. They just support him. They just throw they give those recon darts, they give those lids, they give those flashes, just to allow MW1 to just go kill.
Yeah, you know when someone's in the zone, you just want to do everything you can to either enable them if you're on their side or shut them down if you're on the other. And they know for a fact that if this guy's feeling himself, then the rest of the team can easily capitalize on the back of it. Early presence towards mid does get shown by Velocity over here, but it doesn't really make any sense for FPX to keep pushing and defending this region so heavily. Sure, they can leave A all to Musab, but the more they push into mid, the happier Deathmaker is. He was waiting for this push. Velocity deliberately fell back. They knew for a fact that FPX will rotate, or if not rotate completely, at least respond. Abdur looking for another response. He finds the angle on the curvature of the Matarasu, and Deathmaker exacts revenge for his fallen captain. But when the situation is back to a 3v3, I'm sorry, not 3v3, a 3v4, the Velocity team definitely have the advantage. Pokemon also isolated behind Yellow. There's not much that he can do all by himself. Maybe take down a couple people.
30 seconds
He's
left.
only good for one. His teammates can't trade him out. Toxin Screen does go down, which creates an opportunity for King to take a shot. But Deathmaker responds in kind. He wants to pull out bigger guns.
Last
Deal with
player
King.
standing.
But no, he can't protect MW1. Down to a 1v1. I'm sorry, a 1v2. He's only aware about King's position. He doesn't know where Musab is. He overextends. This could be disastrous.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's perfect! That was the 1v1. King is able to clean it up, but for a moment, Deathmaker, my gosh, did he look strong. 8-8, the game continues. There's another chapter to this book. Remember, we're only on volume 1. This is a 3-volume series, a saga, you could call it, one of which we've had 2 editions beforehand, and then both of them, volume 3, where we see FBX take the series. But Velocity now here for vengeance, and I mean, remember, they may be here for vengeance, but you've got to highlight the fact that right now we're currently on, I believe, we're on Full Power's map pick. So Velocity, even if they don't win this, if they make it close enough to gain momentum, they've done enough. And the fact Deathmaker's starting to wake up as well, for me, is really quite a positive sign as to how Velocity are going to evolve over the course of the series.
Yeah, and this 3-part saga and its 2 prequels, it has a lot of lore in it. The previous 2 iterations, the last 2 times these teams faced each other, Full Power was able to win both those times. So that makes Velocity the underdog over here. Thorax looking to really sear that underdog tag and make them realize their place. There's a Hunter's Fury as well to assist him, and Thorax speaks on the back of it. Massive casualties over here as Velocity crumble to the ground. But then again, they can recover it in the next round. If they just can make it close and do economic damage, it will be great. But FBX don't give them an inch.
Really, really strong round from FBX. Granted, it's down to the eco crypts. I like particularly is the fact that we're seeing a really nice bait and switch setup from every single member of FBX here. Who's Bunks? Is that a player we don't know?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's her fiance. It's Binks, by the way. I don't know why she says Bunks. Probably some internal, joke between those two, between the couple.
I realised. I thought I was pretty cultured, and I realised it was all just illusion. I'm really. NHK is an amazing term. I'm still looking back to that. NW1 though. Good for the opening. What's up, NHK? But anyway, after is able to trade, Deathmaker falls. It falls into the TV too. There are a lot of ults for Velocity here, so a retake is a very real, or even an afterplant is a very real option here, where you just send the Sova back to spawn even. Storax ready to be caught out by Right to Waste, but Right to Waste's timing does not favour him at all. Pokemon's kill to MW wants to turn this attack onto its head here, and with another flash drive still available for Pokemon, Full Power can stagnate a bit, they can slow, they can see what Velocity are going to be doing now. The ball's in the attacker's course, so unfortunately, even getting a plant here may take a great deal of effort. Both players spotted, out comes an L command, and then Helef with the shotgun.
No.
There's perfect. Can't quite find a second player with the utility. Then Fury comes out, no kill. Everyone dies at once. It's a symphony of gunfire building to a crescendo of a 10th round from Full Power.
The moment Ace died, Hellfighter, his back was insecure and he got a dagger in the back of it. I mean, he's literally got a dagger in the back of it a couple of rounds ago. He just gets backstabbed once again, and just like that, Velocity crumble. That Hunter's Fury could have turned it around if he got enough time to send out all his laser beams and just tag them properly. But the moment Ace died, everyone else crumbled in a matter of seconds. Every single member of FBX was able to win their particular aim duel, and that is how the cookie crumbles. Full Power Gaming, while tactically they may not have been able to outsmart Velocity just yet, they are definitely winning the aim duels and showing them who's the boss over here. Here's Deathmaker.
I want to highlight we haven't spoken. We spoke about Velocity quite a lot. We haven't spoken about Full Power all too much. And I was about to mention Pokemon. Now he's playing out of his mind. Unfortunately, his mind is currently on the wall behind him because Deathmaker's decided so. But in the average rounds, you know, Pokemon has had a huge impact for Full Power. And as we mentioned when we were looking at the duelists earlier, Deathmaker, his approach to duelist is to be aggressive, to take initiative, to fight. Whereas Pokemon is very good at doing it with an entire team. Very good at avoiding utility, capitalizing off teammates' utility, and going out and kind of 2-3-man hit squads, which is why Full Power is so damn effective. Velocity is a little bit more freeform here. We are seeing a big stack up ready to hit this B site. There's still Deathmaker on the lurk though, and this is, well, we say this as well, being held by Storax, tour de force in hand here. Does he expect the opposing...
30 seconds left.
The opposing chamber on the opposite angle. We'll have to see in a moment as Velocity commits to that fight. There's the opening, there's the equalizer 4-on-4. Spike attempting to go down, but the snake bite is just perfect now. And Velocity are being pummeled.
Yeah, but he's not able to get the spike down, and it's now MW1 who's doing the pummeling. Can he do the channeling of death? Right to Ace comes in and helps him do so. And just like that, Velocity have turned this round around. They tank the damage of the snake bite. They go for the plunge, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the cost, because they know that if they can get it down, regardless of the price, they will be able to get something nice out of this round. Oh my goodness, King proving why he is a monarch indeed. But in the end, it's the Rebels that win. And the Empire has been toppled. Velocity inch closer and closer to draw.
That was an amazing, and it comes from nothing. You know, it looks like they just left kind of with their back against the wall, Full Power. They just overwhelm them, they take the round, they move ahead, they close out Icebox. But every single time Full Power looked like they were about to pull ahead, Velocity like grabbed their ankles and yank them back down. And now as the scoreline closes a little bit, Storax, beautiful reaction off the Deathmaker here. I really want to highlight hitting B site on Icebox without a Sage is so difficult. So much control to be able to even just get the spike down. The fact that we've been able to see both teams actually garner a lot of control on B without a Sage is really damn impressive. But the issue is, late round, 30 seconds left, your opponents are just going to dump utility. I want to see Velocity list towards A bit more, or when we're seeing a hit to B, I want to see more presence in mid.
The presence in mid is being promptly shut down by Storax this round. He knew for a fact that Deathmaker likes to lurk around, and he was spotted towards the A side, so he's going to join his team towards B eventually. And if Deathmaker slipped through the cracks, if he was able to get a little angle, an opening into that round, then the entire setup of FPX would have been destroyed. So Deathmaker's, Deathmaker getting shut down by Storax over there was really crucial for the success of FPX. Unfortunately, while they were so busy focused on Deathmaker, MW1 started to wreak havoc.
MW1 making a bit of noise here. Look, he's going for an opening. Only one round separates the two of these teams at the moment, which means every movement, every audio cue, every ability is going to be crucial to crafting, to garnering your success here. Yes, it's Full Power's map pick, but Velocity, they don't want to give it to them without a fight, and a bloody fight they are handing. MW1 goes through this. The null command comes out. That's going to force Abdul back. Just trying to get away for the time being. It's going to get away, but not unscathed. A little bit of early damage. MW1 able to clear back sight. That's going to allow the spike to go down. 5-on-5 in the Viking pit. Deathmaker sees
oh my god, what?
Good for the second. Two incredible headshots there. And now for Velocity, things are suddenly looking very bloody good. Full Power. They need a kill. They need it fast. They can't get to this site because that Viper's pit. They realize enough's enough. They get out of there. They hightail it out of there. They cling to their weapons for dear life and pray to the gods above that these weapons could serve them better in the next round.
Will they be able to serve them better though? Velocity Gaming, because their economy is also pretty fragile, they wouldn't be able to go for the hunt. But if things were slightly better in their backs, they would definitely have tried to hunt these weapons down and make FBX starve.
There.
And this is it, you know? This is what I was afraid of. Having an economic meltdown at the worst moment possible. At least Full Power Gaming have a little bit to dampen the blow. They can still sustain this damage. But what happens in the next round? What happens when both these economically fragile teams crumble? At the worst possible moment, one of these teams could walk away with map point, and the other one will have absolutely no way to stop that from happening.
I just saw the ending Binks. I thought they were referring to Jar Jar Binks, the character in Star Wars.
You know, I really think that Jar Jar Binks has something to do with the Force. It's a conspiracy theory. Not many are aware
He's meant to be
about
a
it.
Sith Lord, isn't he?
He's definitely going to be a Sith Lord. Darth Vader has nothing on him.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see how the story evolves. So stay tuned to find out more. Storax.
On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. He's already got the trademark instantly destroyed. I really like Caleb's use of utility there to spot him out. Storax needs an opening and he needs it faster. In danger of being caught out, here's the odd bit of rifle fire. That's always being held. The flash is just perfect. He gets out of there in time, but I can't help but think there, Crips, that maybe Storax was lucky to get away. Able to avoid the recon dart. He was going to be able to shut it down. However, it does give the audio cue to the fact he's killed it. And so, Velocity, they have a pretty good gaugement as to how Full Power have escaped their defense. They spot out the operator. There's Deathmaker punishing Storax for overextending there. There's the opening. Will Velocity hold it, or are they going to let it slip? And letting a man advantage slip is going to be damning. You're 10 to 10. We are running out of time. There is no time for mistakes. Both teams need to be playing flawless right now. And with a lot of utility continuing to just sort of pepper yellow, it means that Velocity can't quite push into plant. Full Power can't push for info, and we're in a bit of a stalemate. Velocity, they're the first to flinch in this standoff. A Western duel, you could call it here, because we're seeing the aggression of Amaterasu.
All that Full Power need to do is wait out a little bit. Make sure that Velocity run out of that toxin field so that they can go ahead and go for the kills, but it's a Master Russell who's doing the killing instead. At the same time, MW1 has already arrived at the A side, ready to go for the spike run. There's only one person who can stop this, and Musa will not be able to do so. This was a perfect bait and switch. Almost every person on the team of Velocity was so committed to the B side, making all this noise. It kept FPX anchored over there. And they were convinced that this is a full-on commitment. 2 members, 2 bodies being sold as fakers. And these guys have been trained by Jordan Belfort himself. The Wolf of the Wall Street rolling into the tundra, making sure that the white snow has nothing but crimson spilt all over it.
Thick, sticky crimson, and for Deathmaker, a tour de force is an option. We do have a From the Shadows available over on Full Power, but Icebox rotations are relatively quick. From the Shadows has had less and less impact as the sort of time has gone on, which is the main drawback to an Omen on Icebox. But for Velocity, they don't care who they're against. They don't care what they have to do to win. They're going to attempt to do it anyway. Storax spotted out. Another opening now. Storax has been the first to die the last kind of 3-4 rounds in a row. Velocity, they are slurping up. They are savoring every single peak Storax does because they are in a perfect position to punish it. We are seeing some immaculate work here. Reading from the members of Velocity. They've got Full Power like an open book. And Deathmaker, he's ready to take some heads. European mounts, stick them on the wall. Hold them as trophies because we've got Velocity trying to hit map point in a 2v4.
And keep in mind that this is going to be the map pick of Full Power Gaming. If they crumble here and now, Ascent is going to be a very difficult one for them. And they can already see the flashbacks of next map coming in front of their eyes. King is able to at least take down one opponent before he closes his eyes for good. At least until the next round, that is. And that leaves Pokemon in a 1v3. This guy has done wonders for his team before, but he will not be able to do anything now, as Full Power Gaming can feel the desperation. They can feel this map slip away from their hands. How do they bring it back? Can they even bring it back?
I think there's a chance for it. There absolutely is. Now, we've seen that Velocity, all of their rounds have been crafted over the fact that Storax has been picked as the opening. If Storax just reels it in a bit, we see a little bit more pacification from him, then FEX can absolutely win this. Categorically, they can win this in overtime. And you see how kind of subjectively passive Full Power are being right now. They have that control in B, and that's that. Deathmaker tour de force all the way back in spawn here. That wary of flankers. And for Full Power, they've got a Viper Spit in the perfect position. They've even got Hunter's Fury to back it up here. Over on Velocity, that tour de force has already been used. You have a Empress, that's it.
Well, maybe this Viper Spit can actually deter them from coming through.
Skyesports ready.
Is this going to be enough, though? Because while Full Power Gaming have got A site under lock and key, they're going to start to move towards B. Slowly and steadily, Deathmaker also looking to make his presence known. Can a frag be acquired here? FPX being so patient. It's just 40 seconds left. They know they don't need to make a move. They just need to wait it out. And I'm starting to feel a little insecure about Velocity Gaming over here. They need to make something happen. Hellfighter kills Musab, but this is nothing but a ruse. This is just a distraction. FPX must not fall for it, but they aren't just falling for the fake, they're falling like flies. Right to Ace has snuck past Thorax, and even mid is about to crumble. FPX has absolutely no idea what's going on. They're scattered, they've got the breeding potential. A Hunter Spree can maybe deny the plant, but it doesn't. Can they still do it? They get the frag wins instead. They don't care about the spike plant, they don't care about the objectives. Velocity want blood.
What a game from Velocity, and for a very long time it looked like they could have been ruled out of this. For a very long time they looked like they were on the back foot, but it's that latter stage of the first half, it's that kind of mid-game of the second half, we really see them start waking up. And when these guys shoot, they soar. What a game from Velocity. Full Power, there was only 2 rounds in it. I guarantee you, we move to our next map, and they're going to be just as hungry as ever. Let's head over to our analyst desk and see what they can make of what was a very intense Icebox.
I think intense is just going to be an understatement, isn't it, Vivek?
It is going to be an understatement. It is the understatement of the tournament so far. As both these team scripts, they were head-to-head. I mean, the first half, the score was tied at 6-6. It was phenomenal Valorant coming out from both these teams. I feel, though, in the first half, things got a little bit messy. I mean, Sentinel was on the English stream chat, and he was like, well, VLT also stands for We Love to Throw. But they didn't throw. They clutched and how?
Yesterday... No, I think it wasn't yesterday. I think it was on day 1. We saw Sentinel trash-talking Amaterasu. I mean, he's trash-talking his own, team member over there. Today he does this, and god damn it. But it takes guts to admit something like that, right? It takes guts to own up to it.
Absolutely.
And for a moment, it did seem like Velocity are not going to be able to win this game up until the very end.
Yeah, until the end. And I mean, guys, production, let me just save you some effort. We don't need a graphic about who is the MVP. Just put some text together. MVP is Hellf, graphic not required.
MVP is definitely going to be Hellfighter, but then he did have to go through a lot to get that title, didn't he? Poor man got a knife in the back of his spine, man.
Oh, that round was so chaotic, Crips. Let me tell you about that round. Abdur, phenomenal on the Omen. He finds an opening. It looks like for a moment, Full Power Gaming, they have a way onto the side. They found that initial pick, but there's Amaterasu, gets 2 frags. Very underrated aspect about that round. Pokey pulls it back, knifes Hellf. I mean, even Brutus wasn't this brutal when he was knifing Caesar. But yeah, Pokey didn't hold it back. Went straight for the knife, no hesitation. That's how you knife a friend or anybody on the server.
Yeah, he's a friend,
but
sure.
after that, it was right to Ace in a 1v2. It boiled down at the end of it all to right to Ace in a 1v2. That man has the right to clutch. That man has earned his name as he dropped a smoke cloud, rotated around yellow box. I'm a bit surprised with that post plant. The angles that they were marking weren't quite effective because that after plant, they weren't really in a position to trade each other. And that seemed like a little bit of a fundamental mistake, not taking any credit away from Tejas. Shoots one guy looking the other way. He knew where the other player was, took his time, bid his time, won that duel. That duel was a little bit tricky, but he won it nonetheless, and won what was a round of more ups and downs than Bitcoin put together.
Oh, exactly. You can't have Amaterasu getting...
2 kills, Abdur finding an entry, Pokey getting knifed.
Yeah, and exactly, so much in just one round, right?
That round is the story of the game, Crips.
Exactly, it's the story of the game. It was back and forth. There were so many things happening, all of them at the same time in different avenues of the map. If you could just replay that round, I think that would really sum up the game well. First of all, the angles that the last two players were holding, they would have been great if Ace was continuing to walk down the regular pathway, if he drops the smoke and continues to walk straight instead of going around the yellow box. And they didn't even realize he got there, right? They were alternating, just jiggle peeking, checking every once in a while, and it just so happens that Ace is able to find the timing so he can go undetected. Even Amaterasu was able to find the timing in that round. He went undetected. So imagine those two people, Amaterasu and Ace, pulling on their Harry Potter invisibility cloaks in the same round. That is just mental.
Yeah, and another round that I want to point out, I think it was the close of the half when VLT managed to pull it back and make it 6-6. It was VLT in a 3v1 nearly, or a 4v1. Anuj or Amaterasu got downed. He committed a null command. They were entering from screens towards the A side. They got the picks that they needed. They had a 3v1. It was the chamber on the other side for Full Power Gaming. Amaterasu gets downed. He gets revived. And then they all start to push the chamber. Bit by bit, he's getting kill by kill. All of a sudden, it's Amaterasu in a 1v1. And Amaterasu is mid-push. He swung from ropes, looked one way, the chamber was the other way. He managed to escape. Now, I want to talk about this round because it's a very natural tendency of any good Valorant player. And let me separate a good Valorant player from a pub Valorant player. So they know that they won the round, they have the numbers, they're pushing for the kill to close it out. It's a little bit of overconfidence. They all did overextend. Even Amaterasu was committed to overextending. But that's maturity. Amaterasu was down a half HP, he'd already been revived, no shields to work with. He falls back. 43 seconds on the clock. He knows that he can play time. He knows that the chamber needs to get the spike. He's patient with it, and he clutches that round out for VLT and makes it simpler. Otherwise, we'd be looking at 10-11 or 11-10 or something like that in the second half if Anuj did manage to pull things back. Helef, the MVP. I mean, thank you, production, for taking the effort to put this graphic together. But yeah, we knew it was Helef all along. But Poki's been goddamn impressive as well, Crips.
Pokemon has always been impressive, but what I'm really surprised about is the fact that his teammates are also changing things up. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for worse. King did really well with an initiator. He was being an absolutely valuable SOA. His shock darts were providing his team the space.
Even
they were denying velocity the plant. His recon darts almost always revealed somebody or the other through the toxin screen. And even when the recon darts got destroyed, he's able to still find a wall bang. I can't even call it a wall bang, right? It's a through the smoke kill several times. Storax, on the other hand, not the best game for him. And even though Storax and Pokemon are playing their roles, Abdur, Musab, and King have switched things around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, sure, one can look at the frags and say, again, Musab is not really as effective. But the rest of his team are so good. Pokemon is so good. I don't know, I kind of disagree with this graphic for the side of Full Power Gaming, because for me the MVP was King. But Poki equally deserving. Storax and Abdur both phenomenal. Abdur very, very reliable. I love these player scripts, and I didn't know that they're actually, it's an Indian org.
Yeah, it is an Indian organization.
I didn't know that. And you know the owner?
Yeah, he's my college buddy.
Okay, okay. That is really nice. My college friend, my college buddy, he owns a Mercedes, but he's in debt. He's got a gambling issue. You at least know somebody that's doing something sensible.
Dude. Let me tell you, esports is much better than that. Well,
Deathmaker? Huh.
I mean, he had some gamble plays of his own, right?
Oh, yeah.
Deathmaker was pushing through mid so many times on the defensive side. Most of the times he's able to get the pick. And even when he's on the attacking side, he was the guy who's going towards belt on A all by himself while the rest of his team was trying to pressure B. So Deathmaker has turned into that solo duelist of sorts. Of course, he's supposed to be the lurker in the team as the chamber, but that wasn't his playstyle, right? He used to be the guy who leads the team from the front, and his teammates are all behind him, rallying ahead, hoping to support him with the best of their abilities. But now they just let Deathmaker run rampant, run loose, do whatever he wants. And he creates impact while just being on the other side of the game. That's also pretty impressive.
Crips, what are your thoughts on the MW1 Reina? Do you think it was effective? I feel it was. It was surprisingly effective.
It is indeed super, super effective. I mean, you'll notice this, because even though Deathmaker has more kills than MW1, and even though he has a better KD, MW1 has the ACS because he's the one getting the impact frags, the openings. MW1, he sometimes tries to go for these contact plays while his teammates are going to be completely silent behind him, not a peep from them. And as soon as MW1 gets spotted, everyone reveals what's in their sleeves. They pull out the cards and they try to roll over the side of FPX. Those contact plays from MW1 were super impressive. And not just that, even in rounds where it isn't a contact play, even in rounds where Velocity are clearly trying to go for the plant on the B site and poor Ace is running out of Viper fuel and they don't have time to plant, MW1 will take the initiative upon his own shoulders to go hunt for frags near the B site region and push deeper into the oranges area so that he can create more space and give Ace a little bit of safe space to plant.
Well, these are the match stats. 17,000 damage from the side of Velocity and a meager 14,000 damage coming out from the side of FPX. Now, the round difference isn't that much. It is certainly one thing to account for, but I think you also want to account for the Reina and maybe the Kaio resurrecting it, getting more damage done. I don't know where the discrepancy is coming from. The headshot discrepancy is rather interesting. 32.20% for Velocity, while the side of Full Power Gaming getting out aimed maybe a little bit. I don't know. It didn't seem that way, but the stats seem to indicate that Velocity were clicking heads, while the side of Full Power Gaming were getting the frags that they need. Frag wins, not much of a difference. And objective wins as well, not much of a difference. A very close game between both these teams, and we're moving on to a map, Crips. That map is also filled with very even games. I don't think it's going to be one-sided in any manner. And someone from Skyesports just came and took away all our water. We've been stranded.
Just like FPX?
Yeah. They're stranded in a do or die or say goodbye.
Yeah.
Because if they do not win Ascent, it's goodbye.
They're stuck on an island.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Ascent is quite literally a sky island. It's in the sky. It's a landmass.
I don't know how that works.
I mean, if you ever look around Ascent and you look at the scenery around you, you're going to see open sky, you're going to see floating rocks.
Yeah.
So
Some architect who designed this island decided that we need a massive clock to tell the time accurately on that island.
yeah, especially when you're in a place where time zones don't really apply to you. And you're up there in the stratosphere, daylight saving time is going to mess with your mind.
jeez.
Yeah, thank God I'm not on that side of the world. So,
Seriously. Thank
yeah.
God we don't have daylight saving times. We barely have savings either.
You mean just like FPX? Their economy had crumbled at the worst possible time.
Oh.
Even Velocity, for that matter, both the teams were so economically fragile towards the tail end of that game, it's not even funny.
So the round where Pokey knifed Helef on the Sova, that round win was so crucial for the side of
FPX?
yeah, for the side of Amantrasu and the boys on VLT, because right away clutched it out in that 1v2.
Yeah.
Despite Pokey getting that knife,
Yeah.
because the next round, their economy was completely broken. So that was such a crucial round. It's probably the highest impact round. We've got some head-to-heads. It's Amantrasu versus Musab.
It's funny, right? Because
24
though-
first bloods? Huh.
I think that's stats for the whole tournament.
What?
Or that's the stats for the phase. Either this phase or the
It's
whole
probably
tournament.
for the phase, right?
You can't have 24 first bloods in a single game. You can
Yeah,
barely
yeah,
have
yeah.
20 frags in a game. Either way, what was surprising for me is that Musab, even though his most big agents are Breach and Sky, he was the one who's playing Viper this time around. And
Yeah.
he did create a lot of safe space for his team. So does that mean that that's their ticket to success? Does moving Musab from the initiator to the controller role make his team a lot more secure and a well-rounded one? I think that's a question
So
we're
I
going to
think
have
what-
to
what
find the answer
they-
to in Ascent.
if they want to accommodate that sort of a change in composition, it probably means that King will be playing an initiator. He did play the Sova, and he did a fine job. And it means that Abdur will be playing some sort of a controller, one chamber as the default,
Yeah, that's
and
so
Pokey plays another initiator. So they give up another duelist because they're definitely going to take Fade. Now it remains to be seen whether they pick an initiator with it. I feel like FPX really value Raze. Fade
think
and
they do.
Raze is a lot more powerful than Fade and another initiator, in my opinion. Because with the C's and the pain shells, you can cause a lot of problems for very obvious choke points, your post plants, if they have lineups, if they're prepared
There
for this.
definitely should be some C's lineups, or maybe even some Prowler send-offs, right? Prowler doesn't even need a lineup. You just send it around the corner, and that should be able to blindside anyone who's trying to go for the spike defusals or in those corners. So yeah, I'm expecting a Fade coming out from Pokemon this
You
time
think
around.
Fade?
I definitely think Fade. Ascent is one of those maps where Fade can actually be used pretty well. Unlike Haven and unlike Icebox, where the Fade doesn't really make sense, Ascent is that place where you should definitely try it.
Do you think Helef plays Fade or so?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. Now, I'm not sure if Hellfight is comfortable with the Fade just yet, but he was doing fine with the Sova. I think it shouldn't be... It could be a bit dangerous for Velocity if they try to experiment too much. Already, this new lineup that they have, the new combinations of the agents that they have, are turning out to be a little problematic. Not everyone is comfortable just yet, but hey, maybe if you try to go for Fade, it becomes a bit too much, and then you're just really stepping into the uncomfortable territory. We had a word with C about this one, right? It's about trying to find a balance between what works in the meta and what you're comfortable with. So if they can find common
YB
ground,
said the
and
same
if
thing.
Fade lies in that common ground, then so be it. Let's go for it.
YB said the same thing for Enigma, right?
Yeah.
I can counter-strat any team, but is my team comfortable calling the counter-strike in the moment? In the counter-strat in the moment? Can they execute it? Is it easier to execute? Is there an ease of execution? Or should we just play a strat that we know that we can successfully execute? Because we can try and counter-strat them, but if it's more difficult for us, we might just end up shooting ourselves in the foot.
Exactly. And I think that's what happened to FPX in this game, right? They tried to pick the Omen, a very unorthodox pick on the map of Icebox. They had a few decent strats, and they worked too, but they weren't able to pull off those strats again and again and again. They kind of worked like one-offs, because once Velocity have seen it, they will be able to respond to it the next time.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Was Heoman effective or not, in your opinion?
I feel like it could have been a good pick, if they tried to push the Omen to its limits. I felt like they didn't try enough teleportation plays or maybe enough flanking plays with the Omen. I really thought that with the Omen, they should be able to not only lay down their Viper utility on the B side or the A side like they usually would, but with the Omen and all the dark covers that he possesses, I thought that they should also be able to utilize mid and kitchen like their bread and butter.
Right.
They didn't do that enough.
So this is my follow-up question. How was VLT playing kitchen and tube? Because
Perfectly.
they didn't have a Sage.
Oh, they didn't have a Sage, but they definitely had Amaterasu present over there in the form of KO, and Amaterasu was shuttling in between B oranges, under tube, and the actual B site.
And tube. Or he played under tube.
Yeah, he played under tube if required, played along with Deathmaker on the B side, and Deathmaker also, he would usually place his chamber traps towards the kitchen region and then just continue playing with Amaterasu on B.
Okay.
If those traps get triggered, or if Amaterasu sees something, if Ace, who's playing towards Boiler, sees something and relays the message to Amaterasu, that's when he goes ahead and tries to investigate what's happening under tube.
I just felt
Other than that-
with the Nomen and just one chamber trap, it should have been very possible for Abdur
To surpass that.
Yeah,
trap,
it
right?
caused a lot of problems towards Tube. I'm sure Full Power Gaming, if they do look back at this replay or this ward, they will definitely look at how they approach Tube, because you're picking Omen. The Omen is probably the best goddamn lurk that there is. There's no one that lurks as hard as Omen that can take space that quickly. He's got 2 jumps. The Jet has only 1 by default. Reyna can't unless she gets a kill. Raze can very ineffectively.
Yeah, I mean, you can still shoot her down, and
it's like a
really
chicken trying to
precise.
fly. It doesn't happen, but it does happen. Yeah, and chicken is better to be eaten, dare I say.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Raze does her nonsense, but Omen does it the best, right? Nobody has that much movement or maneuverability in the game, and I don't know if Abdul did that. Abdul did frag, but I'm not taking that away from him. I think he's a lot more comfortable when you give him the Omen because he does have tendencies to look for kills and find kills and get those first bloods. He's much more effective on something like the Omen than on something like the Brimstone. But I don't know if he lurked. I don't know if he took control of the map as much as we'd like. We saw this graphic earlier. I'm just going to point blank ignore it. No, I'm not going to point blank ignore it because this is for the
Pokemon.
online phase. Both very impressive. Poki coming out a little bit ahead. The difference is in the ACS, but one thing I want to point out about LF is that Trips, for me, this man is the most improved player in this tournament.
And the most versatile one as well. I mean, the guy used to be a Sentinel main. Switching to a Sova itself is a difficult task. But he's been picking up Fade much more than anything else, so that really speaks volumes about how willing to experiment he is.
Yeah, sorry I cut you off, but the first time I saw LF play, he was playing Cypher. Now he's playing Sova.
Yeah, and Fade sometimes.
And Fade. Kind of poles apart. This man keeps up with the meta. He's on his toes. He has evolved. And I personally think he could make a great IGL in the future as well. Pokemon are rare, not always found. And this guy from Full Power Gaming is a true gem of a player. Dare I say the hardest carry that there is for FPX. He's always getting the frags. He's making it look so easy on agents like Sky. I mean, Australia and Tasmania and agents from there aren't really known for their fragging power. And he's doing it with Fade and Sova. And I am in awe of Pokemon.
Definitely. This guy is the one to look out for, especially in Ascent. Now, as we head into Ascent, Pokemon is not only going to be responsible for setting his teammates up, but he will also be responsible for trading.
Yep.
Keep in mind, the Descent is not like one of those overcomplicated maps where you can make minute differences and keep bamboozling your enemies. Even with all the differences you make in your playstyle, the intention of your executes and the intention of your utility placement can easily give up what you are planning. So you got to be careful about that. And most of the times in Ascent, the game boils down to which team trades better. Since Pokemon is the initiator and not the primary duelist himself, he's going to have to set up King for success while making sure that if King fails, he's there to pick up the crown after him.
Yeah, it is him, King, and the Chamber. These three players are key. And if Musab shows up, it's only going to make it that much easier for FPX. Remember, folks, they're trailing by a map. This is effectively a best of one for their lives in this tournament. If they do not win, they do not progress forward. And if they lose, well, adios. See you next time. Velocity, I mean, Sentinel might be there with the jokes in chat, but they want this. They're all players that have achieved equal measures of success in the past. Very capable players. Deathmaker, Hellf, MW1, Amaterasu. Amaterasu has been there for who knows how long. Some claim he was there not in AD, but from the time of before Christ itself. And right to Ace, I still remember that one DreamHack. His plays were phenomenal. And this team deserves every bit of success. But for some reason, Crips, it just feels like it's not clicking. They're a little throwy. I don't know what it is. Hopefully that they've taken this break to look back on themselves, see where things are going a little bit wrong. They're getting a little bit hasty here and there, and fix that. What it is, though, Crips, what is it, that Full Power Gaming need to do, Crips, to come back?
On a map like Ascent, it's difficult to say. But I'm going to mention that Full Power Gaming, they need to do what they do best. Go for their full brute force executes. Sure, contact plays can still work for them. If Velocity doesn't actively try to gather information, you can probably make them believe that in default, a passive default, that one is going to be the best course of action. If you can somehow convince them of that, then maybe you're going to have Velocity Gaming not breathing down your necks so that you get a little bit of space for yourself. And that is when you start to get into those positions. You start turning those contact plays into full utility-based executes. You throw your bodies into the site and hope that you're able to make the best of it. If not, then you're going to have to start doing those fakes and whatnot. And let's be honest, that isn't really the best suit of FPX.
Yeah. If they are an execute, I mean, they picked a team comp on Icebox, which could fake, right? It was the Omen with the smokes, with the teleportation, with the shrouded step. He should have been faking, lurking, and whatnot. We didn't see him cause that much chaos. However, if they could do that on Ascent, it would be great. But clearly, it doesn't look like their strong suit. What they could do, however, is obviously run these executes and hope that King and Pokemon, that they really show up in terms of firepower. I just want to say one thing though, Crips. Based on map 1, the difference between both these teams is not that much. And I think Full Power Gaming have a very good shot at evening out the series. I believe the teams are ready, Crips. We can take a quick round of predictions. I'm calling a 1-1.
I think it's going to be a 2-0 though.
Okay.
Okay, so the desk is divided. We obviously have our opinions. I don't necessarily agree with them, but hey, I don't have to. Nor does he have to agree with me. Let's see if Velocity Gaming agrees to end this game right here and now, or do Full Power have something to say about it. Let's hop into the agent selection and see what these guys are going to pick up. At this point, all the cards are on the deck. They're on the table, and they need to be pulled out one by one at the correct time possible. Velocity Gaming have placed MW1 on the Reina role once again. No surprises there. Hellfighter on the Soa. We have Amaterasu on KO. Deathmaker on Chamber. And Ace on Omen. The primary difference in this lineup is that's going to be the Killjoy and the Jet available on the side of FPX.
Yeah, I'm sure there are benefits to the Jet, right? You can go and close the door quickly towards the B side. You can go and plant towards generator or just take control towards generator. The Killjoy is definitely useful. Did the side of VLT have a KO on Not Crips?
Oh yeah, they did. They did on Amaterasu.
Oh yeah, Amaterasu's on the KO. So that KO has his work cut out for him. Now we did see something similar earlier on. Enigma, they had Rexy on the KO, and Rexy, excuse me, was playing the Killjoy, but no matter what, he didn't get affected. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we should be jumping into the game soon enough.
Yep, and that's going to mean that my friend Kremer is also going to come in now. Welcome, Kremer.
Hello, hello.
This is the second game. Let's see what happens over here as FPX really want to take control of A main right at the start.
A bit of an aggressive land grab, actually, and Pokemon, for me, was the player to watch out for on Icebox. I like the fact he's going aggressive early. He's trying to keep that momentum, trying to just savor it from that last map. Now, Ascent is a map of close matches. It's very hard to win a game of Ascent one-sidedly, so this is going to be a very close series indeed. Deathmaker able to open it, though, and as it rains, it bloody pours. Full Power to get 3 players down here. The aggression from MW1 is going to try and make it a 4-man deficit for the members of Full Power. However, they've been able to avoid the initial foray. The King now trapped in his own spawn here. Aggression from Heaven, unfortunately, it won't garner anything. Amaterasu, Deathmaker, both of them able to deliver killing blows, bringing Velocity their first round in a flawless fashion. If you're on Velocity, Crips, this is how you want to start your Ascent.
Oh, well, will they be able to climb up, though? They're already slipping down, and it's a slippery slope. It's not even like you'll snowball if you try to fall down even faster and faster. But Velocity Gaming, they take no prisoners. These guys, I mean, they walked all the way into A heaven. Normally what people would do after going for the plant is they just take both plant positions. They go Hell, they try to go towards A main, hold generators, maybe reinforce tree if required, but never have I ever seen so many people rush down heaven before. That is thirsty for blood.
I like it. It shows they're trying to value some aggression. They're just trying to kill people. And on top of killing people, Musab able to get an open there. What do you do with MW1? Deathmaker is able to trade it though, but the pistols are doing their damage.
Enemy remaining.
Aggression from the Killjoy. Storax falls it all, unfortunately, is left on Musab in a 1 versus 3. Wielding, might be able to retrieve a Spectre, but other than that, it's just going to be a wee pistol. The odds are definitely against him, but those odds are never
planted.
0. Grab the turns his attention to Heaven. Right to Ace already on a fairly strong angle here. Expecting the attack of Abdur, but just because you expect it doesn't necessarily mean you can stop it. For now, I believe I've lost my co-caster again.
Oh yeah.
I'm
sorry,
He's
just having a
back.
little bit of technical issues again. But here, Velocity
that's okay.
Gaming, they punch hard, they punch twice, and let's see if they can make it thrice. I mean, this was a pretty expected outcome from the second round of Velocity Gaming, but then again, you gotta remember that every time these guys try to go for the bonus rounds, they will try something new. They're gonna try something unorthodox because they've got nothing to lose.
You're absolutely right. And for Velocity, I like how, realizing they're against rifles, they slowly just go for mid control. They realize no operator in sight. Full Power don't expect Velocity to go through mid because Velocity only have Spectres. It's a real nice way of responding to inferior weapons here, and it has allowed a lot of control for Velocity. Destroying that rotation as well is just faking presence on B. All they have to do now is kill the lone player in spawn. If they can kill Pokemon, we're going to see the rotation back for A main, and we're going to see some big trouble for Full Power. However, Pokemon killing him is easier said than done. Even when you think you've killed him, it turns out he's just fainted. Quick pop to the hospital, and he's back up. Nurse Joy works once like that. Deathmaker maybe needing a visit as Musab sends another one.
And he sends them packing home. MW1. This flag from mid could have been crucial if it came through a little bit sooner. Or if not sooner, if his teammates would have survived the initial encounter on A. But now that MW1 is separated away from his teammates, he just needs to stay alive over here as long as possible. You've got the Omen running at full speed with his running shoes on, trying to bring the spike back over to its B main. And MW1's figured out where King is, but the more he tries to engage with him, the more risk he takes. They're running out of time. Velocity Gaming need to make sure that Ace is traversing into the site without any problems, but the spike gets dropped. MW1 has no choice but to go for the fight, and they will never offer him to it. Oh my goodness, this could have been great. The setup for this round that MW1 had, it was amazing, right? When Pokemon get that first kill, it obviously is a bad thing for Velocity, but one good thing came out of it. Pokemon fell back thinking that this area is now uncontested. He thought that mid was clear, and if MW1 was a little more curious or a little faster, he probably could have gotten all the way to its A heaven before FBX even realized. Or if not, if his teammates would have just stayed put on A long, if they didn't lose their duels, then MW1 could have had the time to go for those massive flanks and then pull off something beautiful, but unfortunately, you can't always have your cake and eat it.
I want to highlight, on the topic of duels, is we've already got an Empress readily available for MW1. I would love to see it use this round. I think Duelist ults, there's no point holding on, particularly Arena, whose ult doesn't really affect an eco. I just want to see instant use, push, kill, rinse, repeat. Abdur caught on the angle, doesn't matter. Pokemon there to cover his teammate, MW1 falls. Now the bait and switch is coming into play. King wants a piece of the action. LF just avoids it. Here's the Aldrone coming. Both of them going to pass one another, nod at each other in greeting. But one Sova knows where the other is, and unfortunately, that is another disadvantage for Velocity here, who are already 2 players down. Deathmaker controlling this B site now is the saving grace of Velocity. They're going to be able to thrust Full Power into an afterplant. Deathmaker being held. Swaps out the first. King there to trade, and a beautiful setup there. 3 players in a firing squad. Finish off Deathmaker. It becomes a 2 versus 4 for Velocity. Low HP on the Jet, low HP on the Omen means this is doable, but we need a kill, and we need it fast.
Yeah, the only good thing that came out of that Maker's push over there was the information. He figured out that B is clear and the backup is far away, so his teammates can easily go into the site. And now as the HP advantage is more or less equalized by FBX, Velocity Gaming are falling like flies. Amaterasu and Hellfire can't do much, and Deathmaker's sacrifice was in vain. Full Power get this round, but then again, it's not all over for Velocity Gaming. The scores are equalized, but Velocity figured out that if they can continue playing with Full Power's brains like this, if they can continue drawing out rotations, they can pull it off again. Already MW1 has found chinks in their armor in the previous round when he realized that Pokemon fell back after a single kill, and this could have been possible. If this happened once again, then yeah, maybe they can continue doing this again and again. And right now in front of our screens is Price and Sam.
That's not us.
Yeah, that's not us. That's the Hindi desk. I mean, it would have been lovely if you were right here along with me, but yeah, for now it's just me alone in a room.
The Hindi desk is so much better looking than we are.
You want to play? Let's play.
There's only so much carrying you can do in the looks department here. I do apologise. So we're going to be seeing Velocity bring out early tour de force. They are clutching his draws a little bit here. These last couple of rounds, it looks like Full Power have had a really good read on how Velocity have been attempting these.
Yeah, but
as
can this attempt pay
MW1
off?
has been spotted in mid.
There's the trademark. They will activate it if they try to go in any closer, but they're just hoping that they can find a curious cat just around the CT side. Pokemon's already got a flash prime. The moment he sees that trademark pop, he's going to throw that flash and try to peek out, but MW1 still blind as a bat, gets that kill, and Deathmaker is flirting with danger over here. He can hear Storax come across the other side. Storax will pull his head on put his head on a swivel, and Musab is also trying to do the same. And this defense is working out. But the moment I say that, Amaterasu has a different opinion. He's trying to jump inside, but he doesn't have backup just yet. Backup has fallen. Hellfighter can't assist him, and Amaterasu is nothing without him. All of this comes at the cost of a nice flank from right to ace, but he's been detected. This has happened way too many times, hasn't it? MW1 finding the opportunity, but his teammates dying on the other side. This time Ace also manages to get all the way into A heaven, but his teammates can't make it. If only these flanks could have been a little sooner, or maybe the push is a little late, this round would have been really different. Not just this round, so many rounds would have been different.
Yeah, Velocity is struggling with timing issues at the moment. I want to highlight, we saw a fight in mid, then we saw the fight in B main, and then we saw the fight on A. Like, there was no, it wasn't simultaneous, and it meant that, exactly, and the lack of cohesion meant that for Full Power, all they have to do is sort of kill one angle of attack at a time. You see here, this is when that attack should have landed from B main. Instead, Helef sort of led the charge with the Aldrone. I'd have much rather seen Helef just push and support his team there. You look at the buy, it's a little bit fragmented. Deathmaker saving for an operator next round. Everyone else, the odd Vandal, the odd Ghost, we're really good at seeing blue Vandals get recycled. A lot of aggression here outside of Jonathan trying to zone out wide. Pokemon could be in trouble. He's just able to avoid it, and now Pokemon's ready for a fight.
And he's got backup as well. Musab's here to provide some death and destruction. Deathmaker, though, will he be able to win this duel against him? Oh, no, they're losing it. Velocity have captured the site for themselves, but they need to recover the spike. Maybe Pokemon can stop them. Is it not the collateral? They turn it around! No way! Not like this. Pokemon sealed the deal all by himself. I really thought that this would have been a round that Velocity can capture, especially when they've taken control of the tree region, but they dropped the spike over there. And that's the mistake that Velocity need to fix. CA furiously noting down everything that went down in this round.
There was passion in that writing. Oh my God.
I know, right? The desk was shaking with the force of the pen.
I know. The force of his thoughts. That's how hard he's thinking. Full Power is just an estimate to how good their defense is, right? You've got Sia working that hard to figure out what needs to be changed, then you're clearly doing something right. Force 2 in the lead. Velocity, they move down to their full by right waist, wielding that Vandal. We do have that operator out of Deathmaker, I believe, the sort of signature weapon of Deathmaker. However, Deathmaker had a quiet icebox. He woke up towards the end, but we need to see him on a sen play from the get-go, because right now, Full Power, while they are on Velocity's home stuff, that doesn't mean they're any less deadly.
No charges.
I don't even think that this home turf can be called their own. Full Power Gaming would really like to claim it and push it to map number 3. Haven is where all the brain games lie, but for now, all the brain games that Velocity are trying to do have been fruitless except for those last 2 rounds in which they managed to make Full Power over-rotate. I don't think Full Power will make a mistake like that once more. Sure, they're gonna get suppressed, they're gonna get detected, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna be overpowered. They reinforce this area with numbers, and the numbers reign supreme as Thorax is trying to get the kills. The Hunter's Fury is going to catch a multitude of players, but he won't be able to do it for all that much longer. Deathmaker still hoping that somebody's going to come out of heaven and maybe he can punish it, neutralize the numbers, and maybe even swing into an advantage. The very risky peek from right to ace. This teleport has gone undetected, but no, he can't punish Pokemon. He still swings out of the smoke. He's still getting all the kills. King has broken down the door, and now Ace, left all by himself, will also fall. Amaterasu can do nothing but just see the spike getting diffused from a mile away and regret the actions that were taken a couple of seconds ago.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of an overextension actually by Ace, and I really want to highlight the, well, frankly, the flash drop Pokemon there was just incredible. It hits the player who's already on the high ground. It follows up by hitting the player's back sight, which means that Pokemon can just push through, kill, use the bait and switch, allow King to finish off Ace, who's on the high ground. It means that Full Power, they're able to bait and switch, even on retakes, which is a really good sign for what is going to be a really strong ascent from them. Having already found 5 rounds in a row, Velocity, they need to stop them, they need to stop them fast. After this sort of half-light attempt, I really want to see a timeout from them.
Let's see if they actually pull out the timeout soon enough or not. It's not that late yet. Full Power Gaming still have a decent amount of rounds, but Velocity Gaming can bounce back. FPX, they are bouncing back. Once they fall back from Garden, but in doing so, they will try to make sure they push out of B main and figure out whether this is an actual commitment or just a fake. And since the Owl Drone from Full Power doesn't see anyone towards B side, FPX know that this has to be a full commitment. The spike is yet to make the crossing. There's no smoke, but the door hasn't been broken yet, so that thing is a bit safe. Alright,
The aggression
the
here.
Hunter's Fury does get the kill, but will that result in the round conversion? Velocity Gaming seriously low on numbers, and now the utility is going to force all of them to play from hell, but they're getting spammed by the Odin. King finds Hellfighter through the woodworks, and he's going to pre-fire onto Deathmaker as well. There can be absolutely nothing done by these players. Last time it was Amaterasu, now it's Ace, who's left to his own devices in a position where he just cannot be relevant in post-plant.
I want to highlight, Crips, that for Full Power, luckily for them, they were able to kind of keep everyone alive, but they did allow a spike plant. And when you are on kind of pistols, the odd Spectre, the odd bit of armor, the velocity of spike plant was all you really needed. I want to highlight how good King is, though, with this Odin. He is sitting in a hall amongst the gods because he wields that like it's nothing. He wields it like it's Thor's hammer and just smiting down the righteous wherever he dare please. And even on retakes, when you have to be maneuverable, he just lugs that around. Those things are heavy, and he's still able to do it. So King, really, really big sort of wake up now as we hit Ascent.
Oh, yeah?
Potentially the reason we see a third map.
Yeah. I mean, you're right about one thing. He does swing it around like Thor's hammer, the Mjolnir. He invokes lightning from his bodies and channels it into his enemies. And the rotations from FPX have been pretty accurate. They haven't been lightning fast, but that is a pun intended because they've been gathering information towards other parts of the map as well. They know for a fact that Velocity saw a chink in their armor towards the start of this half. They know for a fact that MW1 was able to get into those awkward positions towards that second round when he pushed out of mid and got into B heaven, and they just don't want any mistakes like that to happen once again. That's why they're being so slow and methodical with the rotations as well. And they know that even if they are late to the rotate, even if they can't stop the plant, they can just use the Hunter's Fury to clear out areas or maybe deny it. They've got backup plans upon backup plans, and looks like their strat book runs deep.
Now further aggression looks to come out here. I like the forwarded angle from Musab. It's not overextended, but it's a really nice form of early warning system. As we're going to continue to see a sort of to and fro tug of war for this mid control. The Omen on the close angle, trying to make the odd bit of noise here. Zapt annihilates Amaterasu.
Let's see how Velocity recover from this loss.
Here.
Deathmaker once again reached all the way to the bottom of mid, while MW1 has made contact towards B. If this can draw out a rotation, then maybe Deathmaker can punish this thing. So alarm bot. They're gonna spot this thing, but they haven't pushed it or broken it yet. They're still waiting for Full Power to make a mistake, but Full Power aren't gonna budge. They are so patient. Recon dot destroyed, and he's trying to flirt with the idea of going from the shadows, and while he will be able to get some information with it, Abdur still is over here, present and accounted for until Hellfighter dispatches him away. And he doesn't even let Storax enter the fray. What a lovely performance from Velocity. They bounced back really well. The losses from Amaterasu didn't affect them at all.
Yeah, when they come back, they looked so strong there. I really want to highlight how in that afterblood as well, actually the spike hadn't even gone down. In that execution, we did see the very swift rotation from Abdur, but it didn't actually do anything. Instead, what happened was on the actual execution, the members of FPX, they peek one at a time. It just gets punished by Velocity, and they are able to sort of just snowball their way onto that site. And you see that heavy stack listing to mid. They're going to try and do it again now. They may have found the chink in the armor. The question now is, how do they exploit it? How do they get to that Achilles heel of Full Power here? And a mid split may very well be the answer.
Yeah, but this split can be stopped by the Nano Swamps. They're buying time, and with that time, they need to make sure that the rotations also come through. But they aren't here yet. After still locked out of the auction. As soon as the smoke fades, they can account for Opter, and he's been isolated. He's still able to get a kill, preventing them from crossing into the site where Storax and King are ready to defend. But as soon as King starts this mighty Odin, he's gonna send them all back to Valhalla. And this time there's no honor in their bets. There's no redemption in their name. Velocity Gaming, they're crumbling once again.
7-3, Full Power. They are running Velocity amok at this point. And here's the thing, Ascent isn't this heavily defender-sided. But sure, it is slightly.
Not usually.
But not 7-3. Not 7-3. And for Velocity now, this is going to be a real big question mark as to how do they go into this penultimate round of the first half. Do they risk the force spike and eco the last lose, but also giving an 8th round
You want to
power?
play?
Do
Let's
they eco?
play.
Do they have to just bite that bullet and accept that 8 rounds is inevitable? And unfortunately, that bullet don't taste very nice. Musa, point blank shotgun operator now. Able to avoid the first shock dart. Not able to avoid right to waste though. He gives a solid opening to the members of Velocity, but how do they exploit it? How do they capitalize upon the opening here? MW1 still wary of going for tree control. We've seen how heavily Full Power has stacked it in the past, and it's meant that the fear of God, the fear of John is in Velocity right now. They don't want to fight for tree control.
Yeah, I see her adapting to the Indian meme culture really well, using Jod and NK and whatnot. But let's see if Deathmaker can work his way into the side. He's taken off after his head, and along with it, he'll try to go for Pokemon as well, but he's trapped into hell right now. They need to double team him at the same time, otherwise it's going to be ineffective. But King beats out of smoke with the mighty Odin in his hand, and Hellfighter can't do much to stop him before he falls back to a safer angle. Revealed through the woodworks and taken down through the wall. Hellfighter will fall, and this time it's Full Power getting the lead.
In the half.
He's so good with that Odin. So damn good. And he's only as good as his info gather is. Luckily for Full Power Gaming, believe it or not, good. King is mighty good at his info gather. Every recall dart pings someone, which means everyone is a target. No one is safe when this man has his recon darts and has his Odin slung by his waist with a gleam in his eye and a spring in his step. He's going to try and carry FBX to a third map.
Glee in his eyes, the spring in his step, and maybe the blood of Velocity on his hands. That's what Musab looks to get all over him. This time, I'm very, how do I say this? Excited to see him on the jet, and of course he delivers. I mean, this guy, he's changed his role so often, and it seems like he's finally found his calling. Maybe after he can call for backup over here, he won't be able to defend this all by himself, but he's more than happy to relinquish this area so that they can control of Heaven. Instead, MW1 though, pushing the envelope. Instead of going towards the side and going for one, he's trying to create pressure towards this region, hoping that they won't be able to wrap around. The door isn't going to be there to provide security, and the fragment is only going to stop them from coming deeper into the side, but Velocity can still go for the plant. Can Pokemon go for one of those signature smoke peaks again? He's been successful before, and he's going to be successful once again. The Hunter's Fury comes through just to buy them a little bit more time, but King is going to deny everything. It's down to Hellfighter, and he doesn't have any line of sight, but he's still able to kill Aptor. Unfortunately, that's not the diffuser. King is going to stick it, and that's 9-3 for Full Power.
Switching
Full Power showing Velocity that, sure, Icebox may have been close, but son, you ain't in Icebox anymore. You ain't in Kansas anymore, Dorothy, and because of that, we now have to sort of stare down what is Full Power looking so damn good. The momentum they currently hold is looking unstoppable. For Velocity, if they want any hope coming back into this, sure, the 9-3 curse is, we meme about it. We talk about how, it's a thing. It's only a thing if you win that pistol round. If Velocity loses pistol round, it's just a matter of when, not if, we go to a third map. For Full Power, knowing this, I really want to see what the adaptation to their stratagem is.
This is the first round, so there's going to be adaptations. They're going to have to come in the next one. For now, Velocity Gaming are going for a pretty heavy mid-presence. Two people over there. They've only left Hellfighter all by himself towards the beast side, and he's not even using utility to clear out the angles and trying to figure out where people are by his gadgets. He's just doing it by himself, peeking out one by one. Single player on 3, single player on A main. That's the defense setup for Velocity Gaming, but Full Power also have been pretty patient. They recognize the heavy presence on mid, and instead they're avoiding it. Oh, look at the smoke that's been placed. It's towards B. This could tell the fake, but Velocity have discovered this push towards A main, and they are not going to fall for it. Maybe a difference maker can be here. King can stop them from rotating, but Amaterasu will stop his advances. He will stop the adventures. Deathmaker could have found them off guard, but a shot missed means another opportunity has been created. Can they spam and find them? Not now. Amaterasu is pressuring towards 3. Oh, right, 2 Ace gets burned alive by Storax, but Hellfighter can make a difference. Deathmaker also at the same time, and they win the pistol. Well, looks like the numbers are going to be just fine, Kremer. The pistol round belongs to them, and maybe even the consecutive one after this.
There's still hope. And so long as there's hope, Velocity, they thrive. I want to highlight how, for a pistol round, it's relatively clean. About as clean as a pistol round can get. Actually, it's on my point. We got a tactical timeout. Even better. Now, we rarely see second round tactical timeouts, particularly when you have to come back. Because you see teams sort of hold on to that timeout for when they equalize or for when they lose a round. Not Velocity. Oh, no. You're dealing with a whole new beast here. And these guys, they realize that in calling the timeout straight off the pistol round, you further disrupt Full Power's momentum. You essentially neuter it. You nullify it. So when you're able to continue running through your second half, it's as if you played from zero. And that is exactly what Velocity need right now to find a way to rest and just break the entire pace of the map. And in doing so, having got off a victory is even better.
Now, since these guys, Full Power, have plenty of rounds to spare, they've got a decent enough buffer. I want to see if they can force the issue and go for a force buy. Oh yeah, they are indeed doing that. They're doing it. I mean, it's low risk, high reward, right? If they break Velocity right now, they can get to double digits and force Velocity to eco in the next one as well, effectively pushing them up to 11. But if they lose this one, well then, what's the matter? Velocity get to 5, maybe even 6, and Full Power Gaming can then start fighting back later on.
The objective for Full Power here is 2 kills with a spike plant. If you get anything more, awesome. Anything less, doesn't matter. You're on an eco. For Velocity, there's that same criteria. You want to keep at least 3 players alive, so even your bonus round actually had someone to play bonus. The drone leading the way in mid. Musab backs off though as Amaterasu looks to engage with them. Instead, they're choosing a, let's be honest, a scarier opponent out of the frying pan and into the fire. Because Deathmaker lays in wait.
Oh my god. If that was fire, then
that?
King is the furnace. MW1 though, he's looking to
Instantly
turn up the
traded.
heat once again. And maybe these alternating picks towards the other sides can throw Velocity in a bit of a toss, which leaves Hellfighter and Amaterasu on an island. No backup available, but he doesn't need any. Hellfighter takes down 2, and maybe this game can still be competitive. Well,
30
Prema, you
seconds
said
left.
3 kills and a plant. That condition's already been satisfied by Full Power. Anything more than this is going to be a bonus. Nanoswarm destroyed. MW1 destroys Abdur's head. Storax peeks right on the dark cover. Can get one more, but Ace is going to cover his retreat. Oh no, Amaterasu can't go for the half defuse. He's going to use the fragment to force him around the other side. And Storax, he's making all the noise in the world, but he backs off at the right moment. He knows for the fact that Amaterasu hasn't been able to commit the half defuse yet, and now he's going to run at him with full speed. Amaterasu still wins this one. Oh, this was so
At
close.
what cost?
Yeah,
They win it, but at what cost? I can't help but think, if I was with the Crips, that round was a failure for Velocity. Even though it was one, your objective there was to keep players alive so you actually have a bonus and to prevent a spike plant. They failed at both, which means that now as we hit the full buy, both teams are going to be buying down to relatively bad points. Velocity are quite lucky in the sense that FPX did overinvest quite a little bit in that second round, which means that now Sheriffs come out, now Marshals come out. There's another moment to breathe. Ares comes out on LF, one of the guns we rarely see, and well, King showing that anything your Ares can do, my Sheriff can do better, doing a lot of early damage. Quite a kill to show for it though.
Contact made towards both ends of the map as the spam of the Ares will be met with the flight of Masab on top. As soon as the smoke breaks, he's looking to get someone, but Deathmaker has already taken off Storax's head. King is going to peek him again. They go in one by one, they feed him kills, and Deathmaker has a massive appetite.
Shadows traveling.
Back to Ace. There's a little bit of procurement. And for Deathmaker, he's just going on a rampage. A third for him now. Musab, hoping to at least find something for his team here. Fires shots off fruitlessly into the night. And for Velocity, that'll be a 6th. Remember, there's only 3 rounds separating these two teams here, Crips. This is by all means recoverable for Velocity. But as Full Power hit their full buy, this is where we're going to see. This particularly is where we're going to see if Full Power have the capacity to close it out quickly and move on.
And it all started with one decision that was made in the second round. One decision to continue force buying after you lose the pistol. That's what allows Velocity to close the gap just that little bit, but the gap is still wide enough and the bridge is not constructed yet. They still have a ways to go. And FPX want to inch further and further towards third map. Okay then, well look at this aggression from Velocity towards A main. The moment this one-way smoke fades, they're gonna swing right out towards Gelato and maybe surprise the Omen over there. You wouldn't expect someone to ping as soon as the one-way fades. And while Full Power are being very patient, very careful, Velocity might just end up pushing the air wall up a bit too much. A 2v2 peak met with death and destructions at the hands of Storax. And with that, he's got the lockdown available. They gifted to him on a silver platter. Sure, a lot of damage was done, and Full Power have 2 members bleeding and hemorrhaging internally. Can Deathmaker get them both? He definitely can! That was insane. King kills the Kingmaker, but can Death respond in kind? Can Hellfighter help his teammate out? Right to Ace has picked off Pokemon, and that's going to be a crucial pick as they continue to secure this site and inch closer and closer. But the HP advantage lies with Full Power.
Company by Musab. There's the paranoia. Bit of early damage exchanged here. LF looking to come down from heaven, realizing the second he does, it's going to be the peak. And there's that first player. Second has been spotted out. Knowing the location doesn't necessarily mean stopping them though. King right to Ace wins it though. The 1 versus 2. It goes in favor of Velocity. Sure, for a moment it looked scary. For a moment it looked labored, but it does not matter. Velocity, the dreams stay alive. The comeback is still an option. And a 2-0 looks like it's just starting to rise over the horizon. And all of a sudden, dreams may very well come true. But that is all thanks to Deathmaker. We criticise him for having a quiet game, but I tell you what, credit where credit is due. We've hit the second half, and he has turned into an animal.
Whew. Oh, this is an animal that has been let out into the wild after years in captivity, and you know what that does to people? It makes them insane. It makes them ravenous, and Deathmaker is hungry. The double kill from him to turn the round around, and then the 1v2 from Ace. That was a round that Velocity had no business winning, but that's the deal they made with the Devil, and they turn it around. Now, I'm starting to get nervous, Kremer. I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah.
This game could be anyone's for the taking. The economic pendulum has swung in the favor of Velocity, but Full Power can be equally deadly with the Sheriff at the moment I say that. MW1 walks away with his life, lucky to survive the shot out of the fragment impediment. Amaterasu, trapped on an island, has no backup just yet, but he doesn't need any more now, as Full Power Gaming have also applied the brakes.
They're going out.
Is up the way of K? Is there a tech issue that's happening? Question mark, question mark.
No. Deathmaker. Clean shot onto Storax. Revealing the Sword of Force. Unfortunately, getting away may prove to be a problem here. We start punting for him, but Deathmaker with the Ghost wins it out. And he's even able to get away. It's around the world in 30 seconds for Deathmaker.
30 seconds
and actually,
left.
he's changed his mind. He turns back. He wants to fight a Gelato. He wants some more kills. Why not pad them stats, brother? You're here for one reason. And for Full Power, it's not a reason they're going to like. Players in mid still trying to make the control they can. I think we do have a disconnect of Abdur. So, yes, the timeout. And yes, it's going to be a bittersweet
10
victory
seconds
for Velocity.
left.
But hopefully, in this next timeout,
One
we
enemy
should
remaining.
be able to see Full
Spike
Power
down. Defenders
recover as
spawn.
best they can.
This is the worst time to have a meltdown like that. It's just after gone, so... I mean, earlier when Full Power Gaming faced some difficulties, it was because the entire team disconnected. Now when individuals having problems, that definitely means some of the other things need to be fixed in that place in Karachi, so that Full Power can recover all their power and fight with all their might. But at least this happened when Full Power did not have any important weapons, you know? It was an eco round. They were never supposed to win it in the first place. If this happened somewhere in a full buy round, then that would have been absolutely tragic.
It really will be. Hopefully we can get everyone back online. Do you see the comeback happening, or do you think FPX are going to recover?
I really think that Velocity can close this out 2-0. I mean, sure, FPX have the firepower, but if Velocity keep finding these individual moments of brilliance, like that double kill from Deathmaker, the 1v2 from Ace, and even the lovely shots that MW1 has been hitting every time he pushes out of mid, if that's the kind of stuff that Velocity are able to pull off again and again, then I definitely think the third map is not going to be on the cards. Although, if we do go to Haven, then I'll be happy, because then we get to see all the big brain games.
That's true. I'll tell you what, Crips. That was my military-grade copium, and I tell you what, I can't help but think what FPX did really well on their defense was they forced Velocity to fight one at a time. They were very good at punishing overextensions, and as we saw from Deathmaker that round, he pushed all the way up short. You can't do that against rifles. And as we go live now, Full Power is still in the lead. This is still a very winnable game for them. But for Velocity, the momentum is certainly in their favour. There is an ult advantage for Full Power, and I want to highlight, we haven't seen much mileage from these Killjoy ults. I really want to see what's come out earlier.
Yeah, there's several ultimates in the Killjoy, the Hunter's Fury as well, but they don't need any of that. They just need their aim and their raw prowess. Hellfighter, though, has already pushed out of B main, and he's able to make good onto Pokemon. But that isn't going to be enough, because Musab has already reached the tipping point of this place. Hellfighter has absolutely no idea, but Musab, he whips that spray. That's not something he can afford to do right now. Hellfighter is getting pushed from the other side as well, but he's still going to be able to win that duel. Back to a 2v3, and as soon as I say that, Ace swings it back in favor. The smokes aren't there in time. Ace really looks to go around the other side, and Ace pushes out. He's going to walk into Sorax's Nanoswarm and the Crosshair as well. It's all down to Deathmaker. This man is made of magic, but can he pull off the final card from his sleeve? can he complete this trick and pull off the impossible? He's gonna have to relinquish control for now. That's gonna buy a little more time for Full Power. Maybe they can reposition, but can they avoid this Grim Reaper?
This is what Stone Cold Killer here. And he has won circumstances like this time and time again. Swings out, spots the first player. He knows where the second is, but knowledge doesn't mean power. And the Deathmaker, he tries to take the 2 versus 1. He can't do so. Storax able to annihilate him. And that's the FPX we know, recognize, and love. Forcing out these duels, making Velocity engage with them and with uncomfortable parameters. And it means that even though Deathmaker's even though he's a Jod, doesn't matter. Because so long as he is having to take or fight on 2 players on 2 different angles, 9 times, well, actually it's Deathmaker, 8 times out of 10, he doesn't win that.
I'm really surprised at how Musab was able to get so deep inside enemy lines. Sure, that whip could have turned the round in favor of Velocity, but they recovered it really well. And Velocity can't afford to let people slip by like this once again. Hellfighter did all he could, but it simply wasn't enough. This time, Full Power aren't going for any of those plans. They aren't going for any of those split pushes. They just want to tag Ace with the Owl Drone and get the kill onto him. Ace will play dodgeball along with the laser beams, but MW1 can't dodge back to safety. Another Hunter's Fury deployed by Hellfighter just to even the numbers, but FPX have taken full control of the site. Even Pokemon is back upon his feet, so it turns into a 3v3. But this is it. Ground zero for both the teams. King planting deep towards generators, a position which cannot be defended from a long unless he's got dropped out lineup, but I think they're just most likely going to stay towards the site and keep fighting on Hell. From the shadows, has been denied, shot down. It doesn't give enough info to Ace, but it does give Deathmaker a chance to face his opponent, kill his nemesis, and it's just down to Ace. He's going to be able to do it all by himself with some help from his teammates in form of utility and baiting. Velocity are able to get this round in the bag. Oh, they're getting so much closer to this draw. Can 10-10 be achieved over here?
It absolutely can be, but I really want to highlight now how effective Right to Ace was there. That was an incredible round from Ace. The fact that we saw that Paranoia get all 3 players, the only 3 players, every player who was alive for FPX got hit by that Paranoia. And that was like the starting gun for the retake. Deathmaker opens it up. Right to Ace and Hell, they're both able to get their kills. And Full Power is collapsed. You look at the money of Full Power as well. The butterfly effect is going to be felt tenfold now. Hell without Odin. Odin's being for an opening. King takes a lot of early damage. Unfortunately, he hasn't quite been able to kill anyone, but the return fire is going to be a great presence here. And for Deathmaker, is a chance to push through mid. Velocity know what's happening. They know the attack's coming. All they have to do now is stop it.
Oh, but can they stop it? It's easier said than done. Musab is looking to get his share of fun. Deathmaker tries to defend, but it's not going to be enough as the B-side now falls. Although Full Power have lost quite a lot of HP. King is barely alive. He's got a foot in the grave already, and MW1 looks to seal the deal, put the cover on this coffin, and he's getting into the site now as well. But his nemesis has escaped from the shadows used by Abdur, and he's going to get all the way to the Ace site. Ace tries to go for the flash, and maybe he can isolate him. If he can get this kill, then he can easily go for the defuse as well, because King isn't anywhere in place to stop this defuse from happening. Abdur is just buying plenty of time. Ace still doesn't know where his enemy is, but with that recon dart, they should have a fair idea. Ace is able to get the kill onto King, and now Abdur is barely alive. The Odin helps him out quite often, but Deathmaker won't let that happen all once again. Is it happening, Trevor?
Getting close. It's getting... I told you the comeback was an option. 10-10. And now, the 9-3 curse has been complete. We're level pegging. And Velocity, they dictate the momentum. They have money in the bank. They have a buy to wield. They also have a few ults to work with now. If you're on FPX, I would say the panic's setting in, but it's time to tighten up and really find some discipline here, because if they get caught out again, they've only got 2 strikes left, and then we see Velocity guarantee overtime. You look at the money on FPX, and you may have to squint a little bit, Chris, because there's none there. There isn't any cash. This gun round fails, and that's guaranteed match point.
Oh, Does that also mean guaranteed victory? Not necessarily. Maybe by logic you can call that out, but Musab doesn't want to follow any logic. He's just firing in every possible spot where there could be an alarm spot, but there's something even bigger on the other side. It's the Grim Reaper with his big gun, and he's got it trained right at his enemies. Deathmaker with those two crucial picks decimates any attempts at a mid-control, and Full Power Gaming definitely are reeling from the losses, but can they lick their wounds? Oh, it's gonna be a deep wound to cover, and they don't have enough bandages.
Pathetic.
That bait and switch is just nasty. MW1 able to catch out King there, who's beaten in by the owl drone. Now Ace. Backside, good for the first, sees the second. Can't quite kill Abdur, but the location alone should be enough. Abdur for the second here. There is no way he 1v5s to bring Full Power the other. There is no way, Crips. It can't happen. That's illegal. It's against the rules. It's banned. But he's going for the high ground on Heaven. Deathmaker doesn't have an angle here. He's hesitating before the push. Shock darts through the smoke. They are wary to the fact that Abdur can absolutely push through this. And now we're seeing a classic held by the Sova to lead the charge, which is just going to alert Deathmaker with the Vandal. Abdur makes it 3, but as does Deathmaker. Velocity, they do more than make it 3 though. They make it 11. They take the lead with only a few rounds left of the map. And now what may be only a few rounds left of the series.
But this is good for Velocity Gaming. They avoid the economic meltdown, and with this, they have a fighting chance. They've got enough money till the end of the half. If not the end of the half, at least until the map point, the amount of rounds that they need. I thought he was trying to go for a Star Trek sign, but it really does seem that it's Velocity who got stars in their eyes. They've got them spinning around their heads like you see in a cartoon show, and with those starry eyes, they want to make this dream come true. They've conceded only 1 round in this half so far, and it's been a phenomenal comeback from Velocity, but can they seal the deal? They were close last time as well. Velocity were in the lead in the group stages, and that's when Full Power Gaming decided to mount that comeback. Velocity choked last time, but will they do it again? MW gets away in traction, but Musab is able to stop him from going any further, putting his killing spree to a halt right then and there. King watching for the flank. He should be able to get the kill onto Deathmaker, but Deathmaker isn't fast enough. King wins the duel. Ace is able to get that trade, but it's all for none. It's just too little, too late. And it seems like this is a round that Full Power can control, unless Amaterasu and Ace pull off the impossible.
What I wouldn't mind seeing is Amaterasu and Ace to prevent exits. They know there's no cash here, but that fragment is perfect. Flash is perfect as well. Right place gets the opening. All of a sudden, this could be very winnable. Chance amongst men. Velocity! They hit match and series points at a round where we were just considering exits! We hadn't considered that Velocity could just come out of nowhere and win! They wipe the floor
Match
with FPX! They hit absolute shots! And they do so with the biggest grin on their faces. You know that they had stolen that round. They ripped the carpet up from under the feet of Full Power, who now are on the precipice of being the first team to be eliminated from the FPS, from the SCS LAN.
And Velocity Gaming, they definitely want their revenge. It is a dish best served cold, and Deathmaker's turning into a cold-blooded killer. Can Musab bring it back? He definitely wants to flush Deathmaker out of this corner. He knows he's got the op on the other side, and Musab exacts revenge. He's not giving up just yet. To make up for it, Velocity have placed MW1 on the edge of that smoke, and it is about to expire in the next 5 seconds. MW1 doesn't get that frag that he was looking for, but at least he's able to avoid any more casualties. Full Power Gaming can take a chill pill now. They've got the man advantage. They can turn this round around, but Velocity Gaming, they can't be stopped with just this. They're going to have to go all the way if they want to force an overtime. Velocity won't be affected by economy that much, and MW1 wants to take this frag in his hand. Overextends a bit, can't dismiss back to safety, so Abdur is able to successfully trade, and with that, he's farmed up from the shadows. He's going to commit towards the B side, joins his teammates quickly as they hunt down the members of Velocity, chase them out of the sight. Oh, they're able to find Hellfighter through the smoke as well. The Odin not paying off the dividends that Hellfighter was looking for, and Full Power have a decisive advantage. They're going to go for the plant. Velocity pulled off a 2v3 before. This is something much, much harder. Do they have it in them, or will Full Power force this game to be at least a round longer?
They've done it once. They can do it again. Amaterasu, wary of the presence in main here. Gonna swing on them. They split a noise. There's the opening. That could be the start of the end here. 2 versus 3. We've seen it before. We saw it last round. Can they do it again? Amaterasu ready to follow up the Paranoia. There's the Paranoia. Gets 2 players. Doesn't spot the third back from Boathouse. Abdur able to get the first. Amaterasu left with 1 versus 2. Unable to win it. Abdur with a 3K is going to bring Full Power their 11th. And suddenly we can breathe. We can rest, but only momentarily, because we enter the last round of regulation. Overtime on the cards here, and right now FPX are doing everything in their power to prove to us that this is not a busted flush.
Overtime or elimination, the stakes have never been higher. FPX have a long way to climb if they want to keep their tournament life alive, and Velocity need to strike once, but they need to strike hard. It has to be decisive and swift. They must carry their vengeance forward, channel all their desire for revenge, all that they have worked for up until now, and put it into one single blade that tears this sight into half.
Shadows traveling.
Null command, aftershocks, even the lockdowns for that matter. MW1 doesn't care about any of it. He's going to push through the smoke, trying to get at least one. But in the end, is Velocity who end up paying with more lives.
Timing. Shuts down Amaterasu. Falls down to the 3-on-2. We've seen 3-on-2s get 1, but there's the ping onto Deathmaker. The information for Full Power. All they need right now is information. They hear the other shot dart as well. That's all the info they need now.
Revealing area.
Velocity. They know there's at least one under heaven. Where are the others? Where's the player in main? Can Hellef even kill the player in main? He's got Deathmaker to assist him, but I mean, what a better player to have when it comes to needing games. But Abdur is just built different. We're going to our first overtime in the SCS playoffs. And what a game for it to be as an introduction.
Exactly, the first overtime of the tournament in the first lower bracket game of the tournament, where one team will go home. Velocity already have the lead. They've already got a map in the bag, and they want to shut this series down right here and now. If they can finish this game on ascent, it will be a sigh of relief for them. If we go to Haven, then these teams will be able to read the hell out of each other. Keep in mind that they have already faced each other on Haven before, and they can do it again with several things done differently. But Ascent has been uncharted territory so far. Everything that they have learned in regulation is the only information that they can use in overtime. And will they be able to make the most of it? The stakes have never been higher. Velocity Gaming, can they finish this right here and now? Or does Haven lurk around the corners? For now, the only thing lurking around the corners is going to be an alarm bot. Full Power Gaming have given up control on mid and left it to just these gadgets that the Killjoy brings to the table. And they're stacking up the sites instead. Is that going to be enough to stop Velocity?
They've gone so quiet, they realise the pressure they're now suddenly under. Musabu's going to be pinged, that's going to draw him back a little bit. But it's only momentary. Readjusts, get back into position. Full Power. Little do they know that Velocity, they're not worried about treating. They're worried about the sits of B. Execution comes out, set piece goes, flashes to follow, Deathmaker to lead the charge, spots out the Odin, sees the Paranoia, but Storax is there to trade, and now it's on to right away, it's good for the first. Amaterasu chimes in, 4-on-3, spikes go down, Musab smoked out of position, hoping for a wall bang, but it's fruitless, bullets whizzing and snapping over the heads of Velocity, but it does not matter because they've been able to dig in. All of a sudden, Full Power, they need a kill and they need it fast, but every single player stacked up to push through CT. It's a one-dimensional attack. And Amaterasu already with the lineup to try and stop it. Out goes that blade. MW1 ready with the Lear as a follow-up. They know the attack is coming, and for Full Power, retaking. Time is ticking. They don't have time to spare. There's the opening, and when it rains, as I've said, Grips, it will pour. Velocity They go 13-12 up, taking the first round of overtime. 1 round away from usurping Full Power, the team that has proven to be their kryptonite time and time again.
And they won't lose to them another time. They do not want this map to go to Haven. Keep in mind that the last time these teams faced each other, Haven was a closely contested affair, and the teammates of Velocity had to go through a lot in order to make sure that the veto goes in their favor so that they avoid all the other previously played maps like Fracture and Bind, and they just wanted to go for something fresh. That's exactly why they've chosen Icebox and Ascent to be the first 2 battles. But if we go to Haven, then these teams will have plethora of information to draw from in the previous game. Right now, the only thing that's at stake, the only information that they can use is whatever they've learned about each other in regulation, and that is not going to be enough.
I bet Sentinel has lost like 20 years of his lifetime just from the stress this game may have caused him. So my heart does go out to you, Sentinel, the owner of Velocity. But for now, we are nowhere near the conclusion of this game. We could have double, triple, quadruple overtime, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. We could have a third map, and I wouldn't be surprised. Velocity, moments away from a 2-0, and we're at the stage now where the only players who really are the difference maker are King and Abdur, 2 players who consistently have been there in these anchor positions to stay as Full Power's rocks. For Velocity, it's a fairly sparse default. No presence in mid whatsoever, and it just happens to be the one position Full Power are looking to exploit.
Yeah, but will they be able to do it though? Cloudburst indicates presence, and Amaterasu is tempted to peek, but instead he just uses the utility to gather information. A pop flash at the ready, hoping that Ace can find something more for this Aldron, and he sees multiple across the corner. This is gonna ring bells of danger in the Velocity Gaming camp, as this B crunch is imminent. Hellfighter good for only 1. Even Deathmaker can't do much from main, as this site has now fallen into the hands of Full Power. Will Velocity fall right here and now? They've pulled off difficult clutches before, and once again they find themselves in a situation that demands them to be at their finest possible behavior. A 2v3 has been pulled off before, but this is a 3v4, and this is much, much harder.
This may be a matter of who's able to win their defense round first. Lusab on the close angle, making a lot of noise here, but just because Velocity know the location of a player doesn't necessarily mean they can stop him. Liz ready, fragments out, 2 flash drives still in the hands of Amaterasu. There's the first Lear, followed by Hayfire and Bullets. Lusab and Storax able to shut down Amaterasu, good for the first, ready for 2 more. Unfortunately, Abdur is where his reign of terror will end. Full Power equalised at 13-13. We heads to double overtime. Side switch comes in, and for Velocity now, their attack, I mean, sure, it's good, as is Full Power's, but it's going to be whoever wins their defense round first. That will dictate the winner of this series.
Full Power Gaming, they haven't pulled out this B crunch all that often. They've used it rarely and sparsely, but when they do use it, it pays off such massive dividends. It keeps them alive, keeps their heart beating, and their feet moving. But will they be able to move their hands fast enough? Musab certainly can. Flicks onto MW1, and that's the danger man taken out.
Truly is here. Velocity currently a player down. And on wide, this is angle expected right away. Steve maybe for timing makes a noise. That'll be his death sentence. There's the opening. Abdur ruthlessly accurate. And with that, Full Power continue a dominant streak on their defense. But Helef is trying to keep Velocity alive. Still only a player down. Damage done to Pokemon as well. This is a winnable round, but they need another kill, and they need to be able to get to a site quickly.
Luckily, they do have enough time to get to one of these sites, and they can still continue exploring all the options that they have. Let's take a look at all the information they've gathered so far. They've only spotted 2 of the players of Full Power Gaming in mid, and they know for a fact that they will adjust. So at this point, Velocity don't have enough to go on. It could be a 2-2 split. It could be a 1-2-1 split. They have no idea. Abdur recognizes the threat around the corner, uses the dark cover just to buy a little bit more time, and now time is going to be of the essence. Just 24 seconds left. They try to walk out. Hellfighter goes out swinging. He gets 2. He's done more than enough, and he's turned this into a favorable situation. Full Power Gaming are down to their last 2 members. And this 0 point will detect their presence. They now know Velocity Gaming have all the information they need. The fragment forces them to be separated from each other. No backup available for Storax, but he doesn't need any. Amaterasu goes down, and Deathmaker doesn't swing out in time to complete the trade. Even if things go south, there are shot dart lineups to stop them. There's also Hunter's Fury to deny the defuse just yet. Will Deathmaker now peek on the back of it? King is taking it, and he's able to kill the diffuser. Storax wants to go for it once again, and Hellfighter denies the defuse. This was close. This was labored. But this was definitely something Velocity had accounted for, and they knew that they could win. Amaterasu breathing a sigh of relief. I know, that was ridiculous.
Hellfighter just takes one target after another, and he ends up just wiping the floor with FPX there. Granted, though, Hellfighter shouldn't have to do that. Hellfighter getting a 4K shouldn't be your win condition. And because of that, FPX show a little bit more consistency, but Velocity on the defense, the side which no one has been able to master yet, and they're going to be starting this time with that presence in mid. That same presence in mid that was so lacking in the rounds beforehand, that full power were able to punish it again and again. Aggression now from amateur round 2. Sparks down the first, tries to get away, is able to do so, drops the fragment.
Oh no!
Yes, he can! Ready for a third as well, doesn't even want to fight it. Drops the flash drive, gets the hell out of there. It's discipline from here on out. They know that this is the best they're going to have yet. Yes, maybe good for another. Remaining players pushing. Storax number 1. Right versus Train is on Abdul. 1 versus 3. And with spike control, we are going to be seeing the spike go down. Maybe even a spot of aggression from Abdul here. He realizes he has a minute left. Maybe he will try and push into Hellfighter. But Hellfighter, he's wary of it. He's so wary of it. However, he's been able to outmaneuver Abdul in heaven, hoping for a timing. Timing is everything. And Hella spots him out. There's the info. 30 HP, no HP. Velocity in double overtime are able to eliminate FPX in the lower bracket 2-0 by hell and high water. Velocity, they survive and they continue a dominant streak.
Oh, this was anything but dominant, Bremer. I hate to disagree with you over here, but this was perhaps the hardest battle that Velocity have had so far. And you can see how relieved they are by the sigh on their faces. Whether it's Amaterasu smiling after such a long time, or whether it's CA being visibly stressed and sweaty. Just their expressions show you how difficult this game was for Velocity Gaming and how close FPX came to exacting revenge.
Sheesh, what a matchup, what an incredible matchup over here. आपसे भी बात करेंगे थोड़ी देर में, but लेकिन I'm going to need the players to come up. U4, I'll have you come up first.
बताओ
कैसा महसूस हो रहा है यार? It was a very close match as well. 2-0 हुआ है, लेकिन last match नाखून बचे.
चले गए अभी तो, अब तो क्लियर है.
अभी clear हो गया.
No, it was a really good game. बस यही कि अभी one step at a time करना है. बहुत unfortunate है कि both G and us are in the lower bracket right now. But यही है कि अब we have to do what we have to do और एक-एक करके एक-एक step लेंगे. And देखते हैं. Let's have a good show next game का.
Oh, absolutely. Global Esports versus Revenant. Interesting होगा ज़रूर, but
oh yes, उनका
Cal Classico finals में भले ना हो, but there's Orangutan as well, which has come up. If they qualify to the finals, of course, जिस तरीके से सारी की सारी teams यहाँ पे खेल रहे, it's become, we come to a point जहाँ पे आप predict नहीं कर सकते कौन जीतेगा. पहले जब nascent stage में था हमारा circuit, तब आपको पता होता कि 1, 2 या 3, हाँ यही होने वाला है. But now it's not like that. But
अब एकदम unpredictable है. अब किसी का भी पता नहीं है कि कौन निकलेगा, क्या करेगा. मतलब upsets हो रहे हैं, कोई भी unbelievable place कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी चल रहा है. गेम में तो अच्छा है, अभी नया मेटा है, नया क्रिएटिविटी देखने को मिल रहा है, तो चलो ऑल द बेस्ट बोलूंगा अभी जी वालों को. सब दोस्त लोग ये हैं, भाविन भाई के लिए देखूंगा और रॉसी के लिए. सो लेट्स हेड टू द नेक्स्ट गेम.
I'll grab a hold of Ace right now. Ace, if you could come up. No, come. I'll get you. No, Sunny won't come. You come. Sunny won't come. Sunny never comes. Sunny. Guys, can we have a huge round of applause for Sunny? DM. Come here. So you had promised me the last time कि जब जीतोगे आप मेरे साथ आओगे. But मुझे ये बताओ, हाथ अभी भी कांप रहे कि नहीं कांप रहे?
अभी कांप रहे एक्चुअली, हाथ अभी भी कांप रहे.
क्या चल रहा था कॉम्स में, क्या चल रहा था जब ओटी गया? Because लग रहा था you would have been able to close it out. लेकिन जब ओटी गया तो क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में?
कुछ ऐसा नहीं चल रहा था, बस हम लोग बोलते कि लाइक एक एक राउंड पे फोकस करते हैं अभी, और हम लोग बस उसमें ही फोकस किया एक एक राउंड पे, और हम लोग का कॉम्स एक्चुअली ऑन पॉइंट था आज, तो हो गया ओटी में, जीत गए हम लोग.
नजर भी आ रहा था, लेकिन फॉर ऑल द फैंस, क्योंकि देखिए दिस वाज अ बैटल फॉर सर्वाइवल. यहाँ पे आप अगर हारते तो आप बाहर जाते, एंड मुंबई वाज रफ रिगार्डलेस, लेकिन आप चेन्नई में आए हो एंड यू हैव अ वेरी स्पेशल स्टोरी विद चेन्नई एज वेल, बिकॉज़ आप हर बार इधर आते हो जब भी आपके पास बड़ा मौका होता है. सो इट्स अ सिटी व्हिच हैज स्पेशल मीनिंग टू एवरीवन, बट फॉर ऑल द फैंस उनको क्या कहेंगे आप?
बस इतना ही बोलूँगा, जैसे आप लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हो सेम ऐसा ही करते रहो, और देखते हैं हम लोग आगे क्या कर सकते हैं. और
No, that's wonderful. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Sunny. I'll see you around, and good luck for all the matches. For all the lovely folks watching at home, we still have one more match coming up. Global Esports versus Revenant Esports is going to go live. Of course, once again, a battle for survival. The team that loses will be eliminated, and the journey will end over here. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a really short break. Do not go anywhere. Grab your popcorns, grab your coffees, because we will be right back.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
SK Rossi, man, we as much as we love talking about this guy, can't deny the bad performances, man. He has got 4 kills right now. Oh, it's heartbreaking to see for G. They need SK Rossi to deliver.
They're all turtled up at the side. They can easily get swarmed by the pistols.
Great at all, but Amaterasu and Deathmaker have gotten 2. Still a lot of work to be done for Deathmaker. Let's bring it to a 2v1, but still a little bit too much to ask this time for Deathmaker. It's a great attempt though, but open from heaven. This is just a game that keeps on giving.
He's the one who got headshot. Deathmaker though, juggling the guns!
Oh.
But eventually the weight of the Vandal will weigh heavy on Jermaine.
It is time to fight back. It is time for payback. It is time for glory. Arise, South Asia. It is time for Skyesports Champions Series. We are ready. We are coming.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD and powered by Router. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a warm welcome. But look, I don't need it as much as the teams need it because I'm under a lot of pressure right now. It's an elimination game, as I mentioned earlier. Both these teams are fighting for survival. There's a giant on the other side, and there's a dark force on the other. Who's going to come out on top? Of course, we'll find out at the end of the matchup. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the first team in question. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Global Esports! Welcome. All of you guys can start getting settled over here on this side. No, Mark, you can stay with me. You can stay with me. Everybody else can settle in. The pressure isn't something new to you.
Yeah.
You've been here a million times before, but an elimination game always hits hard. How prepared are you feeling, and what's the mood like in the camp?
Well, I mean, we have always been in the lower brackets at every event, I think, almost. So we have been here, but right now, you know, I told the boys it's just a game. We either win or lose. We just have to have fun.
Just another day at the office?
Just another day at the office. Yeah, it's like you can't put extra pressure on yourself in any game, right? And you're not going to do your best then. You just play it like a game, play it like any day, and I think we'll come out on top if we do that.
No, that's wonderful. Spoke like a true leader. Just stay tight over here. I will let you go in a bit, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, that's Global Esports, but let's have a look at who they're going up against. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Revenant Esports! Amber, we decided we'd have a chat. How are you feeling? You've been around for a very long time. By the way, if the audience doesn't know, he's been around for a while. It's just that on the stage, you're still fairly new like that.
Yeah.
But let's tell them a fun fact. 8 years ago, you and I have happened to be sharing a team.
Yeah.
But how do you feel being here? But of course, let's not forget, it's a lot of pressure as well because it's an elimination matchup for you folks. And of course, they're coming in as the hot favorites. But how are you feeling? What's the mood like in the camp?
I think the pressure is on them, not on us. They are the favorites.
That's good. That's good. But for all the fans, what are you going to say to all the fans?
Thank you all for supporting us. Thank you to Rohit sir for coming here. Thank you to my family, my friends, my girlfriend. And thank you to everyone who's at home sitting watching us.
So that's wonderful. But I want to get Knight Rider over here. Come here. You had something to say to Global Esports, haven't you?
So this is our first LAN event. This may be our first LAN event, but we have beaten Global Esports many times in the past. We are confident we'll do it again. The pressure is on them. Good luck.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love the banter over here. I love the energy. You guys can have your handshakes and carry on, get settled in. Both these teams are feeling pumped up, which is wonderful. There's healthy banter as well between the teams, which you don't usually get to see. But once again, Chennai, can I have all of you folks make some noise for both these teams on my cue? Chennai, make some noise! Wonderful. We have our panel ready for all of you folks out there. We're going to build the game up and dissect it. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Mamba. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the last two teams in the lower bracket. One of them will go home. It's do or die or say goodbye. It's Global Esports versus none other than Revenant Gaming. My name is Vivek. With me is Tanya. You're watching the Skyesports Championship Series presented by AMD and powered by Router. And most importantly, blessed with the love of all you fans tuning in at this hour. What's up, Tanya?
Well, excitement is all up. The pressure points are also up for the players. But today, it's not the players those are going to play. I believe these are just the puppets. Today, it's the time for RVK as well as Eraser to be the puppet master and get their team qualified.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be a very interesting series. Can Lightning Fast pop up? Can he find that momentum? How much is Hellranger going to have to do the heavy lifting? Kappa, his Sova is the key foundation of this team. And on the side of Revenant, you know, I've got a book and a phone because there's just so much interesting information about this team. Now, they said this in the interview, and if you did miss the interview, let me just fill you in. Revenant have beaten Global Esports in the past. They're quite confident that they've beaten them multiple times. We're good. And now I do want to point out one thing. I was there during the veto. The veto took place some time back outside the arena, and it was up to the last map. I will not spoil the veto for you guys, but Hellranger said, "Are ye map to 6 baar haare." That is not the map which is going to be played, but that's the map he's lost the most on in the grand final. If you're a fan of Global Esports, guess in chat. For now, some things we don't have to guess about. And this is very clear. This is crystal clear. If Global Esports do not manage to win, they are out of the tournament. They are not going forward to the APAC Challengers. And if Revenant wins, it's going to be them facing off versus VLT. But Global Esports versus VLT, that's the Wild Classico. I mean, you've seen Global Esports and VLT face off. You've seen these teams. What are your expectations, Tanya, of the series?
Well, the stakes are going to get higher with every passing day. Indeed, with every passing round. We just witnessed a match a while ago where Team Velocity was able to win, and it was a clean sweep of 2-0. Though we did witness 2 overtimes happening. Yesterday was the day where not only Team Velocity lost, also Team Global Esports lost. A veteran team, Global Esports losing against a newest team. So maybe today they have got some new tricks in their sleeves. But talking about Revenant, being the new team, and we just heard while the host was asking them, Mamba Sir was asking them about what are your expectations. He was pretty clear that, maybe we are playing LAN for the first time. We don't have the experience that way, but we are going to crush them. And if they are able to, it's going to be the history, because there's nothing much more than experience, and I believe experience is going to play a massive role.
Oh yeah, and there you have it. That's the veto. This is where the experience comes into play. It's going to be Bind, picked by Global Esports. It's then going to be Fracture, and the decider map is Haven. So let's look at the last bans. It is Global banning out Split, because Hellranger clearly said during the veto, we've lost this map 6 times in a row as a decider. We do not want to play it, although it's one of the, weirdly, it's one of the kind of good maps. So they go for Haven instead. And are you surprised with this veto? Anything you'd like to point out about this veto, Tanya?
Well, something that catch my eyes is the map of Fracture. On paper, definitely Global Esports is having an upper hand. Indeed, almost doubling, if I'm not mistaken, very close to double would be the perfect word there. But what exactly concerns me is Revenant has taken down Global Esports several times on the map of Fracture. So this is going to be a game changer. But talking about Bind for the start, I believe there's nothing much of a change on the agent selection part. But there's one thing that has a lot of permutations and combinations from the side of Revenant, where Amber, Logista and Knight Rider, they tend to switch roles of controller and initiator, as well as sentinel, sometimes calling it out loud for Knight Rider himself because he plays Brim and Chamber. Talking about Logista, Viper and Breach. Talking about Amber here, Breach and Brim. So now that composition is going to switch to the decisive point.
I'm going to correct you on that. Amber plays?
Amber plays Breach and Brim on the map of Bind.
On Bind, okay. Okay, you're right. I think you're right. So yeah, they switch up a lot. I have got a lot of permutation combinations. This is a lot of, I mean, it's good for them, right? It makes life really, really difficult for their opponents. They're like, what are they going to pick? Who plays what? So it's going to be really interesting to see what they play. And you were talking about Fracture, Tanya. What can we expect from Revenant on Fracture? What's their team composition going to look like?
Wimp and Fade is the deadly start for the Revenant team, because Global Esports is yet to adapt the Fracture inclusive agent selection. They're still sticking to their basic comfort zone. But now, as they are under pressure points, and we very well know Global Esports under pressure plays very, very weirdly well. Some angles are even not checked by us, because even after we have an entire map view, we also tend to miss sometimes. But these players have got a lot of tricks. Indeed, I would say they've got lots of rabbits to pull out of the hat. Let's see in what aspect are they going to start into once they are into catching up the lead, or once they are fallen down and they want to get up again, because the momentum starts when you want to break through.
Yeah, Global Esports are a team that does play well under pressure. I actually agree with you. The higher the stakes are, the more they show up. But what I'm concerned about, Tanya, and I want to ask you for your opinion on this, do you feel that sometimes they rely too much on one or two players to do a lot of the heavy lifting?
Well, hand in hand walking through for SK Rossi and Lightning Fast is a massive necessity for Global Esports for the day. The stakes are high, and if these two guys are able to walk in hand, neck to neck in terms of kills, so I believe this is going to be a point. So I would not say that they rely only on one or two players, because maybe not in terms of kills, but we do know Kappa with the reveal actually defies about where the threat is, on what angle can they expect any enemy, and Hellranger with a breach for sure is going to be commendable. He just flashes, rest is done by Lightning Fast. So he's always assistive of getting the kills for his teammates.
Yeah. Revenant, they've got their coach here. Unfortunately for the side of Global Esports, Eraser couldn't make it. I believe Revenant's coach is NBK. He was a player himself earlier back in the day. And I really love his attitude to the morale around the team. He's always keeping things upbeat. He's like, so what if you're starting an attack? Just get a kill. And wait, interns. Okay, it's the interns.
Well, the interns are requesting for their accounts to reach 100K to get an iPhone 13. Now that is a free publicity given to them. Please go ahead, check it out. Just in case if that works, they might get iPhone 11, 13. But these guys are fun to be with. A lot of content creation on the way as well. But at this point of time, there's lots of sweat, and it does happen. They are the warriors on the horses with knives, and not only knife. This is a double-edged knife, because they have to make sure they take kills as and when required.
Yeah, you spoke about knives, and I feel that the other really interesting aspect about this matchup is who plays KO, because Skyesports plays it. On some maps, Ember plays it. And I believe that's the fundamental switch up. I think on Fracture, it's Ember that's going to play it, but I could be wrong. They are also one of the teams, and correct me if I'm wrong, does Skyesports like to play Omen on Fracture?
On the map of Fracture, he does play, because that is working for them. They are able to take down Global Esports on the map of Fracture with this composition, which is Fade, KO, KJ, Chamber, Omen with Wimp, Amber, Logista, Knight Rider, and Skyesports respectively.
That is very interesting, because on day one, I said I think Omen is a really good pick on Fracture, and then chat laughed at me, and rightly so. You guys should laugh at me. Not laugh at my jokes, laugh at me. They were like, it's rubbish. And I was wondering, okay, I'm obviously wrong. Let me ask somebody who's smarter. So I spoke to YB, and YB said, no, I mean, Omen, his smokes are like plastic. You want the Brimstone smokes because they really provide cover. And more importantly, the orbital strike is just of so much value on Fracture. So although on paper we have Omen as a possibility on Fracture for the side of Revenant, it might be very possible that we'll actually be seeing Brimstone, or maybe we might see an Omen that lurks across the map, takes everyone by surprise. The other issue with Omen is on drop near Satellite, there is one chamber trap that you cannot pass as the Omen no matter what. It always triggers apparently. So I mean, of course you can smoke off the trap as an Omen, but you can also smoke off the trap as a Brimstone. And more importantly towards B, the Omen smokes are a bit hollow, and the Brimstone smokes, I mean, the shape of the dome is what really makes the difference. So looking at past matches, we've seen them pick Omen on Fracture, but I don't know if this is going to be the case, Tanya. However, I find that very interesting. Back to you, Tanya. What agents are you excited to see on Bind?
Well, I would definitely want to see Lightning Fast as a race because he is destructive there, not only with the showstopper, sure, but also with the paint shells, with the boom bots, with every double satchel entry he is able to get with the hookah in particular. I would want to say they would go with the support of Lightning Fast, double satcheling, getting the side in and getting one pick. That is the opening frag, and that is how two players, one is already taken down, and then three players pushing all together. The site is all vacant. So if this is the pattern Lightning Fast is jumping into with the raise under his hand, I think Lightning Fast might be very strong with the hookah entry, side control, and planting the spike. But on the map of mind, they are starting on the attacking side as well. So this is going to be very crucial for them to gain as many rounds as possible on the attacking side, because if they miss it that way, defending will be a little difficult, having the lineups that they have been picking up, Chamber, Breach, Sova, Brim and Raze. Chamber, no doubt, it has got a lot of movement possibility where he can go
For bind?
For bind, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of movement possibility, but then, as you mentioned, Cypher can be placed very wisely on the map of mind, but Global Esports is not using that. So defending with one Sentinel might be a cause of concern, though not undoable or something from the side of Global Esports. They've done it then, but can they do it today is going to be the question.
Yeah. I think on bind we might see Omen. A case can be made for Omen on bind. And I'm saying this because you said defending with one Sentinel can be really difficult. And that's where the controller comes into play. He's the second line of defense. Those smokes, the utility, all of that really is important for them to hold on to sides and slow down those pushes. So Omen with the cooldown on his smoke can be able to hold off some of those pushes. I know Hellrangers played it in the past, but Hellrangers played Brim a lot as well. So, I mean, the agent picks are, some of these agent picks are locked, but a lot of things are up in the air. And what's also up in the air is Global Esports and their tournament lives. As you can see the brackets, they're right at the bottom. They're going to be facing off in just some time versus Revenant. And if they do, we're going to have GE versus Velocity for their tournament lives. And if they lose, if they do not manage to put together a win, it's going to be one of the biggest upsets of this tournament. Everybody I've spoken to outside, in between the games, while we're sipping on tea or some good old filter coffee, they're like, Vivek, this tournament is nuts. It's so hard to predict. I feel like of all the tournaments I've seen, all the Valorant tournaments that I've seen in casted, this one is really out there. An unknown entity like Orangutan, Enigma finding great form, MW1 stepping onto the stage, and Global Esports, well, fighting for their tournament lives.
They are definitely fighting for the slot, the last remaining slot for round 2. Revenant and Global Esports are not going to let anything go U-turn. They are going to make sure that everything runs in the W pattern. But the opposition team is not going to allow everything so flawless, I believe. They're going to make sure about it, that they are going to go very aggressive. The players are getting ready, and this is their typical patent of starting immediately. And now you're talking about Omen play happening on the map of Bind. I believe Skills is not going to go for the Omen play, but the Brim play.
Yeah, it's Hellranger who sometimes plays the Omen for Global Esports. He plays Breach as well, but they do switch things up. And I know Global Esports, internally the talk around the arena is that they are trying some stuff. And the most important thing I heard Hellranger say, and Hellranger was talking to me before the game, he was like, they're a team, they're a very structured team, and they're a Revenant. He's talking about Revenant, and he's giving them a lot of respect. They're a very structured team, and they're very, very good versus other structured teams. So I said, hey, hell, aren't you guys a structured team? He said, yeah. I said, what's your answer? He said, well, Vivek, you have to wait and see. I know the answer. I'm not going to spoil it. But Global Esports, they might be pulling out a couple of secrets. There might be a little YOLO here and there. So be ready for some surprises. Because I'm guaranteeing you, I'm assuring you that Hellranger is going to aggress. He is going to lurk himself. Discipline and structure, be damned. It's tournament lives on the line. And Skills, this man plugging
Sorry to cut you off, but on the contrary, I believe today all the discipline is going to fall off. Today they are going to play totally indisciplined to go unpredictable and win that last slot remaining.
Yeah, they are. That's what I was also saying, that they are going to be a little bit undisciplined. There's an Enigma supporter showing support for Global Esports. Always nice. Everybody supporting other teams. Hellranger. Geez, the amount of pressure this man has, and he just walks onto the stage. Well, our job is winning. We're going to try and win and move on. That is exactly the kind of approach you want from your captain, and it's interesting that he says this as if it's a job. He uses the word job because they've got a very professional approach to what they do, and GE indeed is always fighting. And maybe this intern gets an iPhone 13 to show the very same thing another day in the tournament, if and only if Tanya, Global Esports, manages to survive their first game in the lower bracket.
What I like the most about it is Global Esports going ahead and saying one thing. It is just a daily day at the office, a daily routine at the office. So are they going to make it with the routine? Are they going to win it? Because I believe they are sure here in it to win it. But there's only one room of opportunity, and that opportunity has to be grabbed by only one team.
Yeah, it's one team who has that opportunity. I think people are just warming up a little bit, fixing whatever technical issues they can, getting all the audio in place. It's only a matter of time before we jump into the game. What Ember plays is a mystery. There are a lot of predictions. For Bind, we have Breach and Brim. And, you know, I spoke to Ember about this. Ember was talking to me during the veto. He was like, हाँ, हमारा वैसा थोड़ा weird है. And there you go. There's the agent selection. No Omen. I said it's a toss-up between Omen and Brim. We have a Brim. We have a Chamber. We have a Breach, like you mentioned. And there is a Sova and a Raze. You spoke about Lightning Fast and his double satchels. On the other side, for the Revenant lineup, we've got a Viper, which is, well, an agent that one sees more of on maps like Icebox and Breeze. We've got Neon, Sky, Breach, and Brim. Sky instead of Sova is actually quite interesting for me, Tanya.
Absolutely. This was pretty predictable lineup. They don't want to go trial and error during the game where this is the elimination map, elimination match would be the precise word, apt word. The lineups are pretty even, and they are going to stick to the same way. Sure, we are going to see Skyesports once again as a Neon. As I mentioned, he is very precise on the map about sticking to Neon, but nothing else. The players are definitely looking very ready, and not only that, the coaches might also be very ready with some exchange of words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Tanya, signing off. I would want Vivek and Krema to join in and cast the game for you. And here we go. Let's hear it.
Hello, Chennai. Welcome as Global Esports fight for their survival against Revenant. Our wonderful desk were able to quickly talk us through the veto. Of course, we are going to be starting on Bind, followed by Fracture with our decider of Haven. But before we get into this, I'm Mikasa Krabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Vivek. What do you make of this, bud?
Vivek, excuse me, Krema, there were just so many things happening on my screen. It's such a fast execute coming out from the side of Revenant. Skyesports already making progress towards Belong, the ever-important pistol, Krema. This is where momentum gets decided. This is where possibly the defenders manage to secure an economic advantage, but the Brimstone smokes just holding them at bay. Skyesports, Knight Rider cannot pass. A flash to start. How much more ground can they get? Knight Rider gets things started. The first frag of this best of three. He manages to find another. Skill's dead. Skill's good for one with a frenzy, but like I said, he's been brought down in Ember with the classic. Ember and Logi doing it all. Ember getting the plant off with one man, Lightning Fast. How much can he do, Krema? He's done a lot in the past, but this is one heck of a task. 1v3. He's up against the Brim, he's up against the Breach, and he's up against the Sky. Whew.
Just spot the shoulder of one of the first players there. Sport through the fault line, it's insurmountable. Just like that, Revenant, they're able to take the pistol round, going 1-0 up. And you need to remember here, this is a matchup that Global and Revenant are very familiar with. We saw this in day 2 in the group stage where Revenant, they beat Global 2-1. Before that, both teams, they had this huge sort of to and fro, but it was up until recently Global who won that every single time. But what it shows is not Global have got worse, it's Revenant have got better. And now, all of a sudden, we have a series on our hands. We have a rivalry starting to appear now. And as Global drop down to an eco, as we said last game, on your eco, 2-3 kills, that's all you're really after. Better still if you can save the odd weapon, but Spectres at the moment aren't really worth saving, are they, Vivek?
No, Spectres, I mean, I think if you're talking about Global Esports, they're just working with bare basics, right?
Yeah.
Revenant want to secure the round. That's priority for them. If they can secure the round without losing any weaponry, that's great. I think if you're Global Esports, you want to do as much economic damage as possible and secure orbs. And SK Rossi is doing some damage. With that headhunter, he gets one kill, but he's missing buddies. Somehow, mysteriously, Kremer, this is a 3v3. What the heck are Global Esports putting together? Lightning Fast and Hellranger tucked away to his elbow. They still got the Boombot. Rossi dealt with. That's good. Ember in a bit of a corner. Doesn't have to worry. He's got no bother. Nothing in the world to phase him because he's got 2 solid friends by his side who are going to take care of that round for him.
Honestly, I quite like it. 2 kills, that's all you really need on an eco. I, for a moment, was on the verge of panicking. As you mentioned, a 3v3 after plant with Global already in position to retake. If there was anything else other than just pistols and no armor, that could have been a very different round. And as we hit the full buy of Global, this is now where we really see them test their mettle. I quite like that we're seeing a judge on SK Rossi. It's like, for Rossi, what I found is that he can be a little bit inconsistent. But if he's able to get a successful kind of 1 or 2 rounds, he's good for the rest of the series. It's like trying to start a lawnmower by pulling on the cord. Like, once you give it 1 or 2 good yanks, then it wakes up and will run for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and he needs to run for the rest of the series because he's got that judge. He's tucked away towards the tube on site. He's got a way out, but the main reason for this judge is so that the concuss from the breach fault line doesn't really affect his recoil. He can still get a kill. That's what he's banking on. That's what he's praying for. The Viper wall deployed towards A. But look at Global Esports on a mini-map, Tema. They're not buying this BS. They're firmly planted towards B. Unfortunately, they lose their duelist, and they lose a lot more as their IGL falls. A 3v5 for Global Esports. Spike hasn't been blunted. 45 seconds on the clock. Revenant, they're making their way bit by bit. Methodical. Boys, unfortunately, Scales does get one, but Scargord and Wimp will shut down Global Esports. You know what's the problem with Revenant? They are so fast when they want to make a move. Our observers are struggling to keep up with the action, Krema.
They say they're lightning fast, maybe. You look at the Revenant support here, and I quite like from Revenant the fact that their way of approaching rounds is very much a fight, get a player advantage, fall back, wait for the response. And it's a very tactical way of playing. You look over to the sort of investment from Global. I like how we sort of have the SK Rossi buy, but even on ecos, SK Rossi gets like Vandal or Operator, and you sort of let him roam free. If he kills everyone, well, it's to be expected, it's SK Rossi. If he doesn't, no worries, you still have a buy next round. Skyesports is going to make sure SK Rossi doesn't do a signature move, but the rest of his team are going to try and at least make it costly for Revenant here with a flank coming from the Brimstone.
Oh yeah, the Brimstone, his flank is so crucial, but that flank is going to be dealt with. Patience from Logi, patience rewarded, and Wimp on the sky will take down Lightning Fast. Both the duelists shut down its cap. Oh, with the Sheriff finds 2 crucial kills, 2 bullets, more than 1 bird, finds another. It's Kappa for days, Krema. How much can he do? This could be a ace clutch? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It would be. Vivek, he could very well win this. He has a recon dart still to use. He is against a Rolling Thunder and a Viper's Pit. If he baits out either of those ults, this round is well worth it. It already is worth it to kill 3 players with only a couple of pistols. Getting an ult as well would mean a huge overcommitment from Revenant.
I think he got spotted. He knows this is one player towards long. He doesn't know where the Viper is. And Kappa gets one of the trades. The fundamentals of any tactical shooter are so strong on this Revenant side. Tremor, I had a little bit of time before the game outside the arena where I wish you were. Unfortunately, immigration, that's an whole other story. But outside the arena, I was talking to Hellranger, and Hellranger said, Vivek, they are really good versus structured teams. I said, but hell, aren't you guys a structured team? He said, yeah, their fundamentals are really strong. So we have to have an element of surprise. Our normal game style is not going to work. So they're going to be a little YOLO. And let's see if that pays off. They had the hero Vandal for SK Rossi. Didn't pay dividends. SK Rossi has found kills here and there, but he needs that first pick. He needs to find that momentum because he is that kind of a player, Kremmer.
Really, really strong start from Revenant. And you did say it beautifully. And what I quite like is Revenant, they don't make mistakes. They're very, very good at just waiting, lying, and seeing what their opponents do. And their whole stratagem, a lot of 90% of it comes from just punishing your opponents. CSK Rossi here, awaiting the attack, jump spot there, bait and switch, doesn't quite work out. Knight Rider falls, bad advantage for Global, but how long can they hold it for? An instant reposition from SK Rossi here. You see he's really trying to garner this advantage for Global.
Oh yeah, there's Starlord trying to contest them and find a way in. He's managed to do that, but hell, by Rossi's side will manage to find the trade. Hellranger also getting a little bit of assistance on the kill feed at the very least from Kappa and the others. The Rolling Thunder committed. Can Revenant capitalize? They want to push deeper. Hell hops about like a bunny. How far can he go? He's moved towards heaven. A friend by his side, but his friend can't trade as Ember takes care of the enemy breach. Viper spit committed. This is Revenant trying to lose Tremor, but Kappa this man! Why? How did he know? Please, someone explain how Kappa knew where he was. Now a 2v3 for Revenant. The spike hasn't been planted just yet. They're running out of time. They're in the Viper's pit, and the Viper is dead. 8 seconds on the clock. It's just the breach, but there's just one man with one answer. It's Kappa.
Two really interesting things there I want to highlight. The first one is that Viper using that Viper's Pit. I love the fact that after they got lamp control, we saw Revenant realize we don't have Shadows control, but we also don't need it. They go background from lamps, commit the Viper's Pit, and then fight for spawn control, essentially. And what it means is that for Global, they have to fight on some uncomfortable angles. Luckily, due to the heroics of SK Rossi, they were able to sort of feather that man advantage they already had, and so the impact wasn't felt as badly. They also forced the usage of both the Viper's Pit and the Rolling Thunder. SK Rossi, Blast Cannon operator this time, flashed off the angle, but that won't scare him away. He still wants to fight here, eventually committing the blink, but that's for the bait and switch. Lightning Fast comes out, Scar God falls, Revenant now, a man down, but an operator still to wield on Lightning Fast. On Knight Rider, sorry.
Yeah, the op very much in play. The good news if you are a G supporter is that they won a round, a touchy round. Lightning Fast found a kill after what seems like eternity, but he's been shut down. Numbers in favor of Revenant because I believe, and now it's clearly in favor of Revenant, but I believe anyways on offense, if you have a numbers advantage, it's always going to work on your favor. The defenders get spread a bit too thin. 58 seconds on the clock. Revenant, way measured, have not yet made their way to a site. For some reason, on my mini-map, Global Esports are reading this as an A hit because Rossi's moved over to A and Scales is exploring A shot and trying to gather as much information as possible. It's this Viper wall towards A that's really throwing them off. But Rossi, this man, is on the chamber. He's immediately TP'd back to B. And how much can he do with the operator? He's done a lot in the past. He needs to do a lot more. The Brimstone commits ultimate, but Rossi gets a kill. He'll burn in the flames nonetheless. Knight Rider got the kill that he wanted. Revenant have gotten past the operator. They need to get the spike planted. Will Skills allow them? He's pushing. Kappa's pushing as well. Kappa in a corner. Wins a duel. He shouldn't. Switches over to the shotty. Now he's not threatened. He can try and make progress. The spike hasn't been planted. The spike in the middle of nowhere. Kappa picks up the operator. Kappa picks up the round. It's Global Esports and it's GE fighting.
Really, really strong round from Global there. And I want to highlight the use from SK Rossi. The fact that he unscopes, someone beats him. For anyone else, Vivek, that's a death. That's a death. You've been timing. It is what it is. You sort of cry a little bit. You put it behind you for the next round. But SK Rossi, he has like that frame and a half to scope back in. and get that kill. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. You kept the advantage you got in the initial couple of rounds. For Revenant here, what I really want to see is a recovery where they stop giving up these man advantages. They start playing a little bit tighter, and they work from there. They work as a mob, like a gang. And for Global, if they're unable to fight for a player advantage, then they really do struggle come the executions or the retakes.
Yeah, Global got that pick, and they lost numbers, but what ended up happening is Global is always considering that it could be an A hit, primarily and only because the Viper wall is always deployed at A. So they kind of stretched between A and B. If you keep looking at your mini-map, they deploy the Viper wall towards A. Rossi, though, has found an answer. He has a teleport, so he's always there to switch between A and B. But if Rossi's dead, making those rotations and making misinformed, see again, there's a Viper ball towards A. Making misinformed rotations could really punish Global Esports. The Viper ball towards A, the overdrive committed. It's Neon pointing 2 fingers at you, 3 fingers pointing back. Rossi, well, he's trying to make a point with the operator. Wants this kill, 30 HP. This man, I'm sure he has a way out. He doesn't need it. He gets the kill. Scargod, the fast lane committed. But wait, hold on, Tremor. Remnant, they haven't made any progress towards the site.
They haven't. They're not even invested towards the site. They've still got players over on A. You're going to see Scargo try and push up. Unfortunately, Skills is able to send him to a very swift and very painful grave. But for Revenant, 2 players left. It's not the best of buys. Yeah, 1 or 2 kills would be nice. It is only a Bulldog here and there. But Revenant's still bought into this round. Now, Money is going to be in a really dire position. And for Global, this is how they start crafting their comeback. Knight Rider, Phantom in hand, 1-5. Unfortunately, not even the first is attainable. As Global, when they are woken up, they are looking pretty damn good. I'm going to actually quote someone who was in the English stream chat a bit earlier. They mentioned, GE always wins when it matters. And honestly, Vivek, if it doesn't matter now, when does it?
Next year. But let's not wait until then. Let's hope it matters now, and it matters enough for Global Esports, because it does matter for their fans, for their interns. And what was really important about the round is Global Esports, they won rounds based on physical plays. On that round, they've started to read Revenant. They know how they're trying to split the map, and they're not falling for that DS tremor. They have a very solid read in there. And look at this, Rossi, for all the aggression, has a little bit of patience and discipline. He's not going to challenge the Neon despite the conduct. He's going to fall back. Now it's an A hit. Revenant, of course, straight trying to split Global across the map. Scargod just walking out with the ghost. I want to remind you, they do not have the best survive, but Revenant have found an initial pick, and not just an initial. They found the ever-crucial pick onto SK. Rossi, the spike has been planted. 5 members alive. Scargod, 1 man with 1 ghost, is carrying this round single-handedly. He's now upgraded to the Phantom. Global Esports are going to be so disappointed with themselves if they lose this round. Hellrangers also pressing forward, winning straightforward anti-ecos. But just Hellranger. And it's not just an anti-eco Crema, it's a whole lot more hurt for Global Esports.
How did that happen is what I want to know. It shouldn't be Global. It's not like they played that particularly badly. They overextended in places, but that's not necessarily round losing commitments. Instead, we see Revenant at every head they're shown, they take it off. What a round from Revenant. Wolves are on the Hunts. Was that Hunts Love Hearts?
Yeah.
I think so. The Wolves are on the Hunts. I think it's Wolves. Okay. Let's get Rossi. Fairly, he retreats to a very, very passive location here. Globally giving a lot of map control to Revenant, and even though there is an option, Revenant aren't quite committing to it.
Yeah, Revenant, they tried to split B and A with the Viper ball. This time they just commit to the A side. On the previous round, they win a round they have no business winning. Now it looks as if they're looking for information. They sent a small little scout on a scouting mission, probing LAN, not finding too much because Global Esports, they're clumped up. They're just playing backup side. and they're not giving away too much either. Global Esports aren't committing too much utility. A one-way deployed as Revenant bit by bit trying to clear out Charles. I just feel that they do this a bit too late in the round. I mean, 39 seconds? It's going to be a mess, Kremmer.
It really is. They're cutting it very close here. Kappa's starting to drop that
30
utility. He's
seconds
doing a little bit of damage here or there. There's the beat. There's the operator revealing itself. But Global haven't actually been able to kill anyone. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of harassment, there's a lot of shooting, but no kill. There's first blood. Goes in favor of Hellranger. Goes for a second. Everton trade skills to follow it up. And in this absolute bloodbath on the A site, Wimp decides to emerge as the new hero for Revenant here.
Spike planted.
The showstopper's available. But do they risk committing it? Do they risk sending out that showstopper? Wimp wants to risk committing Seekers. Out goes a flash. Pick for CT. Sees lightning fast. Can't kill him. Dodging now. This duel is going to be crucial. Lightning fast falls. All of the skills. 1v2. And Wimp has an incredible round there. 4 kills in batches of 2. He lines them up one at a time. And like that, Revenant, they continue to press a lead.
Kudos to Global Esports for how they played that round. I mean, Hellranger not getting detected at Lamp. It's very obvious when teams are probing A that they're first going to try and clear Lamp. They managed to clear Lamp. They assume that there's no one there. Hellranger swings, gets 2 kills. Skills does follow, but it's not enough. What really cost Global Esports in that round was the whiff shot on the operator. I won't call it a whiff, an unlikely and unusual miss for this man, Mr. Ganesh Rossi. But Global Esports know that they were very close. The problem is that on paper, tactically, they know what they need to do versus Revenant. But just very soon, we're going to be looking at the scoreboard, and Revenant are going to be very pleased with the number of rounds they put together on offense. The crowd chanting, Raw C, Raw C. That's what they're yelling their lungs out all about. But I had a small little moment before the game where I was talking to Revenant's coach, or rather overhearing Revenant's coach during the veto. Both teams were doing the veto outside. And he said, we're playing attack, but it doesn't matter. Just go kill them. Defense requires a little bit of coordination. You just get one pick, everything comes together. I love Revenant's coach. He's got this air of confidence. He's a little bit relaxed, doesn't take himself too seriously, and he instills this confidence in the players. Will that confidence shine through to the lower bracket? Stargard dashing, drops the fast lane. He's got the initial pick. The Sova down. No information for Global Esports coming in from the Owl Drone or the Recon Bolt. And Kema, what did he spot?
They don't need either. SK Rossi just heard them back off. He was so aggressive, he heard them disconnect there. And so, Revenant, they're running into a stacked site. Hellranger actually aggressive rather than falling back, which is surprising. Fortunately, the concussion's not enough. Lightning fast to go, good for a second. He's going to try and make it third now, brings out the showstopper. Doesn't quite get a kill off the back of it, though, but there is still utility to drop. There are still explosions to see. The spike in control of Lightning Fast right now. Revenant are sort of stagnated. They can't risk a fight because, well, a judge in Lamps is a terrifying prospect, and they also don't know where SK Rossi is. They knew he was on B, but he's been quiet since then. And for Rossi, getting this kill here, putting it down to a 2-on-2, would be round deciding.
I got one enemy
They wanted
remaining.
to play off the fault line, and they did exactly that. The round yet to be decided, and I don't think it's going to lean in favor of Global Esports. The aftershock committed. They know where Rossi is. Fire tickling his armpit as Wimp will shoot him down with the Phantom. Global Esports lose another.
They're losing rounds, sure, but they're making them close. And so long as the round is close, we saw this earlier in the Velocity game. So long as the round is close, you're able to recover it. Say we see a half where Revenant they go kind of 13-0 up or 12-0 up. They've won every single round with 5 players left alive. That's unrecoverable. If we start seeing sort of 10, 11 zeros, but every round comes down to a 1v1, it means that every round is close. The score just doesn't reflect that. We've got the same circumstance here, where Global are making Revenant work for every single round, but that's just a testament as to how good Revenant are with being able to counteract that and still win.
Oh yeah. And there you go, Revenant once again coming with force, fury, speed, momentum, and a little bit of violence for good measure towards B long. But look at this, they're halted in their tracks. The Brimstone has slowed them down. And like we know, Krema, they wait for the 40-second timer before they really commit. They love to be patient about things. For now, Ember just flirting with skills. A poke there, a poke everywhere. But look at Elranger! He's pushed! Ooh. He's found Logi! The controller dead, the initiator dead. Global Esports punch back 7-5 would be such a sweet recovery for them, Krema.
The bait and switch is perfect, and now Scargon has to sort of back off it, realizing that an overextension here, if the Neon dies, then Revenant have bitten off more than they can chew. They have no other way to initiate. You know, Brimstone ain't gonna do that, Reach ain't gonna do that. Knight Rider's gonna try and make it happen anyway.
Spike
Lightning
down
Fast shows
A.
him why Duel is the better for dueling. On the jump spot. Just trying to spot out Ember here. Skygod from the flank is able to finish the job. The Hellranger is already in the big position. There's that first kill, and now all Hellranger needs to do is survive. Ember can't plant, so as that there are concussions available. Even Orcus, I'm surprised the Orcus structure.
10 seconds left.
I won't lie.
I kind of appreciate what Ember did when you have a numbers advantage. If a numbers disadvantage that you're working against, if you can maybe get kills, hope that they get indisciplined a little bit on the side of Global Esports and they push while you fake the plant. But Global Esports, that trades a spot on. He could have planted back of side safely, but back of side wasn't safe either because the rotate was coming in from B. In a bit of a pocket, in a bit of a hairy green pocket of Radianite, he ended up dying in an awkward 1v3. But Global Esports, they put a 4th round on the board. Let's look at the economy, Krema. Are we looking at any crucial ultimates this round?
For me, it's going to be the Rolling Thunder. I feel the Overdrive is kind of a individual ult, whereas we see these Rolling Thunders, and they're just primed with executions, they're primed with retakes. And in terms of fighting, GE, they do fine. You know, put SK Rossi in a 1v1, he'll fight anyone. You put pretty much anyone from Revenant at the moment in a 1v1, they'll be happy to take it. It's the utility that separates these two teams at the moment. And for Logi, going to try and look for a staging point here against Skills, gets it, and now this B site's in trouble.
Or the A site's in trouble as well. I mean, the Seekers were committed. Hellranger's waiting for the Rolling Thunder. Fights here, fights there, a little bit of fight. A and B, both sides being contested. Night Rider dies, Kappa being so clutch, lightning fast. We haven't seen his kills, but he is quietly putting in the work. Sort of shotty being put to use, but Logi, he's not entertaining this nonsense. Unfortunately, this round is a 1v3. Stuck in queue, he wins one duel, but there was no way he was coming out of that mess. Revenant and their fakes are not working. Global Esports close the half 5-7.
I feel like Revenant get a little bit too clever towards the end of that first half there.
Sorry,
trying to commit.
It's 4-7, right? I might have just gotten a little bit ahead of myself.
No, I'm pretty sure it's 5-7.
5-7.
I think so. You made me doubt myself now. I'm doubting myself now. But
no, Krema, it's the delirium of the audience that's gotten to me. It is 5-7.
Yeah. Okay. I want to highlight that. Revenant got a little bit too clever towards the end of that first half. They're trying to throw these fakes, these double fakes, and the issue is, when it came to actually fighting, Global just had the man advantage, even though they were on the defense there. And at that point, they just traded victory. For Revenant, though, they still have a 2-round lead. Taking a pistol round will certainly make their lives considerably easier as Global looks to push into them now. Revenant's very fast on control. December, though, to get the opening Kappa. Spiked out at long range.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant, 3 of their players just took out. They got a kill, they fell back. So they've dealt with the Shah's glove. Logi also gets the ever-crucial kill on SK Rossi. But look at the B side. The Brimstone, as well as the Rays, have taken aggressive control of the side. And after plant in the works, how do Remnant piece together a retake? What is their defense all about? So now it's all about elbow. It's Logi and Night Rider without too much HP, but Night Rider managed to put one together. Can he find another? He's found hell. Night Rider putting in the work, but still, he's still got a lot to say about this round. Scargod, we know what he can do with the Ghost. He single-handedly won an anti-eco, and he's pretty much responsible for Revenant and their success in this half as well.
Revenant continuing to look so strong. And look at the players as well. All of them are hyping each other up. All of them are trying to keep the energy as high as possible. And for me, that is a real testament as to how confident you're going to be as a team. Remember, with the opening map of Bind, it isn't a map, at least in the last 2 series that these teams played against each other. Bind was just completely avoided. So it's still uncharted waters for both teams here. And because of that, I can't help but think that for Revenant, bearing in mind that any game, they have to go through qualifiers, they have to still establish themselves as a team. Any game they play, they're used to having to adapt on the fly. Global, at the moment, have been invited to everything. They know who they play against. They know against Velocity, they know Enigma, their anti-strategy is amazing, but how do they play against the new kids?
Yeah, I mean, Revenant is still of a bit of a newer unknown in the South Asian scene, and they're a very pleasant unknown if you're a supporter of fun Valorant, structured Valorant, aggressive Valorant, because Skyesports is pushing where he has no business pushing, and he gets punished immediately by Kappa. It is a 3v3. Global Esports, they've got the spike planted. Shock darts are there, the defuse will be denied, and Lightning Fast will make sure that the round
One enemy remaining.
Ember manages to find one, but Skills and Kappa, with the Spectres that they picked up, will manage to make this a very simple, straightforward round for Global Esports, as they are indeed fighting and clawing their way back, Tremor.
What I really like, actually, when we see second round buys, they come with a big risk, right? They come with a huge risk. It ends up either you screw your economy for what is almost like 5 rounds, or you're able to win it, and then you start converting. Then we start seeing some serious momentum. You see the interns from Global just going ballistic, understandably so, in winning your force buy. Look what it's done to Revenant's economy. There isn't any economy. It's got kind of pistols. It's whatever they find rummaging down the back of the sofa. And for Global, now with Spectres, now with a proper buy behind them, one they didn't really have to invest too much into because they got it all last round.
Yeah, they still had a couple of Spectres saved up, and there's, I mean, back foot, front foot, Rossi doesn't care. He's just pressing W, putting his feet to good use, finding kills. Unfortunately, Skills will find the bullet straight in his head. And Knight Rider and Win are still giving Global Esports a bit of a fight. Knight Rider very solid with the frenzy. I believe that's his pistol of choice. But is it enough for them to win this round? Can they really use together an after plan? Avenger with the flash. He knows where both players are. Lightning Fast pops out the paint shells. Wim post read with this thing. Can they swing? Can they kill? Skyesports does manage to get Hellranger knocked down, but Global Esports, they've still got Lightning Fast. Through the woodwork, through the metal, he'll win the round for Global Esports. A little bit touch and go, and a little bit costlier than it should have been for Global Esports, Tremor.
It really was costly, but I tell you what, Global, they kept it together pretty well there. They do trade pretty effectively, but we got to allude back to the same thing we said about Revenant when they were sort of in their kind of second, third round, is yes, they won, but they lost so many players in the process, your economy doesn't really get that boost. I mean, you look at SK Ross and Hellranger, both kind of sub 1k. Against this full buy, you're going to be on a spectre next round, even if you win but die. So Revenant, economic damage is still a very big and very viable option here, as they look to defend what is some fairly quiet control of Hookah from Global.
Oh, it's not quite. There's rolling thunder everywhere, as Lightning Fast will satchel onto the side, but it's Rossi and Skills who finds the openings. Lightning Fast gets put down. But Global Esports, they still have the numbers. 3 members of Revenant on the retake. Kappa playing, having fun with one. Rossi, he's taking care of Skyesports. The danger man removed. It's up to the Brimstone and the breach for Remnant. What can they find? How much can Knight Rider do? He's got one smoke to work with.
Enemy remaining.
Peeking him. That's a bit of an issue. It's not the lack of utility. It's the numbers the Global Esports have. A shock dart, a bullet. Everything in the kitchen sink being tossed towards Ember as Kappa punched to the skies. As Global Esports are starting to feel themselves, Tremor. This is getting a little more than interesting. It's getting problematic for Remnant.
It is, and there isn't long left. Like, there isn't long left in terms of being able to adapt. We're starting to enter the closing statements, you could say, from this map. And, I got tuned into Rush, the owner of Global. I got tuned into a stream earlier, and he was talking about how how stressful it is to be an owner, and how his heart just can't take watching these games. And what I think is really interesting is even from listening to him talk about just random stuff to do with Global, you see the pure passion that's behind Global. You look at the interns as well. Like, if that passion stems top to bottom, then if the team is able to reflect it, we've heard about kind of 12-5 comebacks which Global have won, right? A 7-5 down at halftime. Comebacks like that, they go through those for breakfast, Vivek. And now, as they enter the second half, they're starting to do so with some serious momentum. I can't help but think that for Revenant, we really need to see a change of pace, or say the likes of someone like Knight Rider wakes up and starts really popping off.
Oh yeah, some of the players have been rather quiet on the side of Revenant. You mentioned a change of pace. They've taken a tactical timeout. They want to reassess, and I think this is a great move coming out from them. 3 ultimates available. The Rolling Thunder, Wimp with the Seekers, those little bits of cabbage that float around the map, and I believe Scargod has himself the overdrive as well. This is a very winnable round. More importantly, if Revenant wins this round, they're going to have economy moving into the next. They've bought one Spectre for this round, a Spectre to really piece together this round together. And look at the gamble that they're taking, Tremor. All five members are sitting on the A side.
Take flight. I quite like the fact that we're seeing a stack from Revenant. You're on an eco, you might as well try it. If it works, awesome, Global are in trouble. If it doesn't, then it's not really the end of the world. You're on an eco anyway. What I want to highlight is the fact that Logi, I understand this is intentional. He steps into that smoke knowing that Aldron's still in there, so he makes it look like he's hiding. And that may make Global in. You look at Kappa's positioning, it's actually done just that.
Oh, but Global has some sort of a read on this. They're swinging towards B. Now, what I want to point out is that 1, the toxins are getting low. 2, both the Recon Bolt as well as the Owl Drone have only spotted the Viper. 3, SK Rossi's just walked under B. So, the jig's up. Global Esports, they've got control of the B side. And now 5 members from the side of Revenant Esports have got themselves 1 Rolling Thunder to rely upon and 1 man to get past. SK Rossi playing really close. He's got the reflex to pull it off. He pushed the wall, find the kill. Lightning Fast finds another. 2 members dead. Revenant, they want the stuff. They want the money. Wimp fighting with the pistol at range. Ember and Logi, well, they haven't made progress towards the side just yet. And they don't feel like this side has been shut down. This commitment towards the A side from Revenant has been read like a book. And like a book, it doesn't really lead you well if you are a Revenant supporter.
That's good. Russ is going for a hunt. He wants some stats. He wants some guns. Unfortunately, no stats, no guns for SK Rossi. Logi and Ember both going to dive the spikes. They can get that ult points. With that, though, they can see the Global their 9th round, giving Global the lead. And at 9-8, the question falls to Global as to will we be seeing them hold this lead? Or are we going to see Revenant continue to show us the same incredible prowess we saw to open the map?
I have no idea, and I think none of us in the audience can predict where this match and where the series is going. If
you want to play, let's play.
The series is going, Tremor, we're in for a treat. Who cares what time it is in India? No one's going to be sleeping. And both the teams and their owners are not going to be sleeping. Rushi on Global Esports, well, he might lose a little bit of hair because this is their tournament live on the line.
Oh, you gonna let him say that, Rushi? It's Global. They by themselves, disconnecting from B, setting their gaze over to A, and they've had SK Rossi sort of in the area to probe for information. He's already given the audio cue at the tour de force. You look at Revenant's abilities here. With that Viper Spear on short, Global needs somewhere else to make up for that lack of presence, and Shower's Control is definitely an option, but committing to Shower's Control with only kind of 45 seconds left is certainly a bold thing to attempt it, particularly once all the Seekers get deployed. Revenant, they've still got 3 other ults to commit to a retake here. This is a must-win round for them, and they have the arsenal to make it such.
so awkward though. The Vipers getting challenged from another angle. Revenant don't know which fight they need to pick. The good news is Knight Rider finds the
30
pick, a
seconds
very
left.
crucial pick. Hellranger taken out of the equation. The spike hasn't been planted yet. Global Esports, they need to solve this puzzle. They're getting pincered from everywhere. Skargod takes care of Kappa, but there's Rossi with the judge delivering judgment as he takes care of Skargod. Lightning Fast will find Knight Rider. A 3v2. Time is ticking. And Mike sees them. Oh, you thief in the dark. He's on 2 very crucial kills. And another. He's won the round for Revenant. This is what they needed. And this series, like we just said earlier, Krema, we have no idea where it's going. The night is young and full of terror.
It's bloody terror. It's terrifying if you have to get up against Revenant, that's for sure. What insane trigger discipline. And remember, we rarely see trigger discipline kind of in Valorant as a premise because there's so much info gather. But to see the decision making there from, I believe it was Ember, to then shut down both players, and then let's get Rossi, who knows where he is as the 3rd kill, is just incredible. And now for Global, 99 reinvestment comes out. Yes, Global could afford a reinvestment, but can they reinvest in ego?
I have no idea. Ember, he's found a pick. He's also found a lot of information. He spots a bunch of players. Skargod, ever so reliable, aggressive, defensive. Put him in any position. This man delivers. A young, raw piece of talent that the Indian scene badly needs. A challenger to the old guard.
Smoke's down.
How much more can Skargod do? It's now a 4v3. Revenant, they've got the numbers advantage. Global Esports, they need to plant the spike. They feel forced to move towards B, but there are a couple of smokes blocking their way. They know. Revenant knows that there's no one towards A. Look at the progress that the Viper has made. So the jig's up. Global, they're going to commit to B. They need to get past elbow, but Skargod doesn't have too much HP. He's going to fall back for now. A smoke will block his view. Will he fire through the smoke and find a kill? Looks like he won. Skills will plant. Global Esports, they're going to play the sports plant. But they don't have the best positions. They're getting pincered. It's elbow, it's hookah, it's here, it's there, it's everywhere. It's only B long that's a little bit safe for Skills. So he's going to take the most obvious after plant. But he knows that elbow is coming as well. This man doesn't know where to look for now. Wimp doesn't have a flash. 8 seconds, he'll have a bird to work with. Knight Rider's got an operator. Who needs abilities when you got Knight Rider with the op? Wimp, he's got the flash ready now. He's going to throw it. 1 bird, can he find 2 stones? Tossing him on its head. No, he won't. He's going to be shot dead. Kappa finds 2 kills. Knight Rider finds another. But Revenant somehow put that round together. What a beautiful round coming out from them. Sheer poetry coming out from Revenant, patience and discipline personified.
What a round from Revenant as well. And that aggression from the Viper, I absolutely love. You realize that it's looking pretty close. You realize that even after it ends up looking close, you still need to find a way to be able to get back into a site. Regardless of which one you lose, you have to find a way to get back into it. So rather than actually fighting, despite having a numbers advantage for that B site, they back off, they wait for the Viper's flank to come into fruition, and then they collapse on it together. Really, really smart plays coming out from Revenant. And, I mean, we've seen trigger discipline, we've seen fakes, we've seen double fakes, we're now seeing retakes like this. Right now, Revenant is kind of showing up to be one of the smartest teams in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. This is not going to be easy. Skills knows it. Rossi is patient. Global Esports, they need to reassess their offense. Earlier on, Krema, we were talking if Revenant have got the time, the rounds to adjust. It seems like they made the adjustments. And you know what's really been working for them? It's the pushes coming out from the A side. The Viper is actually getting them a lot of information. This time around, the push towards B long. So much early information gathered. And I don't know, it feels like Global Esports, they kind of commit to B despite being blocked off by smokes. They kind of shoot themselves in the foot there. Now, they could have tried and used the chamber, abuse teleport in any manner possible, but no, they don't mind to fix. It's like, we've shown up here, let's commit.
Absolutely right. With these smokes landing, Revenant now just trying to buy time. They still have a Rolling Thunder for a retake here as well. There's the Hunter's Fury commit to try and zone out Knight Rider, but it doesn't work. Knight Rider gets killed anyway. Out comes the Showstopper to try and make up for that. But you look where Revenant are. They've got the hell at the dodge. They don't need to worry about this at all. Lightning Fast has to send it through to secure a smoke, unable to get a kill, but they are able to garner so much control of this site. SCS close angle, those players from TT are there to worry about the Sky Goals for one. Lightning Fast able to trade, Lightning Fast able to upgrade his weapon to get the hell out of there, but does that matter? The Sky Goals swinging out, Lightning Fast, bit of damage, continuing to drop the utility, hit by the Rolling Thunder. The neon duck there is perfect, and now Skills is called to action, eventually via body shots is able to get that first kill, but look at the flank is coming here, Kappa knows it's coming, and able to shut down Whip, that's perfect now, through the smoke, Skills able to respond to it, it's all onto your breach, that Rolling Thunder, what good does it do? Ember in for the 1 versus 2, Kappa without armor, with half HP, able to win the clutch, there's the equalizer at 10-10, and just like that, Global keep themselves alive.
Let the audience make the noise, Krema, because Kappa just took my breath away with that one. He is winning rounds time and time again for his team. This man on defense, on offense, catches the lurk, clutches it out. What can this man not do on his over? It is redonkulous what Kappa is bringing to the table.
It absolutely is. And now as you look at Global, just fanned out around the map, they realize the buy from Revenant, yes, they may have one, but their money's not great. Fortunately, double-edged sword, neither's Global. Even Spectres having to be brought out on both teams here. Being able to take one of the Vandals is certainly going to assist, and Global off the back of it, they want to waste no time in taking control of B. Long here, Ember swings out, traded instantly, but he does take Lightning Fast with him.
Look at
Sky
Kappa again.
Enemy remaining.
Kappa coming in so clutch in that round, Krema. He had to stop that push. He had to make sure that Skyesports with the Spectre gets nothing out of that round. I really want to look at the scoreboard, because in these dying moments of this first map, the economy is so crucial for the defense, Krema. And if Revenant aren't going to have enough credits to buy out all their abilities, it's going to be a little problematic for them.
Do you think we're going to be seeing the El Clasico?
I have no idea how this map is going to end. You're asking me about the series. I really have no idea. I mean, we can ask.
It could be too soon to tell, you're right. Wait, we'll ask chat. Do you think we're going to be seeing the El Clasico? If you're in the crowd, do you think we'll see the El Clasico? Ember, he's going to be seeing Hellranger keel over and die. Unfortunately for Global, Hellranger happened to have the spike. Skills is now going to, in retaliation and in protest potentially, going to push over to spawn here. Double swing from Revenant. It's perfect. There's SK Rossi for the first, able to get away before the trade comes in as well. But Wimp now is behind these players' Skills. Does he spot them out in time? I don't think he will. Wimp reveals himself, tries to get away in time. There's the revelation of Skills now through the teleporter. SK Rossi knows it's coming, shuts him down onto the Viper. 1 versus 3 for Logi. Can he keep Revenant in regulation, or are they going to be forced into an overtime? This first duel's going to decide quite a lot there. Logi gets that kill, but falls very low on HP. Able to reload, able to enter this next clutch with renewed vigor. Good for the second, but Skills gets the final say in the matter, and with that final say comes stunned silence from everyone but the crowd, as Revenants find themselves now on the precipice of losing Global's map pick.
This could be really problematic for Revenant. I don't think they have the best of buys. Global Esports can smell victory in the air, and that round in particular, Krema, I have no idea how Scales snuck past everyone on the B side. I guess he went through elbow and was nearly in defender spawn that early on in the round. So much information for the rest of the team. And also finding the trade when really necessary, finding the kill on the side. Global Esports are going to be happy with that, but if you are a Revenant supporter, you're going to really be wondering how the heck did the defense let him leak that much.
Ranger slowly pushing to short here, and this may be the final play, the final move of the game here, going through this smoke for SkyGod. He's and ahed about it. There maybe even be a flash to assist him in a moment, but it's too little too late. There's that flash. Here's the execution. SkyGod caught with utility out. Lightning fast able to get the first play. Out comes the orbital strike. Gets a back and forth. It's down to the 3-on-3 here. Skills able to open it up, giving the advantage to Global now, and this is more than an advantage. This is an alpha plant for Revenant. A Viper and a Sky without ultimates, with ramshackled investments to try and usurp Global, who are already dug in, who are already expecting the attack. Boltline is going to miss. Logi with a mere ghost and judge. The odds may be stacked against him, but with a gleam in those eyes, he knows that there is still a chance. Looking to fight for L block here. Hell Ranger awaiting it. Here's the audio cue. Goes up against the judge. There's the opening. Down to the 2-on-2. Skills able to respond. On for the 4K now as it falls down to the Viper. 1 versus 2. Recondar gonna buy a bit of time. Instantly destroyed. Time is ticking. There is not much time left of the fight. Skills gets down. Ready for his 4th. And he makes it 4. Global. They take map 1, 13-10, and sure, it looks tough for a very long time. And for a while, there was a chance even Revenant would be able to take it. Global are still able to get to the summit of Light and bring us a 13-10 victory.
Great stuff coming up from Global Esports. It was a really touch-and-go affair, but Tanya was telling me earlier on in the panel that Global Esports, they win rounds when it matters. They win games that really matter, and that's what we saw from Global Esports. Tremor, this series is really hype. And yeah, and Tanya, did you enjoy that game?
Well, I was on the verge of biting my nails for a while, for few rounds in particular, when we saw that single man taking away 2 to triple kills for sure, and in that particular nest area where the spike was supposed to be planted, Kappa going in and getting a triple. Now that was really nerve-wracking round, which you least expect at that moment, and ultimately Global Esports made it. Didn't we talk about it? They performed better under pressure. They lost a few rounds. They lost the lead as well, and Revenant getting that lead, and the lead gradually was snatched away. And do you know what I exactly noticed is they were never 5-stack. They made sure they entered into the double way towards the same side. No lurker as well. SK Rossi did tend to try several times to play that way, but didn't function it that way. So they made sure same side, but with a split of 2-3.
Yeah, that's what Global did do a lot. You are right. I want to point out a couple of things. One, the way Global adjusted. They were losing a lot of rounds on defense. They won a couple, but they won those rounds based on really individual plays coming up from Kappa. But then as a team, they made adjustments. And that's what shows the maturity and the depth of Hellranger as an IGL, as a player. Those adjustments were really crucial, and that's what really helped Global Esports put together even 5 rounds on defense. It was a 5-7 half, and then Global Esports fought their way. Revenant, it felt like they really knew what they needed to do when they were playing on defense, but that one round where skills went all the way towards defender spawn, I have no idea how we managed to do that. That shouldn't be happening.
That shouldn't be happening for sure, but that did happen, ladies and gentlemen. It is best of 3 where Global Esports have made the one corner theirs. They need to make sure they get the second corner to qualify, but I believe Revenant is going to pull some new tricks because next map is going to be Fracture. Now that is where exactly Revenant has got upper hand. Against Global Esports as well, on paper they have performed pretty well. So is it going to be their day where we are going to see 2-1 scoreline and not immediately 2-0? Who wants to see that anyway?
I feel like we might see a 2-0, Tanya. The reason I'm saying that is because Global Esports are starting out on defense. If they get a little bit of momentum on Fracture, they will be able to shut down the side of Revenant. Now, what's really important for Revenant is how much can SkyGod do. Because SkyGod is a key piece of Revenant's firepower. If SkyGod can move in, find those openings, Fracture is going to be a lot easier for the side of Revenant Esports. And all said and done, Tanya, I am a fan of Revenant Esports. I've been a fan for a while. Their previous series versus Global Esports earlier on the online phase was one of the most phenomenal series we've seen. It seems though, however, today Global Esports has come prepared for them. And that preparation is making all the difference. Moving on to Fracture, Tanya, what do you think we can expect from Revenant in terms of picks?
Well, I believe Revenant shall be able to do a better job because once the site got switched, they were not very sure about how they want to execute. Though the plans were never wrong, they very well covered all the sites. Even sometimes they were extending towards the hookah site to get some early frags. But I believe they were not able to execute. If you had to say something about why Revenant fell off after gaining the lead, what would be your words there?
It's a good point, actually. So they won their first half on defense 7-5. On offense, what they were doing is they won the first couple of rounds. They did this weird thing where they would throw the wall towards A and move towards B. They were trying to sell a fake, and those fakes were actually fooling Global Esports a little bit. But eventually, Global Esports started to get a read on them. And more importantly, I want to point out, sure, we see SK Rossi here as the MVP, but Kappa had a lot of crucial clutches. His ADR, his ACS, excuse me, and his KD ratio. His KD ratio is actually better than Rossi's.
Absolutely. And if you have a look at the KD ratio on the other side where Revenant is, now the KD ratio is better compared to what SK Rossi has under his name. But first blood also does count, and the ACS that we're talking about, there are several players nearing to 270, one of which is for sure Kappa, and he was the man as well, though not under the MVP card immediately, but those important rounds, which were a massive turning table rounds, I believe Kappa did his role very wise and very nice.
Oh yeah. Kappa definitely a key part of Global Esports success. I also want to point out to something that's a little bit unusual about Revenant, that it's Knight Rider. I mean, Knight Rider is the go-to operator user for their team as far as players are concerned, but he's running the operator on an agent where you don't see the operator too often, and that's the Brimstone. So they have no chamber, no jet. In hindsight, when you look at their composition, it is very unconventional. It's not at all anything remotely meta. Sure, one can say that you don't pick Jet on Bind because it's not the best map for her. Raze is just a whole lot better, a lot more choke points where your paint shells, your showstopper, your boombot can all be a lot more effective. Jet struggles to dash, use the updraft. But yeah, they ran a Neon. The Neon was very effective in my opinion. Scarguard also single-handedly winning rounds for the side of Revenant Esports, but it's actually Ember on the breach with the highest KD ratio, with the highest first bloods as well, if I'm not mistaken, for his team. And those first bloods, a couple of them came on defense. They were really, really crucial first bloods. One with the Sheriff, one with the Vandal. Pretty much the rounds in which he got first bloods were the rounds that Revenant ended up winning. So great stuff coming out from Revenant Esports. This series, though, I think it could be a 2-1, Tanya. Now, decider map is Haven.
The longest map, maybe the longest day as well, because Haven is one of the maps where we have witnessed overtime several times. But let's talk about the map of Fracture once again. Global Esports is going to stick to the basic. They are going to go with Chamber as Rossi. Without a doubt, he's doing a commendable work. Now, gradually, I must say, Rossi being the very first person in Indian region at least, switching from Jet to Chamber and functioning more beyond that, and always sticking to the MVP card. And if you talk about the next player, Hellranger, for sure, in Fracture as well, he prefers to go for the Breach. Now, Haven is where he is switching the agents, and we can expect there the role is going to be of the Sky. And let's also talk about head-to-head here, Vivek.
Yeah, the head-to-head, it's between Knight Rider and SK Rossi. This is for the entire online phase. They're pretty close. Knight Rider, I mean, yeah, playing the Brimstone, but of course, Chamber, Jet, very much in his arsenal. Interesting that they didn't opt for the Chamber on Bind. Mamba, if you're listening, Mamba Senior. Oh, you're not listening, sorry. But yeah, if you're there, and if I do manage to find you in between these games, I'd love for you to ask Remnant in their interviews as to why they don't pick Chamber on Bind. Because Chamber, I mean, despite him having only one trademark, the Headhunter is just so valuable. The Tour de Force is also so valuable. Knight Rider runs an operator any which ways. So yeah, I see an immense amount of value for that agent, but they switch things around, right? Like Knight Rider's playing the controller, they have a Sky, so they're just trying to find a place for every agent in that composition. Rossi, 8 MVPs, and Knight Rider keeping up with 5 MVPs. The First Bloods are up there. The ACS is very close, but Rossi just getting a lot more First Bloods. So these are clearly much more valuable frags, impact frags if you will, and that's what makes Rossi Rossi.
And we shall also be comparing about the total amount of kills, which you just mentioned, 320 and 268, which is a humongous buffer. Not only that, Rossi not only gets early first bloods or something, but also is assistive. So he not only gets himself one early blood, but also he's trying to deliver a lot of damage to other opponent members, where he gets those amount of assists. So somewhere head to head, just on point, just precise, using same two agents, Chamber and Jet, and ACS ultimately is also almost matching up, and somehow Global Esports made sure of that the first map doesn't slip away, because that is exactly where Vivek yesterday against Orangutan, the first map got split. They lost the first map, and that is exactly, they don't want the repetition of mistakes. And when you don't win, you learn, and I believe they have learned fairly enough that they won the very first round into their hands, and they have pocketed it, and they also need to make sure they get the round of fracture. But now, Revenant, after losing one map, I believe, Vivek, that they might also come with some new tricks, because they let it loose at some points, I believe, by the end of the match. And now the map of the fracture, this is going to be the last thought coming into the brains, and especially RVK is going to make sure about it, that they don't unleash anything on the other side. They go very they go into very corrective pattern in terms of utilities, in terms of sending the members of the team and not losing any.
Yeah. Let's see. I think Fracture is going to be interesting. I was just wondering, there's no RVK.
He is, RVK is going to be the coach for them.
Not RVK, NBK. It's okay. NBK.
What?
Who's coach?
I'm talking about the Revenant team.
No, his name isn't RVK.
He is actually...
Somebody pulled a joke on us, Thane. It's not RVK. Never mind. It's NBK, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be wrong.
It's HBK. Now come on, we made it through. It's HBK. Sorted.
I was testing you. RVK is a player. He plays for another team. But yeah, match stats are ready. And we can look at the match stats soon enough. We've got them coming up on our screens. Excuse us, we're a little bit tired. But as soon as the game begins, as soon as we hear the crowd, the hype will flood the arena, and it cannot be anything other than contagious, and we'll be affected as well. 16,000 damage, a lot of damage coming out from both teams. Headshot percentage, 30% headshot percentage on Global Esports, 27.40 headshot percentage on the side of Revenant. Objective wins, not much of a difference. A lot more coming out in terms of frag wins. 12-8. I mean, these stats are close. The series so far has been extremely close, and the stats are kind of reflective that game one was clearly anybody's game, and I just feel that Revenant, the fakes that they were selling were red, and more importantly, that one round where Scales somehow is in defender spawn nearly on a Brimstone when he has no business being there, shouldn't have happened. If you guys are, I mean, some of you are definitely G supporters, please ask Scales how the heck did he get there. We've got the map feeder, and we know where Revenant need to get to. It's map number 3. And if you are a supporter of Global Esports, you're hoping for them to close out this series on Fracture itself. Fracture, however, is Revenant's pick. Global Esports, however, will be starting out on defense. They're going to be a little bit happy about that. Now, Fracture is the one map where Kappa doesn't play Sova. He plays a Sage instead. So I want to see how creative he is with the Sage walls. You can boost yourself on that box towards B nice and early. I call it canteen. The canteen box, you can boost yourself very early on with the Sage wall. And there are some interesting angles with the Sage wall. But the meta internationally, unlike my dumbass pubs, is to play the Sage towards A. It's still a meta that's in the works, so I'm curious to see how Global Esports run their Sage. Tanya, what do Revenant like to pick on Fracture?
Well, Wimp is going to make sure he does fade good, usually on a map of Fracture, but you also wanted to see KO, isn't it? Now, Amber on the map of Fracture usually has played KO and has done a very good job, splendid job should be the word here. And next come Logista is going to go ahead as a KJ, Night Rider as a Chamber, and Scargod as a Omen. Now, you're talking about Omen from the start of Bind, and finally we might get to see one Omen from the side of Revenant. And I would also want to elaborate here. Global Esports is one of the team, if we see on paper, they are closing in towards the win percentage near to 80% on the map of Fracture. If at all Revenant is able to take them down, now that is going to be massive.
Wait, Global Esports has a win percentage of 80%?
Almost 80.
Almost 80%? Global Esports has done better on Fracture than I did in school. I got 65%. And I didn't do good on Fracture either. So, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Didn't do good in school, didn't do good in video games, but I'm still alive. And Global Esports, well, they know that Revenant will be fighting for their tournament lives. They want to keep that alive. They've picked Fracture. Let's see what they bring to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of moments, you're going to see Global Esports in the far back of our frame, in the background, huddled together in a couple of minutes. After that, we're going to hear the audience scream. A little bit more time after that, we'll finally come to the agents.
Yep.
The Tadka that makes a sub-Z called Valorant come together. The agents. What agent compositions can we expect? Well, it's going to be rather interesting.
Well, interest is something that is keeping Global Esports as well as Revenant stick to fighting. Though now Global Esports is on the lead and talking about interest, the interest doesn't only stick here. Still, there's a long way to go. Just in case if they win this, any team to win this map, they're going to fight against Team Velocity. And if it is Global Esports, we are going to witness Well Classico. If it is Team Revenant, still that is going to be grand enough because getting the slot stands a lot of importance because the winning team and the runner-up team are not going to end up here with the journey of SCS itself. They're going to get the slot. One team, winning team, getting a slot in the APAC, one team getting a slot into the playoffs, and after that, if they are doing it well, we might get to see some Indian names into the Berlin as well. Now we have heard the chant GE fighting. The boys look pretty ready, and not only GE boys, but also the boys of Revenant.
Oh yeah. I this series, it's going to be interesting. I mean, sure, if Global Esports win the pistol, they're going to win a couple of rounds, get some momentum. I wonder if the side of Remnant are going to pick two controllers because they love selling fakes. I don't know if two controllers. See, there's no case for two Actually, there could be a case for two sentinels. Well, so yeah, in a couple of minutes, we won't have to play this guessing game. We'll be able to see the agent selection screen. For now, just guessing by the blue light bouncing off on a nitride, I think it's going to be a while before we see that screen. Hellranger and the boys coming together. There's supporters in the crowd coming together. Caffeine and Red Bull all across their tables. But somehow they remain so calm. Tanya, fun fact, chat, did you know Tanya was a doctor? Is a doctor a paramedic? Is it healthy to drink this much Red Bull at this time?
Well, I don't know about the health conscious right now, but what I'm conscious about is who is going to win away this particular map. And I really don't want the day to end with a 2-0 scoreline. And the agent selection is ready as well. We do have Brim, Chamber, Breach, Sage and Raze from the side of Global Esports. And on the other hand, we have Sage, Neon, and Breach, Brim and Chamber as well. What are your calls on Neon on the map of Fracture?
Yeah, so Neon has the fast lane which just allows easy access towards the A side or the B side. From A main, you drop the fast lane, you just move on to the side, you can get a plant. And from B, likewise from B main, you can move on to the B side. So the fast lane has a lot of utility. The concuss is good. The overdrive is good, but okay. More importantly, it's about the fact that she can also rotate very quickly on this map because she's always hopping around as if she's had a lot of Red Bull. She has wings. She can fly or run or whatever. And that really makes the case for her. Most importantly, I think Neon is an agent that a lot of Indian players are not that comfortable with. I saw Scargod play it on Bind, and I was surprised as to how good he was on Bind with the Neon. So hopefully we can see more of the same from Scargod. He's really shown us that there is a way to play Neon. I don't know if it's his understanding of the agent or it's a raw mechanical skill that this boy brings to the table. But for the first time after Bind, I am now a believer in Neon. And Tanya, do you like Neon?
For sure. I do like those Ferrari peaks in particular. I'll be very honest. I enjoy that coming in from the side of Neon. And I believe we are going to witness from the side of Revenant because they are equals for sure, but we will see desperate moves coming in from the side of Revenant because they want to make it through somehow. And talking about Neon again, on the map of Fracture, not only does it allow the side entry with the wall, but also pushes the players who are contesting the side away with the concussive bolt sent, and that is fairly good. And last but not the least, who would want to miss talking about overdrive? I would definitely want to see that charge zap coming in and taking away some dead bodies with that electricity flowing through the body.
Oh yeah. Is there an agent you don't like?
An agent I don't like?
Okay, what's the least favorite agent to play against for you?
Well, I think I have least played Cypher by far, and I might be playing it soon. I might need it. But ladies and gentlemen, I very well know you are also pretty happy, pretty excited about the beginning of the game. I would like to invite once again Kremer, one of your favorite caster, alongside him also Vivek, one of your favorite caster. Kremer and Vivek, please carry over.
Well, Map 1 came down to the final few moments. It came down to the littlest of adjustments, the tiniest micromillimetric changes in strategy, and now it's all going to come to our crescendo. Map 2 is going to be Fracture, a map where Global and Revenant just a week and a bit ago played against one another, in which Revenant were able to take it 13-11. Global, they're now back on Revenant's map pick. They are here for a vengeance, and what I really like is the fact that we're seeing essentially the same agent composition as before.
Oh yeah, it was the same agent composition. Well, the agent you want to talk about is Skyesports. Skyesports on the Neon just runs into the side. For some instance, is taking care of Loki. The same dealt with the defense finds an opening in terms of numbers. Skyesports will punch back, running forward, jumping about, hopping about with the ghost, finds another. This man, insane, inhuman, shouldn't be legal. Skyesports finding kill after kill on his own free will pretty much single-handedly set up the round for Revenant, as it's now an awkward 3v5 for Global Esports.
Spike planted.
Flash tries to get a bit of early control, but Skyesports continues to just maraud and rampage his way through this site. It is eventually traded down to the 2-on-2. Wimp ready for the fault line, ready for Knight Rider to try and capitalize off the back of it, but instead it's going to be Knight Rider almost there as he refuses to plan. Misses the headhunter, Kappa to trade, Kappa now continuing to push now, down to the 1v1. Kappa swings out, Kappa wins it for Global. Another recovered round, and just like how we saw on Bind, those initial entries are so important. It's the mistakes your opponents have to make for any chance back into this game, and for the members of Revenant, they overpeak ever so slightly, and for Kappa, that's enough to punish. You see the Global fans, they are already Hydra only one round in Vivek, and they're already shouting. I feel just as bad for their voices as I do for yours, because as Revenant continue, they now move to what is most likely going to be an eco. And as you mentioned, Skyesports on the Neon. I really like Neon on Fracture because it's such a big map with so many angles of attack. Being able to pick one of them and then execute on them instantly is crucial. Force Spike comes out from Revenant now, which is going to be really, really interesting as to how Global react. They don't know it's a Force Spike yet, and they're already playing point-blank angles, something which may catch up by surprise very quickly here.
Yeah, I don't know if Global Esports know that the side of Revenant, they've got this force by source, but look at Revenant so quick to rotate. Will Rossi allow them? Rossi bested, wasn't ready for the Spectre. Wim finds a kill. Global Esports find a man missing, and they're up against a buy. Kappa has clutched a lot. He has done more than his fair share for Global Esports. Wasn't the MVP on the first map? Stats don't lie, sometimes they do. Can Kappa do it again? A crucial round. You win the pistol, you want momentum, and you get it from Kappa with the judge.
Oh
He's This is unreal. Unreal.
Always gets this. Evans able to finish the job on him. A 1 versus 3 for
30
him.
seconds left.
El Ranger, he knows he's coming. Ember now. What angle of attack you commit to? Skill sees him coming as well. Doesn't even risk fighting. Just deploys that Molly. Right here. Continues to probe for the odd bit of info, then backs off now. Remember, 2 players about to fight at once. Hell Ranger delivers that killing blow, but that would have been nothing without Kappa. What's around from Kappa there, Vivek? That's going to be on some highlight reels. That is for sure. I hope the global social media team are on this, because that was incredible.
Absolutely. What a man. With the judge, one of the finest beards in Indian esports, a shoulder with the muscle to carry burden like none other, a head that can process even the hardest situations and come out with the most unlikeliest outcomes, winning rounds which he had no business winning. Remember, Rossi dies at the beginning of the round, but it's Kappa that picks up. This time Rossi picks it up, finds the kill. Unfortunately, the headhunter's there. Knight Rider will equalize, but how much of a buy do Remnant have? They forced up the last time around Tremor, and I don't think they're really flush with funds. They've got to work with what they have, a sheriff here, a sheriff there.
Smoke's down.
They haven't been able to plant the spike, have they? Yeah, I don't think this round is really going to go in their favor.
One enemy
Skills
remaining.
Global Esports have figured out
Spike down,
not
B.
much that Revenant can really piece together. It's Logi stuck in a corner, and Logi will be brought down with consummate ease. Pleasant fist bumps, a good laugh here and there, but this is where the business begins, Kremmer, because Revenant are walking in with their first proper buy now.
They really are. And the issue is, when it comes to their first proper buy, is because they force bought second round, you don't have to see strategies off of a force buy, do you? It's sort of they move together, they try to catch your opponents by surprise. Then after that, it's just a piss around at an eco. We still haven't seen any overarching strategy. We still don't know the defaults of Revenant. And now they're going for a force buy. Global is the same circumstance. This is still reactionary plays here, despite the fact that they don't have superior weapons. Logi, though, able to get a nice opening. Concussed regardless, though, as Hellraider is going to attempt the trade.
Eliminated.
Oh no. This is an absolute disaster for Global Esports. They wanted one early pick, they end up losing 2 members, and they're giving up control of the B side.
Spike planted.
Revenant looking a little bit more comfortable, and more than Revenant doing anything spectacular in that round, it was Global Esports just mucking it up a bit, Kremmer.
Yeah, it was. What I quite like, though, is they're still able to punish it. You know, Revenant, they do so very cleanly, and they show Global that they're not going to get away with stuff. And that's something I really want to mention, was when we saw the first game between Revenant and Global, it was entirely down to who makes a mistake first, and then the other team just punishes it. And when you have to play Valorant, that is perfect to such a degree. It really adds to your burnout, psychologically as well as physically. And so I would argue that both Revenant and Global, the longer this series goes on for, the more interesting it's going to become. Once we start seeing the likes of Revenant, the likes of Global sort of hit their wits' end, when the pressure, the fatigue starts to hit them, what happens then, Vivek? And that's really going to be a battle.
Yeah. The heat can get to you, you can become wet with sweat, the mouse can become sticky, the brain can become turned towards a manic frenzy, and that's when pure instinct and pure maturity and experience really is what carries you through. That's when you know you got to take a tactical timeout and we can focus. It's still early days though, but we both know, Prema, that this series is one that forces you towards a bad habit. If you don't bite nails, you'll be biting your nails off by the end of the series. If you don't bite your toenails, I will come and bite your toenails for you. Ignore that.
Well, it's
back to the ring.
Lightning fast, able to avoid a plethora of utility there. Oh, no, he doesn't. Whips able to get that opening. A wonderful concoction of abilities there. Hellraider's able to trade it. Knight Rider gets the next say in the matter. Another 3-on-4 and another position now where Global have to retake, but Logi already has a sick angle. There's that first player. Can't quite get the second. Ember's there to clean it up, though. And for SK Rossi, having just been invested in this shiny new operator, he ain't ready to give it up yet. He backs off and he saves, as Revenant will make it 2.
Oh, yeah. Oof. I mean, this series is insane, right? I think we're going to see first half closing at 6-6, maybe 5-7. I don't think... now we're looking at 3-2, but it's definitely going to be a close half. Tremor, you're not on the panel, but I want to put you on the spot. What's your prediction
for the series? I reckon Global win it. Of this map, yeah, I reckon Global take it 2-0. I think that they've had 2 weeks to adapt to how Revenant have played after a 13-11 loss. And, you know, 13-11 loss, that's a bloody close game. That can go either way. And so, for me, I reckon it is going to be very damn close. But more importantly, it's going to be down to the micro adjustments, the anti-strats, which I think Global, they have the experience to be able to beat. When will
I'm just going to
play?
I'm going to break that down for you. I'm not sure how familiar you are with South Asia, but both of them played another tactical shooter, which I shall not name because that's blasphemy on the stage. So they were both teammates. Sai, unfortunately, a fan favorite, a phenom with the operator, repetitive stress injury, and a little bit of bad luck has put him out of this game. Just like Kills has been put out of the server.
down,
Lightning
attacker
Fast will punch
spawn.
back, but is this aggression from Global Esports really necessary? Is this what they need to hold on to Fracture? Well, they've held on for now. It is a 3v3, a minute on the clock. Options are plenty for Revenant, but they will insist on the A side. Like mothers insist, boys, eat your vegetables. Will they make progress though? Are vegetables good for you? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z with Crema.
Kappa's making a very ambitious rotation
You
here.
will not
The voice
kill
default
my
line
ally.
is... Oh, it's so laboured! With so hard whip! He's able to punish it! Oh, no! Global go-to players down now thanks to the resurrection. Our Ranger is able to restore things to
30
this objective
seconds left.
order, but SK Rossi still needs to try and beat everyone to this site. Tour de Force has been brought out for him, but at point blank, what good will it do?
Somehow it's all come together for everything.
Spike
Excuse me,
planted.
Revenant. They've gotten control of the site. The spike has been planted. Global Esports on the retake. 2 members alive, Rossi and Hellranger. Hellranger not getting any information. No one from Revenant Project. The orbital strike still alive. Rolling Thunder committed. Global Esports storm the site. Rossi, he's got the 2-day force. An awkward weapon on the retake. But can he make it work? The orbital strike committed. Then he's going to move towards V Tower. This is like a maze and Global Esports are running through it, but they're not finding what they need to. No trees for them as Loki takes care of Rossi. Hellranger good for one, but the trades are sharp as Ember takes care of Hellranger. And Revenant are still fighting back despite winning that round. Small heated side note between the members of Revenant as they felt that somehow they could have done better. And that's the spirit you want from your team. You win, but we can do better.
It's like a sidebar, isn't it? They take a moment to sort of address one another, clear up something, and then they can go to the next round relatively swiftly. I want to start seeing some tactical time on this, I think. We're early in the night, you're still very young. You realise that right now Global do not have a good investment at all. Lightning Fast primed and ready with a Phantom, but that's sort of it in terms of firepower. Rossi falls, no trade as of yet. The nade is going to do a bit of damage, but Knight Rider's there, and now we're going to see Global collapse a little bit.
Oh yeah. Global a little bit out of sorts. I don't know what to make of this Crema. They like to throw numbers towards one part of the map, and they're throwing numbers and losing numbers quick and fast. And
Last player standing.
I mean, sure, one can make the case that they've not got the best stuff to work with to win that round. So one can make a case for those kind of gambles, but they've even done that on a buy round, a full proper buy. So I'm not quite sure what the idea is. I want to point out one thing though. Enigma like to do this as well. They love to push with numbers, and we saw it earlier on in the tournament versus Velocity. They pushed hard. I think you were casting that game, I'm not sure. But they pushed and they found kills and they took Velocity by surprise. It's something that's very possible.
You want to play? Let's play.
You can get pincer from, and globally you trying to pull out some of that magic. One wall meets another, but Scargod is going to take care of the Sage wall. Will Remnant be able to push through Crema?
Lightning Fast is still relatively strong in terms of being able to dig in. The plethora of utility are getting a myriad of problems to Revenant, so much so they actually just completely delay the execution. The bomb buddy is going to be timed relatively well. I think Revenant just avoid it, which may be a false negative here for Lightning Fast. That Boombot just a little bit short. Knight Rider ready to go for the high grounds. Is it over, Anakin, or are you going to underestimate their power?
Did you say, is it over, Anakin?
Yep.
Okay.
Rest.
I was
down.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Yeah, it seems like it is indeed over.
One enemy remaining.
Papa is not your papa. He is not your father.
30 seconds left.
That's what it translates to in English. Somehow, it is Global Esports winning that round. What the heck happened there, Crema?
I mean, the attack came in, and what happened is after the initial utility, Global, they didn't actually back off. They didn't actually end up in a bad position. Instead, they just sort of got back into their starting positions. So when we did end up seeing an execution from Revenant, they were assuming some angles were clear. It meant that Global were able to kind of activate their crossfires, and it just turned into a bloodbath. Credit where credit is due to Revenant. They turned that round. They made it close. They brought it down to 2 players for Global, which in itself was a difficult feat for Global. Skygod realizing that as an attack is going to be coming from this show, and a very fast one at that, as Skygod makes a lot of noise in this foray, and this excursion over past Dish and maybe onto this A site, but SK Rossi already embedded in main, inviting Logi to try and duel him.
Yeah, I don't think he was really going to oblige Rossi that soon, because the entirety of Revenant, they show presence towards A, they swung towards B. Now there was an early push towards B coming up from Lightning Fast, but it's Lightning Fast swinging back, dealing with the aggression. He pushes, forces utility from the Sage, and deals with the push coming out from Revenant. Revenant have 3 members alive. It's Logi though on the Sage, an unlikely candidate to find the kill, but it's Logi with the Vandal. One more orb and she'll have the res available. 3v3 now. How much can Logi do? The real question is, between the Brimstones, who comes out on top? For now, it's Skills. A 2v3, 36 seconds on the clock. 35.
It's over. Skills have the high ground.
30 seconds left.
This could be really tricky. Indeed. Indeed, Wimp has gotten onto the side camera, but he's not committing to the plan because he knows that the orbital strike is played. Ouch! 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 Wimp is burned and meant to a crisp. 30 seconds on the clock. He knew, but knowing and knowledge is sometimes just not enough. You are forced into a bucket, a situation you cannot come out of. And Global Esports knew that tactically it was check and made for them in that round.
Really was. And if you look over to the members of Revenant now, their economy's starting to hurt a little bit. I don't know if it's been shattered, but the cracks are starting to appear. What's going to be coming from Global here? Because if we keep seeing a defense which is just poised off a 3-man commitment to B, eventually it will stop. Eventually it will stop. Like, eventually Revenant will adapt. And I think we're sort of hitting that period now.
For now, those Skills is bringing the music. And he's bringing the laughter as well. Tunes and laughs is what Skills is bringing to the table as Global Esports call a tactical timeout. Revenant feels like they haven't been able to find openings, right? They're just forcing themselves onto a site. Early on, I don't know if you got that. In the previous round, Lightning Fast just pushed out of B main. He nearly pushed towards Spawn itself, and Logi had to drop a wall in panic and throw a slow orb, and Lightning Fast just ran back immediately. If you look at the scoreboard, Lightning Fast is not at the top. He is in the top 3, but that confidence to make plays like that, yeah, it's valuable. But Skygod doesn't give a damn. No respect. In fact, it's sheer disrespect as he peeked and killed at sheer will. And single-handedly, he's found a site, but there's the Rolling Thunder. Do Global Esports have an answer? A concuss thrown back. I believe that was another Rolling Thunder coming out. Ember should be able to get the plant. A 3v5 for Global Esports, Tremor.
I like how we're seeing the counter Rolling Thunders come out as well. Revenant doing a real good job of mitigating any chance Global has in this round. Hellranger's left in a 1v5. He's good for the first. Can he make it 2? Ooh, it's a clean shot onto Knight Rider. Maybe there's a chance. I'll tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a chance. And for Hellranger, unfortunately, he'll try and back off and retrieve the operator. And that would involve walking into the arms of Logi, who was certainly whipped a little bit here. Logi, though, is able to recover it. Sure, it's laboured, but it works. And I've got a question for you, Vivek. Is the Grand Finals best of 5 or best of 3?
Traditionally, Grand Finals are best of 5s. I've got Crips next to me. Crips, it's a best of 5, right? Yeah, it is a best of 5. It's usually always been a best of 5.
Yeah, so you look at Revenant, you look at Global, right? Global, for me, is more equipped for longer series than Revenant is. But it's in these short sort of best of 3s where you're guaranteed to have one map which you're nuts at, and you're guaranteed to have a decider which you have some influence in. Revenant really do excel with that.
Yeah, but having said that, Tremor, they do excel in the shorter series. But your prediction is a swift 2-0 from Global Esports.
That'll be because I believe in SK Rossi. I'll correct myself. That'll be because I'm normal. I'm a big overdramatic. SK Rossi is just really good at the game. Revenant, they're in a position now, a player up and looking to hit the safe site, and there is not a single player from Global to stop them.
Oh yeah, look at the A side though. I mean, they're swinging back from A. They go towards the dish. The network's poor. The programming is like the British Broadcasting Corporation, a little bit dated. And we're just going to swing back to B. None of the PVC for us. We'll hit the B side instead. An opening pick on the skills. Rossi finds 2. Good stuff coming out from Rossi. But how much more can he find? The operator single-handedly doing work. Tremor, it is love for Rossi completely justified because this man delivers when no one has a business delivering. Hellranger. Well, breach we breach. A little bit of anime history there. As an aftershock from one breach takes care of another. Ember takes care of Hellranger though. But it's Rossi with the operator. Where and how does this man find these kills? Lightning Fast is just diffusing. And Knight Rider caught snoozing. I'm not quite sure what happened to Knight Rider there. But skills, DJ skills, played a track which put Knight Rider to sleep and just stuck the defuse.
What was perfect there from Global was being able to just allow SK Rossi to get a bit of space there. And I told you, I predicted Global for SK Rossi. That's why. If Binks gets that first player, able to respond by just swiping defuse, Knight Rider's too scared to peek onto Kappa because he knows SK Rossi's just going to trade him. So instead, he holds for SK Rossi. Kappa gets that defuse, and Global, I believe he should take the lead there.
Oh yeah, they're taking the lead, and if they close this off 7-5, they're going to be super pleased with it.
You want to play? Let's play.
This sounds a bit of a strange buy. I mean, I saw one Bulldog and a Judge, but it's okay, right? I mean, a Judge is very capable in the hands of Kappa, and they've still got an operator amongst the fire there. So Global Esports won't be too disappointed. I think they've still got the resurrection for the Sage. And if they've got it, they need to use it right now on a Rossi. Hellranger 2 points for the Rolling Thunder. They're making progress. Arcade is no fun to be in right now. The concuss coming up from Stargod. He still hasn't found a kill. He's challenging Hellranger right now. The fingers, like a Sith Lord, being pointed, but Anakin will best him. Stargod dead. Knight Rider finds skills, but that's about it. There's the rest coming up from Logi. It's Logi with the rest. It's Revenant with the numbers. 2 members from Global Esports. 1 shot down. The IGL dead. Ember finds the crucial kill. It's just lightning fast, but he's got the boom bot. He's got the pain shells. He's got those good old satchels to work with. What can he do? An awkward Sage wall. A bit of an unintentional Sage wall coming up from Logi. He didn't intend for it to break. Lightning fast gets the kill. Takes another. The trees on there from Revenant. A moment of opportunity, but that moment snatched away quickly by Logi as Revenant touch and go, but they've equalized.
It is a little bit touch and go, but what I want to bring up is you look over to the previous matchup between these teams, and it was over from. You'll have to see it. It was over from Global and Revenant on that first half of Fracture, with Revenant starting on the attack. That half finished 7-5 in favor of Global. What's interesting, we're now 6-6. No, Fracture. This is the last time I played against each other. The one thing that Revenant had, which Global couldn't beat, was their defense of Fracture. They're now on the precipice of hitting that. Well, they have hit that defense of Fracture, and they're level pegging. This pistol round now is won by Revenant. Could spell disaster for Global.
Okay. So again, your 2-0 prediction still holds. I mean, I have to come back to your prediction because it's all about this round. This round is going to decide the fate of the early momentum that any one of these teams can pick up in this half. Revenant, though, they found the kills. The Headhunter being put to good use. A 4v3. Revenant badly won the pistol. The Revenant fans won them as well. A lot of focus towards Dish. They're pushed out. They see the spike. Global Esports, they first need to go and recover the spike. It's going to be awkward. It's going to be really, really awkward. A smoke blocks their way. Yet another drop down from the skies. The Brimstone shall not let them pass. But Hellranger, poised, is trying to push Rossi and Kappa in. A wall committed, and Aftershock as well. But Global Esports, they have no information. They don't know what lies past that smoke, and what lies past that smoke is the spike and 3 members of Revenant. Well, for now, 1 member is enough. As Ember, he's found 2 kills. It's SK Rossi. You believe this man, Tremor, for you, is the reason why this is still going to be a 2-0. And he's making your prediction come through bit by bit as he finds Logi and Knight Rider. The Ghost doing work, 18 points of health. He needs to isolate these duels, but he just can't. Ember will shut him down. Revenant win the pistol. It is still a little touch and go.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing a full spike second round from Global here. Bearing in mind that we've already had a really strong pistol round from Revenant. I love the fact that they just take the fight to Global. They realize why wait for strategy when you can just invite them into your loving embrace, right? And when you say invite, you sort of bear hug them. Still works, right? And if you look over to Global, who they just beat a full spy on their pistol round. I want to see if they try and do it back onto Revenant, be a bit cheeky. But no, disciplined as always. Pistols come out. Revenants looking like they're going to be fairly ambitious with their race stack, which means Ember is in quite an important position here. Logi may have some issue helping him, but the Molly may buy a bit of crucial, vital time here.
I think it bought just enough, and more importantly, it was Ember's positioning with the Spectre. Gets the kill, but skills with the classic. He's going to find Wimp. He had no business getting that kill. Knight Rider, he bought the Phantom. Revenant know they're going to win this round, but like you said, Tremor, what if Global Esports forced on this round? This round and maybe the series could have been completely different. I don't know. That's a question for alternate universe, an alternate universe which we are not privy to. But now Global Esports will have a bye, and let's see what their offense is all about.
I really want to see some changes. Global, when they tried to their aggression on their attack of Fracture last time they played against Revenant was very default heavy. They lose an initial player, and then in a 4v5 they sort of dribble onto a site. I really want to see that change here, and judging by the stack outside of A, that's exactly what they've done. They've allowed SK Rossi to roam, to be their sort of playmaker, their kingmaker, and if it gets killed, awesome, which is just what SK Rossi does. Even able to survive and get away, now the rest of the team reacts.
SK Rossi 1 point away from the 2-0 force. More importantly, he doesn't care. They just want to win this round. That's what matters. 3 members alive from the side of Revenant. Skargod, he's done so much, at least in bind. He's won a fair amount of entries here as well. It's Logi though who'll take care of the danger man Rossi. Rossi there, 3v4. Revenant starting to piece it together. Is it enough? Can Skargod find the kill? Blinded! His spray is lightning fast though. We'll take care of him. The abilities being used to set up for each other just perfect. A couple of smoke drops. Knight Rider playing in the smoke. It's smoke here, it's smoke there, smoke everywhere. And it's bullet in lead for Logi. He got down and shot there. His Hellranger will clean up. Knight Rider to fall. 7-8. Global Esports win their first bye on offense on Fracture.
Really, really strong round from Global, and that's what I want. That's what I want to see, Vivek. We're seeing them stack together. We're seeing the only player go individually is SK Rossi, who, let's be honest, sort of needs the confidence boost. SK Rossi is having, thus far, a fairly bad playoffs run. I say bad; it's sort of bad by SK Rossi standards.
Relatively,
and yeah, it's relative. And for SK Rossi, anything that is at 45 kills per map is shaky. But now we're sort of seeing, while SK Rossi has sort of slipped onto the back burner, we're seeing a lot more from Kappa and Skills, who are both having some really, really strong performances here. So yeah, I would love to see them continue that while SK Rossi wakes up.
Oh yeah, when Rossi wakes up, the bots in the practice range just exit the server. They're that scared. That is how Rossi plays, and that is how Rossi aims. They all just run away in fear. True story. You can check. Ask Rossi himself on Twitter.
Well, only one way to find out.
Oh yeah.
I like the fact we're seeing an early tactical timeout from Revenant here. Remember, you get 1 timeout per half. The fact that Revenant are using theirs so early shows how much value they place on this first buy v buy. And for SK Rossi, he's going to go into it with a tour de force. Yeah, he's got it so early. that now, as you look over to Revenant, Knight Rider's one away from his. We'll see some aggression to try and get this ult orb. Once he has that, it'll be tour de force with a buy around it.
Oh yeah, this round is so very crucial for both teams. Buy v buy. A timeout committed from Revenant. They know the importance of the start. Global Esports once again go to full speed. This man jumping up the satchels, finds an opening. He has no business finding. Lightning fast, entry upon entry, a kill with a follow-up, and now a plant, and after plant, with all 5 members alive. Global Esports, this is stuff of their dreams. And if you are a Revenant supporter, you're not going to be too pleased about this. But ScarGod, Knight Rider, and their chamber. Can they really piece together a retake? Rossi says no. The 2D force will shut down ScarGod. 2 members alive. Knight Rider dead. And just win. Yeah.
I really like how lightning fast entry there.
Oh yeah. And lightning fast entry there reminds me, I mean, I'm just going to say the word Magist because it was set up by his team. It was everybody setting up for him perfectly. It's not a blind entry. It's not lightning fast as being an absolute moron and jumping onto the side. He was set up so perfectly by his team to push through a smoke and a Molotov, if I'm not mistaken. Great stuff coming out from Global Esports as a unit to make lightning fast look good. This is practice. This is hours of prep with their coach preparing their executes. Absolutely.
I want to highlight as well, Revenant's buy, it isn't great. For Global, this will be a 3rd round in a row. More importantly, look at their economy already. Kind of 3 of their players on 4K, 1 on 6K. To then get another round victory off the back of that, their economy is going to be thriving. And while they may be minted, it's going to take a good 3 or 4 buys before Revenant are going to be able to topple that. Global have found a really sweet spot to be in, particularly when the score's tied up at 8-8.
You're talking about the economy, Kramer, which I agree with you. But what I need to tell you is that I completely agree that it's going to take long for them to build their economy, but have they got speed of global? Well, for now, it looks like they have. Wimp is going to take care of Skills. Skills is dead. 4 members alive for Global Esports. This is a bit problematic, Kramer.
Truly is here. Power Ranger to avoid the initial position. Orbital Strike comes out, followed by a showstopper from Lightning Fast, but Lightning Fast! He switches to the pistol. Now Knight Rider's going to aggress.
Rider, does he really need to swing? Does any man need to peek? Well, they need to. When they've got aim like that, when they've got aim that's as crisp as fish and chips in good old Birmingham, native of India, then you got to peek.
I don't know what to say for Global. A really uncharacteristic round. And I say that because Global, they have done so well, stacked up as a team, trading one another. And then SK Rossi, he becomes like the rudder. He steers them. He's either going to be attacking a position, the whole team comes afterwards, or he lurks. But when they go 1, 2 players down, I want to see SK Rossi join the rest of the team and support them, particularly when the spike is threatened. Because if you don't, what we end up seeing is SK Rossi being caught out in the middle of nowhere, and the rest of Global end up sort of stuttering a bit there. Don't get me wrong, Revenant, some incredible accuracy to be able to do that with sheriffs and headhunters. And for Global now, reinvestment comes in, operators on both sides, and that star-struck economy I was talking about, yeah, it's ruined.
It is. It's been ruined, and more importantly, it feels like Revenant have started to find answers. Look at the adjustment. They earlier on had the Brim covering B with the smokes, but now they committed the Sage Wall. Is the Sage Wall enough? I don't know. Time will tell. But for now, Revenant know that it's a B hit. What I was talking about, you were saying that it's going to take a while for Global Esports. Oh my god, this is going to be problematic. But Lightning Fast doesn't get. He's just going to leave past them. Rossi finds the opening, not Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast has snuck into tower. He might just find a good little old pinch on Ember, who doesn't know where to look right now. But elsewhere, Hellranger and ScarGod, this is sailing past each other. Hellranger is going to find ScarGod. Can Lightning Fast do the same? It looks like Ember is wise to it though, but Lightning Fast nonetheless wins the duel. This man is truly a duelist. As Global Esports, they've got 4 members alive in this post plan, and Revenant, they want none of this. We are playing defense. We've got to save. We've got to hold on to our economy for dear life, because Crema, they haven't got too many rounds in this tournament.
What's the highlight is not only are they saving, they're keeping the operator alive. And Knight Rider is the SK Rossi solution. He is Revenant's response to SK Rossi. That being, sort of, Rossi goes off and he kills people. Knight Rider does the same, except he's a little more team-oriented. SK Rossi, you see him usually on the other side of the map, whereas Knight Rider's usually in and amongst his teammates. And what it means is that they're a lot closer on hand to follow up. What it does mean, though, is that Revenant, on their attack, did struggle for keeping map control. They're able to attain it, but when they back off, Global just retake it. Now that they're on their defense, it's no longer as important, and that's why we usually see Revenant with the majority of their rounds on that defense. But for Global, they're not allowing them to be set up in. Operator duel, SK Rossi wins it. That clash of Titans, and you know when Titans clash, worlds divide. Well, I'll tell you what, Fracture, the kill's already in the name, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. You call him the SK Rossi solution as well. Well, he isn't. There is no solution for SK Rossi. Even if you cut the power cable, this man will find a way back into the server, back into your nightmares, and he'll shoot you down. He'll shut you down. He'll take away your operator. He'll drive PQ if he has to. He'll win the round all by himself if he has to, because he is Ganesh SK Rossi. Revenant, though, their economy in shambles. They've got no timeouts. Crema, I'm a bit concerned. I'm a bit concerned that you're actually right about your prediction now.
I'm currently 5 of 5 predictions at the moment. I'll be 6 of 6 if Global win theirs. So I'm doing all right in the prediction front. Gaffer, let me extending here. Hoping to catch out one of these players to prevent them from save it. Even if Gaffer dies, having other players on hand to know where they are could be enough to prevent these weapons from being held on to.
Oh yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Will Global Esports let Revenant hold on to what little they've got? Vim for now doesn't have much in terms of real estate. One little box to work with. Bullets go through it. Rossi will go around it if he has to. Good. He's pointing to the screen. You dumbasses, that was such an easy kill. What were you waiting for?
What a round there from Global, and we spoke about how Global definitely struggled on their attack in the last series. You see, and what you absolutely see here is the amount of work Global put into their gameplay. This is a completely different, down to the very defaults. This is a different attack to Fracture. They had that game against Revenant. They just tossed it over their shoulder. It was out the window, and now it's a completely different methodology. SK Rossi, he's given a bit more freedom, and look what's happening. Global are in the lead, 3 away from the series, and now victory here. SK Rossi, sure, he may have lost the initial fight. Unfortunately for Revenant, though, he's still alive, which means he is still able to turn it around.
Oh yeah, Revenant need to turn this round around themselves. This is the last proper buy in a bit. Logi gets a kill on a Kappa. That is crucial for the side of Revenant. Chicago trying to get past the box. I want to remind you, Crema, if they lose this, their economy is broken. Rossi is breaking their spirit. Logi dead. Skaga to follow. Hellranger still somehow end up dying. It's Knight Rider lighting up the kill feed. And it's Ember punching in with the last final kill. How did Revenant win that round?
That is all Knight Rider. All Knight Rider. That flank was just perfect. And the fact that we see Knight Rider go through main there, able to catch out 2 players, what it means is the rest of Global, they can no longer play the afterplant positions. They're doing Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike. That alone should be enough. That should be enough to win an afterplant, guaranteed. But instead, because they've lost control of main, they are forced forward. They have to fight one of these positions, whether it be Dish, Divider, or main. They have to pick one, fight it, clear it, and then just hold from that position. And as they attempt to do so, that's when Knight Rider, when Wim, when Ember, they all show themselves, they all rear up, and they just win their aim duels. Global, they collapse off of the heroics of one very brave chamber.
Shit. It's all gone as shit for Revenant as they lose Cupboard. But Wim will put it back. Vim finds another. Lightning Fast has moved on the side. They've got the resurrection to work with on their Sage. Kappa's going to put it to use. Scales brought back into the action. You can't sleep for a minute because Global will not let you. You have to fight. You die, you stand up again, you fight again. Where is the spike though? It's yet to make its way to the side. I mean, they've got a lot of smokes to work with. Now Logi pulls Vim back into the action. Vim forced back. Knight Rider, the highlight of the previous round, is still there with the operator. Logi's going to lose that duel. The Sages, well, it seems as if Kappa's up on top, and Skills revived, revitalized, will find Wimp. Now a 2v1, one man, Knight Rider, the operator on a retake. This is just awful to work with. He's got so many angles to clear. Wants to isolate the duels, but he can't at that range. There's no way he can, Crema. And Revenant, oh, they are fighting tooth and nail, but it is just not enough.
I don't know what Golu means.
Golu's a nickname.
Do you know?
Golu's a nickname.
I
think it's Lightning Fast.
Ah, okay. Well, he's earned it because right now he's going 20 to... Well, sorry, that's Knight Rider. Lightning Fast, going 16-15. Still going positive. And what I want to highlight from Lightning Fast, actually, thanks for bringing it up, member of the audience, is Lightning Fast may not have many kills, but he has got the first kill of so many rounds. His Rays, in his entries on Rays, have been just impeccable. And even last round, for example, Lightning Fast just jumps in, gets the... even concussed against the Neon, who knows he's coming. He still wins that aim duel. That,
Absolutely.
as you said, madness.
I completely agree with you, Krema, 100%. Even if he's not getting the entry, he's committing to the lunacy, that is Hell Ranger shot calling. We want to get onto the side, by hook or by crook. Lightning Fast, get there, we don't care. If you get a kill, all's good. If not, chop chop, we'll carry the round for you. Let's see, though, if Global Esports can really move forward. I think this isn't a tactical timeout because they haven't got any on the side of Revenant. Global has one, but I'm not seeing it. So that he's called Golu because Golu means round, or it's a friendly way to call someone chubby. Yeah.
Vivek, I think we're Golu, man.
I mean, I am round.
You want to play? Let's play.
Pretty unhealthy right now.
I'm having like an out-of-body experience now. Oh my god, Golu, that's me. But anyway, Global, let's ground us here. As Global have to respond to another quick attack. However, Revenant is able to get the first 2 kills off the back of the tour de force. Fully blinded. Knight Rider has to be careful. He's finished off by Hellranger. He is still very much alive in this round. Global, remember, this is for match and series point. Hellranger pushes his spots out the shorty. Logi able to shut him down. However, how long will they survive for? Players on all angles. This game was point blank shotgun tour de force. For them. But SK Rossi is left in a 1v2. 2 players on different altitudes. And almost technically impossible clutch. But if anyone can do it, Rossi can do it. Scopes in, swaps to the Phantom, looks to hug the stage now. Logi needs to be careful, but Logi, careful's his middle name, Deadly's his last name, and the last thing that Rossi is going to be seeing is a very bright flash from a very scary gun.
100%. If Revenant win this map, if they even go on to equalize the series and dare I say win the series, it is on the back of Logi sitting, crouching with the most useless weapon in the history of this game. I mean, it's debatable, but he was sitting with a sawed-off shotgun, won a duel, upgraded to the Vandal, and ensured that Rossi didn't have a chance to clutch this round. Revenant, their money was horrendous in the previous round. They had the 2 de force, a Sheriff here, a sawed-off shotty over there. They didn't have much. This round is a big win for the economy and for the overall game altogether. Knight Rider finds an opening, but Rossi will take him out. Rossi, the good thing for Global Esports is that they don't give away too much information in terms of numbers, but I believe the spike was dropped over there. So maybe, just maybe, Revenant did spot that out. Look at the bridge, though. He is quietly reconnecting with his team, and he isn't going to get punished for this. I don't think he can go to B, because that side seems to be pretty well covered for now. A minute on the clock. Global Esports have plenty of time, but neither team, Crema, has plenty of rounds to work with. It's getting trickier by the moment. Drop is a disaster. I personally hate entering from there. Lightning Fast this time has one champion to work with, and he's gonna commit. The aftershock ignored. Concuss. Lightning Fast this time will not win the duel. Is there a follow-up? An orbital strike coming down. Hellfire from the skies. What can it achieve? It'll slow down Global Esports a little bit. They have incurred some damage. Rossi with 30 points of health. That's enough for this man, but only 3 bullets for now in his chamber. Whip takes care of Kappa. Rossi gets one crucial kill, but it's Cargod through the woodwork. He's found a hidden ranger. 1 man alive, Rossi. Not many rounds left in regulation. I don't think Rossi can do it.
10 seconds left.
He doesn't. I really want to highlight how effective Revenant are at. This is exactly what we saw.
At slowing down?
It's not. Yes, it's very good at slowing down Global, but the second Revenant don't lose a player, they're unstoppable. They're genuinely unstoppable because they don't have to restructure their defense. They still have everyone in the positions they're used to playing, the positions they want to play, and it means their crossfires end up being immaculate. You see Knight Rider as well. Once he's given freedom, this man cannot be stopped. Revenant, they are now in a very strong position to actually just win this series, win this map that forces us to our third and final. Global, they call their tactical timeout. Suddenly they realize, oh, this could be very losable here. And with SK Rossi investing to an operator last round, I don't think they have money for an operator this round.
Exactly. I love looking at these fans and faces, lively, full of life, giving their voices. But right now, I need to look at the economy. Do Global Esports have a buy? How much of a buy is it? Hell Ranger giving instructions to Rossi. He turns to the man on his right. Quite literally, his right-hand man. Rossi listens.
Well and truly.
Well and truly indeed. They know.
I wonder if... I do wonder if Global sort of take their gloves off, go sod it, and then try a really fast play. Because when they stagnate, when they slow, that's when Revenant... Global's slow, then Revenant slows them to a stop. We saw they all sort of left dish and were still on that walkway for a good 10 seconds. You look at the buy as well. This doesn't complement a war of attrition. Hellranger has a Rolling Thunder, and unfortunately for them, Revenant, they have read this beautifully. What a read from Revenant! 4 players stacked up, ready to fight for this position now, and Global to make or break.
No!
Fantastic work. SK Rossi good for the first. Skyesports can't turn in time. Logic's able to trade. Ember in it. It's able to get back on the 2. It suddenly falls down to the 2 on 3. In a hair's breadth, a moment's notice. Everything has collapsed. It's skills now. Having to lead this charge. Bulldog in hand. Logi holding the ground. Spots him out. Can't stop him. But Ember has the info. Is that enough? Yes, it is. That's control of the spike. Hellranger on for the 1 versus 3. Yes, there's a Rolling Thunder available. But what good does it matter if you can't use it? If the members of Revenant are so separated, you can't punish it. The operator, they call us a point blank 1 and done. And for Hellranger, it very well could be trying to swing out now. Already deployed the Rolling Thunder. There's nothing now which could disturb the members of Remnant. Instead, there's going to be a fault line, and that's it for Hellranger. Aim and supremacy of game sense is the one thing that will keep him alive here. There's a really strong fault line, hits every single player, but it may not matter. Spots out the first. Logi doesn't care. Logi at that range, 1 bullet, 1 kill, 1 headshot, and 1 map for Revenant as they equalize with Global.
Once again, the man that's been 5-0 in terms of predictions has been defeated. Global Esports, the stalwarts of Indian Valorant, have been defeated. Today, Crema, the earth is flat because Global Esports themselves have been stamped upon by Revenant. The globe is now flat, Crema. It's official. Well, it was a crazy game too, and it's been a crazy series so far. My name is Vivek. Crema will be taking a breather. I will not. I've got Tanya by my side. Tanya, how's the game?
Well, more than game, I would really want to appreciate Crema and you working together. It was fun to hear you guys cheering for both the boys at both the ends. But just in case, if you had to summarize this map exactly, how would you want to?
I feel that Fracture is the kind of map that is very, very random. It's not random, but it's when teams of this caliber play, it is so puggish. and you really have to be one step ahead tactically to be able to win Fracture. So that's how I summarize this map. The third map is going to be Haven. That's going to be a lot more structure. In the map, and both these teams are going to be so neck in neck. I have no idea how that map is going to go. How was Fracture for you? What did you see? What did you like?
Well, for sure. Revenant wanted to make sure that they don't go away empty. They pocketed one win. Now the map of talk about global esports in particular.
Haven.
The
Right?
map of Haven,
Am
my
I
bad.
wrong?
No, you are right. You're
Okay.
absolutely right.
Okay.
Map of Haven, if we talk about in particular from the side of global esports, they've got a very good grip.
Yeah.
But this is a map where global can get outsmarted. Just in case if they are provided an inch, they run for a mile, and if they are not provided an inch, what are they going to do? So they are running into the map about as and when. Now sticking back to the map of Fracture, well, skills did try to give some effort somehow to save the day, to go ahead and get the control over the situation in two rounds, or maybe it was 2 rounds to what I saw exactly. But on the contrary, Neon play coming in from the side of Revenant, I think that was massive buff to the team. We could not see that sort of a buff happening in the previous map. So the team remains same, the map changes, the play set changes, and that is how it always works.
Oh yeah. It's been a very unexpected map too. I wouldn't say completely unexpected. We both predicted a 1-1,
Yeah,
right?
we did.
High five.
Finally.
What the heck, Kramer? Huh. 2-0. That's what he was saying. Yeah, we were spot on. For once, we were right about something. So, yeah, good stuff coming out from Revenant. Again, Haven. I really have to think about Haven. Do you have a prediction for Haven?
Well, Heaven is one of the map which it is like a coin, can flip on any side. Now this decider map, Heaven, can you let's
so
see.
Global Esports starts out on defense.
Defense, and for Heaven we must talk about it. We are going to see Rossi as chamber without a doubt, and now Rossi on the map of Heaven is like so versatile. We cannot always spot him on site A. Sometimes we spot him on B above the Jenny part, and takes care of the windows when he has an operator, for sure.
Yeah.
That is exactly when, and with the Tour de Force. Tour
Yeah.
de Force as well. And then sometimes he's spotted on side C. So SK Rossi is pretty unpredictable there, but Garage is somewhere I'm looking forward to if the players of the team Revenant are trying to push in there, because they definitely try to go for the Garage window, Galaxy. They're trying
The
to
Garage.
the Garage, yeah, sure. They are trying to get the contestant over Garage so widely well through the window. Now they're not overexerting. Now who does that? It is usually none other than Hellranger with the Sky. Now the moment he realizes footsteps are more than 2, he sends one, support comes in, and they get multiple frags on the grounds of Garage. So this is how it has been done by far. Do you think Revenant will fall for it once again?
I don't know. I mean, if this is what has happened in the past, I don't think they'll be repeating this too often. I think Global Esports should be fine on defense. Kappa is going to be back on the SOA. And like you said, Rossi will have his operator or his 2D force to work with. So they're going to be fine. Who plays Sentinel? I'm just freezing out. Lightning Fast will be playing Duelist. Skills will be playing Controller.
Astra.
He's going to be playing Astra.
We have seen
mostly,
skills
yeah.
on Astra on the map of Heaven without a
Yeah.
doubt.
I don't know. So the Sentinel is Rossi, right? Because he's going to be playing the
Yeah,
Chamber.
yeah.
So I'm not very convinced about having Chamber as the only Sentinel on Haven, because he got one trap. Trademark has been nerfed in 4.09. So personally, I'm a little bit old school and a little bit dumb, but maybe they need a little bit more control or something to help them hold on to sites, because you can get pulled across the map. And if Revenant do something a little bit different, like double initiator, I mean double controller maybe.
Double controller is something rare to happen. If at all that happens, that is going
It
to...
happened today. We saw Full Power Gaming take Omen and
yeah.
Viper.
Okay. Full
Yeah,
power.
it is rare. It is rare. But we need to see something that's rare from Revenant for them to really win this map. If you ask me my map 3 prediction, I'm going to go with Global. Yeah. I'm leaning towards Global. I don't know what your
No,
prediction is.
if you talk about on paper, Heaven for Revenant is almost 60%, and win ratio I'm talking about.
Okay.
And for Global Esports, it's just above 60%. So now that is why I'm talking about it might go head to head, and we might end up to neck performance, and that is going to be literally sweat bursting. We always say sweaty map, but it is not going to be that. We are going to see the droplets fall with the OTs over OTs, because this is one of the map, just like the map of Ascent, where we usually say anything can happen, anyone can take over. So there is going to be a lot of confusion there. If at all on the defender side, Global Esports is able to create the buffer, they might be able to win it. If not, it might be a little difficult.
Yeah. It can be. It can be. Sorry, I'm just looking at all the stats I have for this. I actually had some Revenant specialists send me a lot of information on the team, and I'm actually he's saying thank you so much. So yeah, so I'm just going to read it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Here you go. Okay. This is so much. So, Revenant also plays Astra and Killjoy. I really see a lot of value in picking Killjoy on this map. So, we might see a Killjoy. Let's look at the scoreboard now. And what have we got? MVP, SK Rossi. In Knight Rider, the MVP for Revenant. This is without a doubt the way it is. It's Chamber versus Chamber. And yeah, great stuff coming out from both these teams. And Global Esports, I don't think they were expecting this. The KD ratios are there. However, Knight Rider has done a lot better in terms of the KD ratios. Both of them getting 5 first bloods. Both these guys are literally head to head. They are literally head to head.
This is one of the closest head to head we have ever witnessed, Vivek.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the closest head-to-head. I haven't seen any two teams come this close with the head-to-heads from all the games that I've casted and even the games that I've analyzed. Let's look at the rest of the scoreboard. 1.33 KD ratio for Wimp. Everybody on the side of Revenant is fragging, and on the side of Global Esports, it's a little bit of a mixed affair. Kappa on the stage, really not transitioning into that battle stage, still having an impressive performance, good enough. Skills also rather quiet. It's Lightning Fast and Hellranger who did a lot of the heavy lifting. I don't know how Hellranger does this. He's the IGL and he's always fragging. This has always been the case for him. And once again, he has really shown up. He manages to do this every time and he makes it look so simple. Fantastic stuff coming out from both these teams. Haven is going to be really, really crazy. But like I was saying earlier, I see value in picking up a Killjoy on defense. I really think a Killjoy can make a difference.
And I also like the Sage involvement happening gradually on the map of Fracture, because unlike in the beginning days, we did not see much of Sage plays also happening on the map of Fracture in particular. So that is also creating a lot of benefit. Sure, Neon Walls were present for Team Revenant there, but then Neon Walls were doing its work for a while, but Wall was able to give a better control. So Sage is also pretty common agent happening here on the map of Fracture. So do you think that is going to be a continuation furthermore as well in the future? Because still Fracture is the trial and error map.
I think Sage is now very much an accepted part I think
Yeah,
Sage
now
and
it is.
Brimstone are now very much an accepted part of Fracture. I think even when Fracture was introduced, a lot of people did play Sage. Very early on, I remember seeing a lot of players pick Sage on Fracture. Not everybody equally effective, but if we talk about Sage in this map, I'm sure you remember that round, Tanya, where Kappa as someone, then Logi as someone, and then both the Sages sent their friends to go fight. It was really, really crazy. We got some more stats for you. Skills versus Ember. Uh, I think this is their entire stats for the online phase. Impressive ACS. They're not entirely comparable, but Scales has done a lot more damage.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
Absolutely. Skill has done a lot of damage without a doubt. And this head-to-head comparison is also pretty clean because average combat score is very close. KD ratio, if you had to talk about the KD ratio, now one player with 218 kills and one player with exact 280. But they have been giving their best of performances. Having said that, they are playing the controllers mostly for the teams, except for sometimes we do see Amber as a sentinel as well. Now that is versatility in Amber.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of versatility indeed. Yeah, they do switch things up on the side of Revenant. They've got a bunch of players playing different agents here and there, and Skills is pretty much got a very fixed agent pool. But looking at these stats, I'm quite impressed with both these players. The First Bloods, the damage being done by Skills, and him still maintaining such an impressive KD ratio is outstanding. Ember doesn't have that kind of a KD ratio, but his ACS is up there. It's nearly a positive KD ratio. And both of them have got multiple MVPs. So both important players for their teams. And we've got some more stats for you folks. It's numbers that we need to look at to really, really understand and decode what it is that is happening between both these teams. The headshot percent, wow, 27% on the left, 27% on the right. Hence proved LHS is equal to RHS. Frag wins, 10 frags for RNT. Revenant, that is, and 6 frag wins for Global Esports. That is interesting. Revenant outfragging Global Esports, but Global Esports with more objective wins. So tactically, they are outshining Revenant, and they being Global Esports here. So I agree with this because Revenant did win a lot of rounds with Scargod fragging on the Neon and Scargod doing a lot of heavy lifting. And if you look at Global Esports, they did, at least on Bind, they had a lot of frag wins because of Kappa. This time around, they were winning because of their solid executes. They were getting onto the site with Lightning Fast. Even if Lightning Fast didn't find an entry, he would find a plant. And that is what is resulting in these objective wins. Global Esports has, I mean, of all the teams I've seen play Fracture, their hit on the B side is picture perfect, frame by frame. Everybody on the server, for each tick of the server, knows exactly what they need to do. Looking at the damage dealt, Revenant have dealt more damage. This is obvious because they've taken 2 more rounds. I don't know if my math is entirely accurate. There were Sages resurrecting here and there. And obviously the orbital strike is a big factor in terms of damage dealt because you're dealing damage to multiple people. And if there is a res and you're dealing damage to somebody who's already died once and is being resurrected, you're more likely to deal more damage. So good stuff coming out from both teams here. Stats don't lie indeed. Revenant clearly the better team, although they're losing out by only 2 objective wins. They were up there as well. So good stuff coming out from the side of Revenant. They badly needed this. It might be late in the night. It's nearly 12 midnight. It is nearly 12 midnight. Kids, if you're under 18, go to sleep. Kal school hai bachcho.
No.
Yeah, don't go to sleep.
Don't go to sleep. That is
Watch
what I was
the
going to
game,
cut you.
set an alarm, and sleep in school. Because what the heck, क्या सिखाते हैं आजकल पर?
Because if you miss this map, you're going to see about who is moving ahead towards the tournament, and watching it live is always fun. And if you have a look at the entire scenario, I also come to a conclusion once, Vivek, that is what my personal conclusion is. Revenant is a team which more relies upon getting the frag finishes to finish the rounds. Rather, Global is more dedicated to objective wins. So that is indeed getting counted without a doubt. But there is a massive play difference from both the teams. One going in for the frags and finishing the round. One giving away the site entirely, letting the spike getting planted, and then taking away the frags and diffusing the spike. Now that is a different mindset. I don't know if that is experience that is making them do, or they have got new strats built up, though we have not seen this is not entirely new. But talking about the head-to-head right now, it is Hellranger and Wimp right in front of our screens. And once again, this head-to-head comparison is also pretty close. First blood is one of the thing, 23 and 20. Now, Vivek, these comparisons today are extremely close compared to what you have seen in previous days.
Oh yeah. This head-to-head is obviously like we all know. He didn't get 257 kills today. It's for
it's for the entire tournament.
Yeah. So if you look at them, I mean, Wimp is not the flashiest player. And Hellranger, despite being the IGL, has a really impressive KD ratio. 2 MVPs, 23 first bloods. This is solid stuff coming up from Hellranger. He's clearly leading by example. And wow, I've never seen this graphic before. Player stats. This is interesting. So, Chamber, Jet, most picked agents. ACS 257, I think. Is this an all-time stat of this tournament? Kills 342. KDR has killed that ratio. 1.26. FB, that is first blood, is what I'm guessing. That's 91 first bloods. 91 times this man is found in opening for his team. Headshot percentage, 27.44. And 60,000 plus damage.
Well, that is a commendable work. SK Rossi, the man, the legend, right in front of the screen, playing it in the best of the ways he can, Vivek, I prefer. Because if we have a look at the entire frag story, look at it. Kills 342. First bloods 91. Now that is almost 30% of his entire kills. That means he has been including himself. That is almost 30%, guys. Don't count it entirely into the calculative, methodical way. That is just an abrupt calculation that I'm doing. He is getting total of 30% of first bloods out of all the kills that he's taking.
90 out of 342. Yeah, I think that's right. Wow, that is very impressive when you put it in that perspective. Tanya leading live to these stats. So, yeah, 30% of all his kills were first bloods. Good stuff coming out from him. And SK Rossi, he is constantly delivering for his team. And Global Esports, I mean, sure, if you look at Fracture, it's all SK Rossi. But if you look at Bind, it's all Kappa for me. And Kappa is the other player that really needs to get enabled. I mean, he's been forced to play Sage, and Sage is really not one of his. It's not an easy agent to frag with, because you have other responsibilities.
Yes.
You have other responsibilities.
And Kappa is taking those responsibilities pretty well, I believe, and carrying the Sage. And especially, I would want to say, Kappa, as a Sage, is deadlier than any of the other agents. It is because of some of the wall boosts that he uses. Sometimes also for the corners, edges and corners that he holds, which are pretty unpredictable. But coming back to the legend, man, most picked agents if we talk about, Chamber and Jet, I really wish we could have got the ratio about how many times have he picked Jet and how many times have he picked Chamber to get this sort of the stats. That could have also encouraged us to get the better picture of Rossi.
Oh yeah, we've got the team from the side of Revenant grouping up together. Is there a coach amongst them?
Well,
I think he is.
These are some kind words being exchanged about take it light, don't take it personal, try your best. These are some basic discussions that happens and they're trying to do it as a game for fun. Let's hope they do it well. Let's hope. And the final hug is so emotional, isn't it?
It's not the final hug. The final hug is the one after the win. Who knows?
What I believe is, Vivek, I usually don't discuss it, but today we have got ample time. The final hug before the start of the game, it connects you as a team and that gives all the positive vibes within each other. And that positivity is henceforth spread towards the gameplay. So this hug, maybe it is momentarily not as strong as the victory ones, but sure, this does possess a little more emotional values. When each and everyone needs that support, they are there for each of them.
Very beautifully said, Tanya. It is a very important moment when the team huddles together and they are literally neck and neck together, sharing their emotions. More importantly, finding a clear, precise way to move forward with this series. For now, though, we're going to be taking a look at Knight Rider. 241 ACS, 29.07 headshot percentage. Fun fact, his headshot percentage is higher than that of SK Rossi's.
That is what I noticed entirely. And it was amazing. It was amazing having more headshots compared to what Rossi is. But as we discussed,
also,
the
we've got,
opping?
yeah, Crips is right here, and Crips said because SK Rossi is an opper. But it was Knight Rider, right?
Yeah.
Knight Rider is also an opper.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe no, he's not playing Chamber, so he's not using the 2D force that much. But still, I think it's a fair comparison. So, there you go. Wow, he actually has Golu written on his shirt. I didn't know that.
Sure. And we hear the chants. We hear the chants coming in from the side of Global Esports about Golu, and various other players as well. Yesterday was fun to watch. Today it's going to be fun as well as more enthusiastic approach towards cheering because they want to make it, and it's not going to be easier on either of the sides because eliminations are always tough. The departures are always tough. The team to not win today is going to move away, is going to get departed, and sticking back to the team who wins, they are going to face Team Velocity. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are hyped about that match happening. Can be either with Global Esports or with Team Revenant. And coming back to the discussion of Heaven, what are your expectations, Vivek?
My expectations for Heaven?
Yeah, from the side of Revenant now. We discussed Global Esports, right?
My prediction is Global Esports will win this map.
You're pretty clean with your predictions, man.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of guts to say it immediately. And I really would want to say your gut power is pretty strong game.
Let's reconsider my predictions because you made me uncomfortable by saying I'm so sure. Let's look at the agent selections and then make our predictions.
Okay.
Golu for now will look up towards the sky and contemplate life itself as Global Esports and Revenant will both be doing the same. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower bracket. The series tied at 1-1. It is a best of one essentially to decide who moves forward in this tournament.
It is the series final. It is the best of 3 final. And it is the final slot for the battle to be fought tomorrow. So there is a lot to fight for and every fight is going to be worth it. Every second is going to be worth it. And about the agent selection, I believe it's going to be pretty clear. Wimp is going to go for a Sky, Amber as a Omen, Logista as a KJ, Knight Rider as a Jet, and he does take usually Jet on the map
Yeah,
of
he
Heaven.
will be Jet.
And Scar God as a Breach. On the
Could you
contrary,
repeat that?
it is going to be Fade, my bad, it is going to be Wimp as a Sky, Ember as a Omen, Logista as a KJ, Knight Rider as a Jet, Scar God as a Breach.
Okay, so they have KJ. Haha. So they have KJ, Breach, Omen, Jet, and one more. So yeah, it looks like a very solid team. It looks like a very solid team composition from the side of Revenant. Let's see if that is the agent composition we are looking at. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a special treat for you. I've got Tanya by my side. Tanya, please take them through the agent selection, and I will not spoil this treat for the audience. Be ready for his voice.
And it is going to be a great day. Agent selection is going to be partially defining about how the map is going to go through, how the match flow is going to go through, because with the agents popping in, we really tend to decide about what the play sets are, because these are not the players, these are not just the players, these are the veterans. Global Esports in particular, if we talk about Revenant as well, they've got a good hold in this series as well, in this particular circuit as well. Though they are repeating several times, it is going to be the very first LAN event that they are playing. But there's much more to follow, there's much more to come. And let's see how everything pans out by the end of the day. And it's going to be a long journey, sure, but we also want to make sure the journey is a healthier one, journey is a happier one. But one team is not going to end up with that sort of happiness, but one team is going to walk through pride. Who takes away the pride still remains the question. As the day progresses, indeed, now we must say, as the night progresses, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are exactly in the midnight, and with that midnight, we have the revelation about agent selection.
And another agent has surprisingly entered the arena, ladies and gentlemen. Agent Crips is here. Yeah, where's Vivek? I think Vivek got kidnapped by Neon. She relay bolted her, took her away at high gear, and Vivek was out of here. But yeah, Tanya, the agent selection is up, and we have Omen, Chamber, Breach, Sova, and Raze on the side of Global Esports. Meanwhile, we have Killjoy, Breach, Sky, Omen, and Jet on the side of Revenant Esports. Vastly different lineups, the only similarity being the Breach and the Omen. I really thought that maybe if Revenant Esports can pick up the Chamber, then we'll probably get to see that typical Global Esports SK Rossi versus Revenant Knight Rider duel again and again. I mean, we were discussing the headshot percentages of all those guys, and we were like, yeah, we need a decider. We need to figure out who's the better opponent. I thought maybe if both of them pick up the Chamber, we can have the final decision right here and now. But I guess they're gonna go for the Killjoy, because they would much rather have the map control rather than the frags. That really speaks volumes about the team's playstyle now, doesn't it?
Yeah, we are going to get to see about, even if we have two chambers alongside, it is not going to defy the player about who is the better one, who is not, because here the 10 best players of our nation are fighting for one slot. And they are going to make our nation proud. That is what ultimate goal is. Right now, we do see the flags of RNT, Revenant, and GE fighting Global Esports, but our ultimate goal is to hoist the flag of Indian nation. Let's see which, if at all, they are able to progress in certain way where they can. And talking about head-to-head comparison, sure, we would want to see the equalized battle, the fight of the chambers, and it's going to be a long journey though. And the agent selection is just about right. No changes spotted there. I and Vivek were just about on the discussion about how the agent selection will go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely ready with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we would also like to welcome Kramer towards the caster desk. Please, Kramer, have your casting back on the screen. Alongside Kramer, you are going to enjoy Crips.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome,
back,
Tanya.
Chris.
Yeah, good to see you again
Welcome
too,
back.
Kramer.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been like, what, 2 hours? It feels like an eternity because this game has been so damn exciting. We're on map 3. We're on Haven with Global Esports starting on the defense. Revenant, who have just been able to usurp Global for the second time running with the exact same scoreline. 13-11 over on Fracture. But now we're in our third and final map, a map which both teams have played very frequently, a map they played against each other very frequently, with mixed results. Global, they've got SK Rossi extending, he knows it's a hit away. The question is, for the rest of Revenant, is can they commit to this 8 hits and still get the site?
Revenant Esports, though, for all the early dump, they haven't really been able to find a pick, but they did find information about Lightning Fast and the presence of Kappa as well. They decided to gamble their luck towards the B side. Smoking off C-Link and A-Link. Instead of going for the plant directly, they're trying to push through straight into SK Rossi's crosshairs. Now, this is going to give them a little bit of something to think about, because they got map control all over the place. Knight Rider going down on A. They've got Spike still traveling towards A shot. While all of this is happening, the Sky is all the way in the back of the Gong. These players are so spread apart, they have absolutely no trading potential. And while they had all the information in the world, that information cannot be acted upon. Ember, the last man standing. Can he keep the flames of his team alive in the dying embers of this game? Which could, by the way, reignite the flame altogether anew. And Global Esports find a breath of fresh air as they take the pistol in this third map, in this long and arduous series.
I think this might be the kind of second or third pistol round Global have found the entire series. Right now, Revenant have done a really good job at both pistol rounds and responses to pistol rounds. They are the only team in playoffs at the moment who have been able to go for a second round force buy and win. So I really, really am liking what Revenant are doing now. And even as we go into our sort of second round investment, Knight Rider brings out that Marshall to soften and tenderize Global for the classics, which will be following it up. For a Global, a bit of an anti-eco, a nice off angle for Lightning Faster. SK Rossi doing SK Rossi things, which will involve a lot of aggression. Ember, nice little one-way, but does Rossi expect it? Does he anticipate Ember on the off angle here?
I don't think Rossi even wants to be curious enough to go around that corner. We've seen several times, it's either Rossi or Skills who's going to take that position and see Cubby, and then they just leave it at that. That position, that guy on Cubby is responsible for figuring out whether or not someone's there to uncross by just simply hearing the footsteps. And for now, all that Global Esports are doing is putting control on C long, hoping that the 3-man stack on A doesn't need any more backup. They don't need any more rotation. First contact, and given the amount of utility Global Esports figured out, this is a full commitment. But the rotations are still not here. It's not like they need them. Hellranger and Kappa are more than capable of taking care of this by themselves. Like the is also cut off, and so are their heads. Clean round by Global Esports as they take no casualties. This is important, right? Because
really strong.
I know, right? This is important, right? Because you mentioned Revenant were very capable of turning the subsequent rounds, the second rounds, into their favor. And the fact that Global Esports avoid all of that and take all the weapons forward means they are headed for a lovely bonus.
And on what I want to highlight, though, is you say it's a lovely bonus. SK Rossi, because he's been on a ghost these last couple of rounds, goes straight for the operator. And with 2 Bulldogs in the bonus anyway, it means their third round buy, even though it's a bonus, is actually very strong. Revenant cannot underestimate this. You see a flash into mid for some early control, and it's a bit of a default from Revenant, still trying to get engagement as to how Global have been positioning themselves. But you see that early ping, some great work from the Sova to get this information. And that means SK Rossi now can hold an angle, knowing full well that the spike on Sky has to cross his field of vision to even escape it.
And Revenant just don't peek at all. They get away with the ultimate off, but scot-free. Skills was even positioned on top of the box of second ago. That really requires a lot of effort to get down there. Oh, but SK Rossi doesn't need any effort to kill Knight Rider. He's going on a point-and-click adventure. Definitely, Revenant will be more than surprised to see the AWP in their hands in just the second round. They were trying to readjust, hoping to get an angle onto SK Rossi, but it takes a third member to finally stop his killing spree. It's not even possible for them to retrieve the AWP and get away with it. This Lightning Fast right around the corner, and he's got a deadly weapon to do. And he's got Spring in his steps. Good luck aiming him down.
1 enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Early opening, a lot of kills come in here, and
30
for
seconds
Lightning
left.
Fast, I like how he's been able to repeat this A-hold without actually leaving his position. Despite the fact players had already extended past him, it shows some real trust in the rest of his team. And Hellranger's already in prime position to stop them. Ember trapped here, 15 seconds to spare in a 1 versus 3. I mean, damage would be great here, but it's looking unlikely. Paranoia hits him, Lightning Fast swings out. Not quite able to get the first kill, hit by the counter Paranoia, but on the flip side, Lightning Fast finishes the job. Operator retrieved, and a bonus converted from Global.
And they don't just retrieve the Operator, they also upgrade to Vandals and Phantoms. Bonkers stonkers round. It's not just a bonus. This is absolute stonks for the side of Global Esports, who are going for one more op-infueled push. And SK Rossi has been so versatile, not just in changing his positions, but also surprising the opponents in such gruesome ways. You'll never be able to pin this guy down. Sometimes he'll be on C, sometimes he'll be on A. And it's always a guessing game for Revenant Esports to figure out where this man is. You see the Operator, you avoid it, but unfortunately they won't be able to avoid it this time. They cannot avoid that. He's only gotten one this time, so they get away relatively at a lesser price. But the price to get inside the site is to deal with skills. They pay this price in blood, and Lightning Fast wants more of it. He's like a vampire. Once he's tasted blood, there's nothing else that he will ever eat. Except for maybe a big fat W, that's what he wants. Carpop steals it away from him, but as long as Global Esports get the round and get the orb back, it is all Gucci in the gang.
You know when, in Finding Nemo, when Bruce the Great White Shark smells blood, and he just goes, oh. That is exactly what Skills just did when he found out they were eco-frags. word for word. And for Global, I mean, they've earned it. You know, being able to win your bonus, you go up against the eco. It's a dominant start for Global here. The fact SK Rossi's been able to keep this Operator alive now, you see that his economy starting to really kick off. And with the Tour de Force in his back pocket as well, we're going to see SK Rossi at kind of full power and full capacity. We asked where SK Rossi was when he's shown up for the start of Haven, and now he doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Knight Rider plucked out of midair, and for I mean, you look at SK Rossi, he's duck hunting right now, while Revenant are desperately trying to navigate their way around these global defenses.
There's absolutely nothing that can stop this man. I mean, with so much economy and the Tour de Force in the back pocket, it's almost like he's afraid of nothing. Even if he loses his life, it's more than fine. And Global Esports have so much control. They've sent Revenant back from A. They can't go to the C side because of Lightning Fast's position. There's only one avenue to approach, and that's going to be the B side. Global Esports are comfortable letting them take it. A dark cover is not going to do much to hold Revenant Esports back, but do Global Esports care about it? Absolutely not. They give up the B side knowing full well that Revenant won't be able to plant on it and get back into safe position. Oh, not like this. Up close and personal, SK Rossi with the quick scope. And while that happens, Hellranger's picked off the other guy towards A-Link and C-Link. Both of them are getting assaulted at the same time. Whip has nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. He gets stunned. And SK Rossi is putting on an absolute stunning performance too. Revenant Esports are just being brutalized right now.
We asked what would the win condition be for Global? And what makes Global win? And we've said time and time again, Rossi, he is both the greatest strength and the biggest weakness for Global. That he has been sort of hovering between the two for opening maps. Fracture, he definitely did all right in the early stages of that map. We've hit Haven, and he has just exploded. We wanted to know what our digital Vesuvius would look like. Well, right now he's got some very blue hair and some meteorites coming out of that Operator.
Oh, since when does the devil start wearing blue horns? Or is that what the gods' angels do? I mean, I don't see a halo on top of it,
a mix
but
of both.
maybe...
I mean, the devil himself used to be an angel.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Is this SK Rossi's like transitional period from angel to devil? He's already a devil for Revenant, that's for sure. Already using their tactical timeout, just a couple of rounds in. Maybe Rossi's been able to shake them.
Yeah, and he's sacrificing these Revenant players on the altar of SCS. That blood sacrifice fueling his fire, turning him into a stronger and more capable carry. Makes sense, doesn't it? With every drop of blood he spills, he just seems to get stronger and stronger. And for now, Revenant Esports cannot compare to him, neither tactically, neither economically, nor in terms of fragging and raw firepower. Barely any kills onto the members of Revenant Esports. Logi and Knight Rider haven't gotten a single drop of blood to their name. Not a single frag. Some assists, but haven't really been converted into round wins. And once again, Revenant Esports find themselves in the economic trenches.
Aggression continuing to be planned here by Global. Just hoping to get this advantage. And what I quite like is Global, look at the change in pace. They've just gone completely silent. They have the odd shoulder peek from Hellranger over on A, but that's it. It's all on Revenant now. Revenant, they're the ones who have to execute. They're the ones who have to hope they've avoided SK Rossi. Lightning fast, pursues the aggression into Garage. No kill for either player, but a bit of damage and a sort of acknowledgement of presence. But SK Rossi, oh, he's found players. He's ready for some eco frags. When assisted by skills, they can't even get close to him. Ember, he is able to find the killing blow. But is it enough? Because skill still stands and skill still thrives as he continues to spam this smoke. It's a lone Sky, Wimp with only a fractional amount of HP as he has to dodge and weave through a hailfire of bullets. Despite the deadly limbo, he is able to get away.
30 seconds left.
What?
A little slice of haven, a little moment of peace in this hellish battlefield. That's all he can muster up right now. You gotta feel bad for him as well, right? It's not like he wanted to be in this situation. Oh, an uncasted missed on skills.
10 seconds left.
I don't think he's gonna be able to plant. Oh my god, I take my words back. He's got enough time, but Lucky Pass already behind him. And even if he was able to take down those two members with some seriously sick one-taps, he cannot once again convert it into a round win. And you gotta feel bad for him, right? He was in prime position to help out his teammate over there, but he tries to peek. Wimp gets stunned by the aftershock. Has to go fall back into Cubby. And then Skills is able to get a frag easily onto Knight Rider and Scar God. Wimp tries to come in again. This time he was blocked by the Paranoia. And once his near side wore off, there's a smoke in front of him.
I want to highlight Revenant of... Yeah, 8 kills in 6 rounds. That is it's just not enough. This is domination right now.
Yeah, and it's not like Revenant are getting outsmarted tactically. At this point, they're just getting out-aimed, brutalized, and like you said, Global Esports are tenderizing them with their raw, ridiculous firepower. And then it's just about sending in the cleanup crew.
Let's get an opening. That's the first opening we've seen from Revenant thus far. However, unfortunately, it feels like Revenant is 1 step forward, 2 steps back. The Seekers come out, but what do they do? Revenant, to highlight, by the way, will have every single ult available if they can use that initial, those Seekers. We are going to see the Killjoy 1 away from a lockdown as well. Hellranger on the close angle. Here's them coming. Can he stop them? No, he can't. C-site swings open. 3 on 3. Showstopper and Scorderforce still available for Global here, as well as from the shadows ready for Revenant. That was the music. That spike is already down. But what matters now is whether or not we see the showstopper, and if so, how and when we see it used.
The showstopper could certainly change things, but Revenant players are not playing from C long. Instead of holding close competition, they just leave most of the side instead.
One enemy remaining.
For one, but the trades between the members of Revenant Esports are good enough. That's what happens when all 3 of your players are stacked up on the site. But with SK Rossi figuring out where Ember is, he only needs to bait him out into the open. Oh, and he's not stopping. He's going to go straight for the fight. Even blinded, he doesn't have any regrets. He doesn't stop at all. SK Rossi, with no remorse, he dies. He relinquishes the round, but he's more than comfortable doing that at this point. He's like, sure, why not? I am a benevolent devil. I'm not an evil god. You can have a round or 2.
Can we appreciate the fact that for Rossi, even when nearsighted, mouse 1, W keys is W keys way to victory. If that doesn't show confidence, I don't know what will. And now that we see Revenant with an ult advantage, sure, they don't survive to get these fights, it doesn't matter. Chance to reinvest the operator here for SK Rossi, that's exactly what they will do. Still not bringing out the tour de force, surprisingly. Instead, Revenant, big ult stun focus away long here to try and get this early control, as well as a bit of Suez presence from Knight Rider. He's going to be droned out of position very momentarily, and he's very quiet about his disengagement, so Global will still have to list 3 players to this same site. Luckily, it's SK Rossi on B, so no one's getting to that site. See once again becomes the option. Skills the player to be tested.
Oh, but Skills is about to get bombarded with this rolling thunder. SK Rossi tries to help him out. The duck cover actually ends up helping out Revenant Esports. Lets them cross over to the other side. Skills uses his teleport from the shadows to get away from trouble, and that is well played. They retain the numbers advantage. Global Esports don't lose what they've worked so hard to acquire. And he strikes again. Stargod really trying to throw them off guard, but jumping in that smoke ends up walking into his grave. Logi trying to keep them back, but the barrage of flashbangs is just simply not letting them open their eyes. They figured out that once again Revenant Esports are all towards the side. There's only one person on the backstab, and that's going to be the responsibility of Ember to take care of. He's taking care of lightning fast, but everyone else is now going to be coming towards him. Teleports back to safety, but he's only got a sliver of HP, and the moment he peeks, Hellranger will put him out of his misery. Global Esports are just so clinical right now. They take the advantage and just refuse to let go.
My humble suggestion being, where was this global for the first two maps? Where'd it come from? Because these guys are just unstoppable right now. SK Rossi 14-4, 5k credits with an operator and the tour de force in the bank. It's going to take like 4 rounds to finally get him to shut up. But even then, he's got the rest of his team. Lightning Fast is having a good game, as is Skills, who's done an admirable job at delaying getting attacked to C. For Revenant, it's a shaky fight. Ember brings out the Vandal, but the rest are on Sheriffs here. Aggression from Lightning Fast, spots out the first player, sees the second from the Pig, and now he's going to try and capitalize off this Hunter's Fury. Knight Rider, good for the first, it definitely helps. Unfortunately, though, it is only an equalizer.
Healing over here.
Oh, at least they're able to get
the flank of the Omen as well.
Oh, and he's here in time. Skills so clinical. I mean, Global Esports had been pushing out of C long quite often, but they just usually stop at the Cubby region. This time they don't. This time they go above and beyond, and Skills will finally be put to rest by Loki. But this cross by Ember, has SK Rossi heard it? Oh no! He's reset back in time, and Ember can't capitalize on the narrow advantage that he had. The window of opportunity has long passed, and SK Rossi has passed over to the other side, making sure that he will pass with flying colors. This guy is absolutely nuts.
He is not a man. He is not a mortal. SK Rossi, he is a Jod. A Jod. Right there. And for Global, now the fans have woken up. The SK Rossi they know and love has shown up at LGE. They're definitely fighting.
Well, they're not just fighting right now. Fighting indicates that both the sides are equally participating. It seems like someone's got Revenant's hands tied behind their backs, chained to their ankles, and they're just not able to move. And then there's Global Esports just beating up them. They're just lashing blow upon blow, and there's nothing that Revenant Esports can do to fight back. After all the hardships that they've faced, this is finally another round where Revenant Esports are able to muster up decent in their weaponry. But then again, this is the last of their money. If they lose this, they're broke.
Fast, those are the attacks coming. Revenant, they want to catch up. Very fast attempt to control here for long. There's a swing. Lightning Fast, he's good for one, but there's the instant response. SK Rossi caught out from the flank. He's finally been silenced. Logi has proved immortal, but for Global, 2 players alive, 2 versus 4. No ults for any players and no hope from no one else. It's down to the Omen and the Sova to try and 2 versus 4 Global here. Makes that a 1 versus 4. Kappa, good for the first. Flashed off the angle, realizes that a flank could very well be an option, but still unsure of the quantity of players as for their location as well. Recon Dart is going to reveal that the site's clear, but clear for how long? And more importantly, clear or not, can he shut down Logi, who's already on this flank?
It's going to be a while before we actually encounter Loki, but this guy, he's already moving towards Garage, and Logi can catch him on the crossing. He does that. Revenant Esports finally get another round. Tactical timeout actually working wonders for them. They knew for a fact that Global Esports had been pushing out of C, but that one round where Skills was able to go all the way towards the edge of attacking spawn and get that kill, that was the final straw. That was when Revenant decided that is enough. We're not going to let them take control of this part of the map for free. We're just going to challenge them the moment they try to peek us. And even though SK Rossi and Lightning Fast were present over there, 2 people can't win against a penta peek with 5 people peeking you out. They got that C control and finally converted another round.
for me, the furthest two teams could be apart, with the game still being winnable, is a 9-3. And so, for Revenant, they need at least one of these final couple of rounds, just so that they have a chance on their defense here. But for Global, they're going to try their utmost to stop it. Early aggression now over to B here. Knight Rider on the high ground. Still can't quite see anyone just yet. Goes for a flank round the back, though. Skills good for one. Instantly traded. Rossi now. Even umming and ahhing about going through the smoke. Armed with nothing but an operator. But Knight Rider's been forgotten about. SK Rossi eventually stops him. Stops him for how long? Swings out. Caught out by Scargod. Kappa now. Another 1v3. He failed in the last one. What can he do here? Not much. Scargod sends him to an early grave. And Revenant starts clapping back. They start striking back, and now we have a fight in our hands.
Revenant Esports have had a love-hate relationship with this B side. When they tried it in the second round, they failed spectacularly because they tried too many things. But at this point, Revenant Esports are not only using this B side to sometimes capture control of Garage and C-Link, but they're most possibly able to get away with the spike plant and defend it too. This is something that wasn't really possible for them the last time these two teams faced each other in Haven. They were having a lot of trouble trying to hold on to the B side, but they have fixed those mistakes. And this time, Revenant Esports looks so much more secure on the B side. If that's the kind of performance, if that's the kind of adjustments that Revenant are making, then I'm really happy for them. But is it too little too late? There's still another round left in this half, and maybe Global Esports can indeed finish it off with a strong lead.
I like how Global are using their tactical timeout here. Knowing full well that right now Revenant are sort of scrambling a bit. They are recovering the half, but only just. And using this timeout, if you win the final round of the half, then take the pistol, all of that effort to go for those B executions, to catch out SK Rossi, it counts for nought. And Global know this. It's a really smart decision by the IGL. Is the IGL for Global, is he the Kappa or Hellranger, isn't it?
Oh, Hellranger's the IGL.
Hellranger's
the filter.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So Hellranger, really smart play there. I really like that. And now, as you see Revenant, who go into this final round with only a Rolling Thunder, they're up against the Tour de Force.
Well, it's about time Mr. Rossi pulls out that Tour de Force. He's got it in his back pocket since, what, the third round or something like that? Skills, though, has reached all the way at the bottom of Frost. Lightning Frost makes contact. This is Skills due to Sing. And the moment they're busy dealing with Lightning Frost, Skills try to make it harder. The Aftershock finally deals with Lightning Frost, and it's about time Revenant use their utility to deal with this global aggression. But they've gone aggressive towards C way too often. This is the first time they're going towards Gross, and Hellranger is more than prepared to peek Ember. Ember never saw it coming. Not from a mile away. Never in a million years. And Hellranger, he's got enough audacity to go ahead with the fault line in his arms and fall back to safety as well. He goes unpunished. Kappa anticipates Whip push towards A-Long. There's absolutely nothing that Revenant Esports are able to do. The bottom positions towards the middle region, Global Esports took, gave them all the sound cues they needed to figure out where the remaining members of Revenant Esports are. And even though Scargod is now unaccounted for, they don't need to know where he is. The ball's in his court. The spike, however, is in the court of Global Esports.
30 seconds left.
Scargod, having made a noise, he just doesn't have the luxury of time here. Global know he's coming. Hellranger's on a very nice angle. Discussion doesn't quite hit. He's caught out in rotation, and that'll be a 9-3 half for Global. But as we and anyone from SA, anyone from APAC will know, 9-3 happens to be particularly cursed.
I mean, we've already spoken about angels and devils, so we might as well talk about curses and blessing. Do you believe in any of those, though?
Nah, not really. But it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, you're not a man of superstition, and I respect that. I respect that. You know what else?
I say that. Do you have a tradition before you cast? Do you have like a ritual? So I know some players have rituals before they play.
I do have a pre-casting ritual, but then again, that's
What's your
more to do with your
ritual?
personality and not to do with superstition, right?
I suppose that's true. I suppose that is true. Yeah, for some people it does work. But for Global, we're going to be seeing early aggression out through mid. And actually what is just going to be a full push to this B side here. SK Rossi, there's no stopping him. Oh my god, he's already cleared B side.
Well, but there's no stopping
that's how you get a sight.
Kappa's let them pass. I think they might have figured out where he is, but he is more than alert. Nice right click towards Wimp. Knight Rider, he's trying to surround him from the other side, and Kappa's sacrifice is more than worthy, because look at the amount of map control Global Esports have acquired on the back of this. If Revenant Esports push out A long, Global take B to A link, and then they controlled A side. They knew for a fact that Revenant Esports will never have control of this one. SK Rossi left over there just to delay the pushes back from Revenant Esports, and he's bought time for his team, but is it going to be enough? It's just down to the last two members. Paranoia also used up at this point. Skills has absolutely nothing to work with, and he jumps towards straight into Ember's crosshair. Hellranger trying desperately to deny the defuse. The Aftershock only pushes away Ember, but it doesn't kill him. And there's Knight Rider to be the bodyguard. Global Esports to lose the pistol, but my goodness, I love the adjustment from them.
Really, really strong stuff. I also like how they clear SK Rossi. Sure, he made noise going to B, but they didn't know he was back sight. And so it's really vigilant from Revenant. And as we said on Fracture, Revenant is one of the smartest teams in SA. I think the only team that actually rivals that is Enigma, but even then, that's neck and neck. I mean, even saw it from the timeouts. Global have some hell of a brains on them, let's be honest. And in fact, on the topic of Hellranger, I've heard a bit of a rumor about him, if you'd like to hear it.
Tell me.
The rumor is he plays without a monitor. What he does is he closes his eyes and touches a keyboard, and then he visualizes the entire map and everything that can possibly happen. That's how smart he is.
Down B.
So he's got this kind of mental map. Like
it's
Sherlock
incredible,
does.
really. Truly. He makes Sherlock look like a toddler.
A toddler?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, he's got a knack for killing babies, but yeah, at this point, we might as well turn him into a bully. The way we are building up his character, the way we are talking about him. Hellranger can come across as a bully in game if you're against him, but in real life, he's a real sweetheart. I think everyone is on the server.
Oh, you hear the chants as well.
I know.
Revenant they're making it close, and Global don't like it.
You know how we spoke about the sacrifices that these guys made, and the rituals that they do? I think the chanting also adds to that demonic power. Knight Rider, though, he's found a little devil in himself, and he's got the double kill that he required. Can't he do anything more? He's already taken quite a lot of damage from the wheels available. He tries to swing so that he sacrifices his life. Skills, though, will be able to deal with the teleport right into Loki, but he still wins the duel. Now, that wasn't expected. Skills trying to go for the plant. There's already the backstab coming in from Wimp, but Kappa accounts for it. It's going to be a duel that Wimp must win, and that's the first hurdle in the way. Skilled is already pretty low on health, so he only really needs to deal with Hellranger. Practically 1v1.5. And Wimp does have more HP than both of them combined, but he's got all this utility against him. Gets into its garage. Knows for a fact that Hellranger's going to be on the side, but while Hellranger's making all the noise, Skill stays silent. He distracts him long enough to let Skills pick up the last frag. And that's the kind of bait and switch that Global Esports love to do quite often. When it's a 1v2 or whenever they have like a clutch situation where they've got the advantage, one of these guys will be always so noisy. They'll just be walking around, stomping their foot on the ground like elephants and making all the noise possible, while the other guy stays as silent as a rat.
I really like how Revenant actually opened that round by having two players on the entry with Knight Rider and Ember on two different angles. They know SK Rossi's entering, so in being able to actually just take that fight on two altitudes, you know you're killing Rossi, and Global lose a big portion of their team there. Knight Rider knows lightning fast on a close angle, however, the Omen will prevent him from being able to get that kill. Instead, he's going to take a little bit of damage on the fadeaway. As Global find themselves 10-5 in the lead, and are waiting to see if Revenant have any follow-up.
Revenant do have plenty of follow-up tactics available, but for now, they're just going to hold their ground. They're hoping that this contact play towards B is going to boil out the utility from Revenant Esports, and that's exactly what Esports' intention. The moment those Killjoy grenades are down, they're going to flood inside, but they're not starting the plant just yet. They know for a fact that Revenant Esports will push up the back of their utility, and Lightning Fast takes it upon himself. They have only placed the smoke to its A-lane, not to its C. They intend to continue fighting, and Lightning Fast does that exactly. Hellranger also, as soon as the A-lane smoke fades, he puts up the pressure toward that region as well. And now the only avenue left for Global Esports to defend is going to be the back of them. But they've already got that covered. They've already covered the graves of their opponents with dirt, buried them 6 feet under. what really can Revenant Esports do in this round except save their weapons. But because Global Esports is so rich, they don't mind throwing away their weapons to go on a hunt.
Hunt's afoot. Kappa, he's got a scent. He knows he's close. Knight Rider also knowing he's about to be pursued. There's contact. Here comes the push. Hellranger able to get between the two of them. Kappa falls. Both players fall to the spike anyway. And just like that, Global, there you go. 11-5 up. And I want to talk about, we have people who, that we have, you know, kind of, Arana suggested it as well. When it comes to MVPs, SK Rossi usually gets it because he is just that good. For me, even if Rossi aces every game from here to the end, I actually don't see him as the MVP. I think for me, it's lightning fast. His entries throughout this series have been just breathtaking. And the fact he's been able to do that consistently, for me, is what really is a sentiment to his skill.
Lightning Fast indeed has become one of those players that might just overshadow his former teammate now. SK Rossi, I mean, at one point, these both players used to play in South Indian teams back in the olden days, and they were both underdogs. There was a time when Lightning Fast even played alongside Knight Rider, and of course, all these people tend to know each other's play styles, but the way that Global Esports have adjusted themselves in the last few weeks, the way that these guys have reinvented their strats, the minute adjustments they do, they have become so advanced that even though these guys, they're related almost as thickly as blood relatives, it's the difference that they gain, it's the difference that they make in each other's playstyles. So often, they became strangers over the course of the years. You know how the human body replaces the cells every day? And over the course of 7 years, every cell in their body is replaced. So you're like a whole new human being. That's basically what the playstyle of Global Esports is. They make so many tiny changes that over the course of 3 months, they're a completely reformed team. But the one thing that doesn't change is that skills and like the fast, both of them can trade out Rossi and his death. Now, held back by the upshot, but it doesn't matter.
Spike down A.
Loki's trying to keep them up with the advantage themselves, but Global Esports is unrelenting, unyielding.
Oh, Knight Rider has a flank. Oh, Knight Rider has a flank. He's going to be able to... What a read! What a read by Kappa! It doesn't even matter now for Knight Rider. Yes, he gets that opening. But there's a showstopper available for Lightning Fast. The round's over. Even if it comes to a showstopper, it actually misses here. Oh, suddenly we have a clutch in our hands. He goes to the high ground. Knight Rider not quite able to land a blow with it. Lightning Fast speaks out again, does some more damage. Lightning Fast still trying to get this player off the spike. There's the beat, there's the tap. There is a match and series point for Global Esports as they show Revenant. Sure, Fracture may have been close. Sure, Bind may have been close. But Haven, oh, that's our soil. And unfortunately for Revenant, they're trespassing.
They put up that massive no trespassing board. They even write beware of the dog because SK Rossi's got sharp teeth and he wants to sink them in your flesh. Even Lightning Fast has a pair of claws. So you put those two together and Revenant Esports are going to be missing a massive chunk of their body by the time this night ends. And Cractus misses the flash, but Knight Rider doesn't miss this time. And with that, he's taken out skills. Without the smoke covers, Global Esports will be considerably weaker. Much lesser options available to them. But SK Rossi still pushing towards C all by himself, so the spike isn't even here. So while SK Rossi can capture the C side, there's not much that Global Esports can do on the back of it, and he's going to give up his life for life.
Enemy remaining. Flawless.
That was so smart by Revenant. I tell you, they're smart, Crips, and they're showing us that usage of the Trailblazer to sort of bait to peek in and out of the smoke, then to turn 180, get that info, and to both just cascade that position with bullets was absolutely phenomenal from Revenant. And I really, really want to see if there's going to be any solution to this.
Well, Classico. It seems inevitable now, doesn't it? Global Esports on the verge of winning. They've even taken the tactical timeout because they don't want this game to drag on any longer. They just want to end it right here. It's past midnight. These guys want to go to sleep, rest, and prepare to give us a phenomenal show tomorrow against Velocity.
No, you're absolutely right. And, I mean, even if it does go against Velocity, if Global win this series, El Clasico, that is going to be a hell of a match.
Oh, definitely. That goes without saying. I mean, I can't even start thinking about the Val Clasico right now because that will be just a bit too exciting. Revenant, though, I can't help but think what they're feeling. The dread, the misery, the feeling of helplessness. This tactical timeout, maybe it can help them. So far, they've identified their key win conditions. In the first half, by just being a little patient about Global Esports pushes, they were able to capitalize on their over-eagerness. Maybe if they can just drop the pace here right now, it will help them once again. A couple more rounds could be written in the destiny for Revenant because Global Esports don't have the money. But we all know for a fact, don't we, that whenever Global Esports don't have money, they're going to go for something ridiculously fast and maybe something extremely risky. And let's hope Revenant Esports have a massive risk appetite.
Oh, Skyesports again on the opening. I tell you what, Crips, he is looking pretty damn good at the moment. And Global don't have too good a buy. This game still very much has some life in it. And through the smoke, Ember almost getting another kill there. Skyesports is just about able to get away, but in serious danger of even dive for the Killjoy turret if he's not careful. Ember slowly pushing forward. Does he fit the player on a close angle? No, he doesn't. Logi spots him out accidentally there. Ember gets the kill regardless, while the rest of Global prepare to hit B. The one position, the one site where we're seeing Crossfire already in position, alongside the Storm Grenade. There's no getting to this site, but when he knows it, Global know it. It's now who gets these eco frags. He wants them badly.
Revenant Esports needed this desperately. The Flawless comes through so they can take their weapons forward. And it would have been a shame if they lost any weapons in this round. Global Esports had only one intention to destroy their economy, and Revenant preserve it. But I also love the fact how Lightning Fast was able to go into the seaside and keep two of those players anchored over there. But despite all the fakes that Lightning Fast tried to sell, none of the players on the seaside actually overcommitted beyond their boxes. They don't actually want to take a fight with him. They just lured Lightning Fast in there. Same goes for Wimp. He was holding a one-handed angle. He's not one of those characters who get away from trouble. He continued to hold his ground because he knew for a fact exactly what those leads was up to. And that's going to need Revenant Esports to lead right now. Something pulls him out, but Ember has already pushed out of sewers. My goodness, he's burying his enemies deep inside this sewer. Impossible to dig back from this one. Global Esports
one enemy remaining.
Reeling from their losses.
Spike
There's
down
no way they can live there. He's clean right now. Kappa can get a consolation frag, but recovering the spike is going to be incredibly difficult. Even if he can grab it, where does he go?
But the flank already sort of planned as well, as we see from Knight Rider. There's no real escape for Kappa. He has to fight all three players and kill them quick enough to not be sort of snapped upon from all different angles. Skyesports in heaven, going to be the first point of contact. You can see the barrel, you see the swing, there's the kill, there's the 8th. And now with only 4 rounds separating these teams, Revenant, a comeback definitely isn't out of the question here, Crips. And I tell you what, SK Rossi is slowed down a little bit.
Oh, but they're about to pick up the pace once again. Global Esports, is this the round where they have enough money to purchase weapons once again? Nah, I think they're still going to be reeling from the economic losses, aren't they? Yet another opportunity created for Revenant Esports. And if Revenant win this round, then Global Esports will be on max loss bonus, after which they can afford to keep
You want to play? Let's play.
So, unlimited options for them. Revenant Esports must win this. I mean, I don't even need to mention that, but they've got the resources to do so. They've got the Rolling Thunder and Seekers if they need so. Global Esports have 4 ultimates, and I'm kind of worried about that, Tremor. They may or may not use it in this round, maybe not all of them, but in the next round, for sure, they're going to deploy them.
You're right, and as we see a flash out through mid, Knight Rider doesn't take the shot. Instead, backs off, allows Global to get that early control of Garage here, but it's a very lone Omen at the moment. Maybe that suits Omen's persona. We'll have to see. Skyesports ready for a set piece over to mid, counteracting the fault line, but for Global, they don't care about that. With the Tour de Force out, with 3 other ults readily available, they want to get a safe site, and they want to do so, inflicting as much damage to Revenant as possible.
Revenant already used up their Seekers, and I do believe that that might have been a bit too early, because right now they'd have no idea what Global Esports is up to. They've shown presence towards every side of the map.
30
and
seconds left.
Revenant Esports have no choice but to hold their ground and hope that Global walk into a trap. And the trap is ready. They deploy the lockdown as well, hoping to steer them away from the site. But SCS continues to plow through. Ember, he's a bulldozer in himself, getting all the kills required, shutting them down towards Garage. Even though he's stunned, he should be able to get this kill. The ace from Ember, keeping this fire in Revenant Esports alive as he burns brighter than the stars.
What a time to get an ace as well. When you're making the comeback, when you're feeling your confidence, and more importantly, when you are needing that confidence. It couldn't have come at a better time. And Revenant fans now starting to make a little bit of noise. They realize this isn't over yet. All of a sudden, with only a handful of rounds, or even a handful of rounds, a morsel of rounds separate these teams. Operators on both ends, but SK Rossi, this is a glass cannon over on Knight Rider, sorry. He's equipped, established, and ready to hunt some prey.
Well, let's see if he can go bunny hunting once more. So far, he's not going to be allowed even a line of sight because of that dark cover. But what Global Esports lack in terms of vision, they will make up for in terms of kills. And look at the massive stack of people heading towards Garage. Flashes towards me, but the drone towards Garage instead. And they've identified Logi's position. They want to hunt him down right here and now. The aftershock from his fellow breach saves Logi's life just for the moment. But the rolling thunder, it's great! Scargod is getting all that he needs. Knight Rider's picked off Kappa and Skills has no choice but to escape towards the A side. He's gonna go for the spiked blunt, but poor SK Rossi, he's not going to be able to help him. He's just acting as the flank watcher, and the flank watcher he is. Skills is able to kill Knight Rider as well. The backline is secure. Now all that Skills needs to do is hold off from this eminent push that's going to be coming in from CT. There's no way SK Rossi can regain control. There's no way Logi's going to let him pass. He doesn't even check the angle. It's all onto Skills. Teleports above. Knows he's gonna be facing at least one from short, but he's worried about Wimp. They're both coming in from different angles. Dodges the flash, waits for him to drop down. He's isolating these frags. Skills is about to pull it off. This would be the clutch of a lifetime, but Wimp denies it! Revenant Esports are still alive in this game. And at this moment, Global Esports have got to start panicking.
Oh my God, it comes down to the final moments. And Revenant, they're putting themselves back on the map. Sure, it's a round that could have been cleaner, but it doesn't matter because what matters is what you've done to Global's economy. It's now in tatters at their feet. Revenant, now that boulder's rolling down that hill, and there ain't much that can stop it. SK Rossi with that Vandal, that hero Vandal for Global now. This is a make or break for Global. They are running out of options. They're running out of strategy. Right now, Revenant, they're gearing up for the 6th round on the bounce now. 2 away from guaranteeing overtime. And an early opening. Knight Rider shuts down lightning fast.
Oh, and another one! He peeks ahead of the smoke on the back of that guiding light. And maybe this light can keep them alive in this fight. Ranger going above, and Knight Rider putting him below. He gets healed up as well. SKRC gets a consolation kill, but Knight Rider's got the blades. Will we see another race as Revenant Esports are stepping up? Every single one of them. It was Ember before. It's this guy right now. And it's Kappa left to his own devices. He's got the Hunter's Fury available, but where does he even use it? Revenant Esports comfortably spreading out right now. They can leave the B sides as it is. They've got the Killjoy utility to cover Garage as well. The only thing they need to do is make sure they don't offer Kappa any 1v1s. Don't give him a single inch to work with.
What I quite like is how Global, they're using this round as a timeout. Kappa just sits in spawn, and then they just talk. I love that
30
so
seconds
much.
left.
He doesn't have any hope in this round, so why risk it? Why have more confidence over to Revenant? Let's just talk, let's strategize, let's theorize. And for Global now, as they hit this final round, the buy's not going to be great, but they have a buy. They have stuff to work with. They still have that Hunter's Fury, for instance. So Revenant do still need to be a little bit careful.
10 seconds left.
And the ace!
Let's go. That's what Knight Rider needed. That's what every single player on Revenant Esports needed. 2 aces have come through in this half, and Revenant Esports desperately needed that. They were feeling so low at the start of this game, and now maybe this will give them a confidence boost.
really is difficult now, isn't it? This is really difficult. And as we get ready for the final round of regulation, Rossi doesn't even have armor. Instead, lightning fast, early aggression, judge in hand. This judge only works at point blank, and right now, Revenant, they've already run. They've timed it perfectly. The aftershocks as well. Hit with the rolling thunder. He is going to be hit. Not by the rolling thunder, sorry, the Hunter's Fury, even scarier. Ember also taking damage, 70 HP, trying to get away. Just about unable to do so. Lightning fast shuts him down. Rossi is still low on HP. That lack of armor really going back to haunt him here as we continue to see some follow-up aggression here. Knight Rider, look at his position. Right now, the entirety of Global, they are trapped in their assaults away. But here's the thing, they don't know that. They're taking their time, they're hesitating. But the second they try and turn away, even though there's a minute left on the clock, Knight Rider's going to be able to clean them up. And Rossi may be the target of that. Instead, he isn't running. Instead, he's joining the rest of his team. They're regathering, they're recuperating. This isn't a quiet, this isn't a lull. This is a quiet before the storm. And as we get ready for the storm to hit, it's Chendo Win merely in the eye of it right now. Out comes the showstopper. There goes Win. 2 versus 1. Oh, now 2. Let's fall. 1v4. SK Rossi, he does it. Global Esports, they emerge as your champions in this best of 3, eliminating Revenant 2-1 in one of the closest series we have ever seen in SCS.
Close doesn't even get close to defining it. It's an understatement. Let's head over to the stage. Let's see what Mamba asks these guys, because they will definitely have a lot to say.
Oh my lord, what a matchup. Both the teams going at it. Revenant giving Global Esports a run for their money, and Global Esports finally closing it out. Still surviving in this tournament. They still have a long way to go. Tomorrow is going to be even more important, because if they lost today, sure, they would have been out. But this leads to one thing, the one match that everybody looks forward to, and that is the Val Classico, which is going to happen tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one more matchup, which is going to be Enigma Gaming versus Orangutan, which is going to happen first. But Bhavin, can I have you come up again, please? You have to give it to them, because they absolutely did give you a run for your money.
No,
and everybody stepping up, especially Knight Rider, the ace as well coming in from Ember. What was going through your head?
I think they played really well. They are our kryptonite. They have defeated us a lot of times. And I really like how they play, and I really appreciate it. And it was a great game. Yeah, like we closed out the last round. That was really good, but we should do better.
What do you have to say to them? Because there was healthy banter going on before you actually sat down to play. Sure, they were very confident, and they showed it as well. But if you had to say something to Revenant right now, what would you tell them?
No, I think they are the future stars, actually. I feel like in the future, they are going to take the mantle, and that is what I feel. We just... Luckily, we maintained our composure in the last round, or else the comeback they pulled off was really incredible.
Oh, absolutely. Some unfortunate moments there for you. So, sorry for Revenant, but tomorrow is Val Classico. This is one match that everybody in the country looks forward to. Sure, you face them enough times. You face them on LAN as well, but what do you have to say to the fans of the Val Classico?
I mean, it's Val Classico, right? I don't have to say anything. They know how it's going to be. I know it's going to be a really close, contested game, and we need to level up and play the way we play to be in contention to qualify. And we hope that we can do that tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Once again, congratulations and good luck for your future matches. But tomorrow, it's two different stories. Enigma versus Orangutan. The team that wins qualifies to the final, also guarantees a slot to the APAC Challengers. But the team that loses in the Val Classico gets knocked out of the tournament. The stakes are high, the excitement is high. But of course, that will have to wait until tomorrow. But for today, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow. But until tomorrow, it is going to be good night and goodbye.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.